Abby, you said America first. Is that correct? Abby.
She might be busy sipping on $300 bottle of wine.
Okay.
You guys are broke.
She hears you, but she can't answer you.
Can I just ask, what should BB be arrested for? What should he be arrested for?
Some people say it's America first, but the actual question is...
Oh my God. I hear two people talking at one time.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what should BB be arrested for?
Sorry, it's okay. Abby's not going to answer your question, so we're just going to go... Okay, so who is the zone?
Hello? Hello? This is Book. Put me in the queue. This is Book. I want to make the case for Israel. Hello?
Oh. Yeah, I'll ask the question. I just want a general question about anybody but Soren to answer. Anybody but Puri to answer.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to know, what should BB... And I don't want an answer from Soren because I don't believe it. What should BB be arrested for if you think he should be arrested?
Yeah, what is the actual charge?
It's structural white racism and genocide, obviously. Genocide!
One mic.
One mic, folks. One mic. Come on now. We can do this. Who wants to...
Would anybody like to answer this
War
question?
crimes!
I do have the answer.
War crimes!
For the fact that he hasn't killed enough terrorist Muslim jihadist peacekeepers. He hasn't killed enough. He should kill more.
It's a genocide! It's a genocide! Genocide!
No, we're not doing all these. I got a question for you. I got a question for you. We're not doing that, bro.
It's a genocide!
Make your statement. We're not doing these individual questions.
It's a genocide!
Go to the back channel.
Hello? It's a genocide!
Yes, I think
it's a genocide!
So beat the title. I'm talking to the title.
They're culturally obliterating the Palestinian identity.
Make it short.
I'll make it very short. What I wanted to say is that actually BB is working in collaboration with Trump, and therefore they're doing the right thing together to make sure that the Middle East is a safer place for everybody. I don't think he should be arrested. I think he should be praised. Nobel Peace Prize at least.
You're very, very wrong, man. Very, very wrong, man. I don't know what the hell you're about, man, but you're very close-minded, sir.
Zach, I don't know why you're talking as a fucking revert.
But I have to be fair. So far, the poll is trending that he's a war criminal. So we got to answer that for the people that are, going full ham.
You know what? Can I just talk about polls for a second? Because there were polls that were predicting that Trump was not going to win the election, and they were way off. So polls can be wrong. Yep. Polls can be wrong.
Polls can be right too.
All right. Who else wants to answer the question?
This is Book.
The answer is very clear.
This is Book. Put me in the queue.
I think the only one that should be arrested is Mandani right now for breaking U.S. Code 18 to 112. But that's what I
agree.
and violating federal rule.
Abby, I wonder who's going to get arrested first, Mandani or Netanyahu? I wonder. That's a good question, actually.
I mean, look at what Todd Blanche. Look at Todd Blanche's letter, and you tell me what the federal government's position is going to be with respect to Mandani's action. That's why he knew he was doing it to create the blood libels and doing it for theater. He already knew that he had no jurisdiction, no ability to do it. And the more he threatened, the more he falls within that statute. I mean, I think
I can't wait to see him taken away.
I think look at our U.S. Attorney's letter on this. I look at the position that the federal government will take if he keeps pushing in any.
I think they're going to have to do it in any case. The problem is that they're a little bit loose on the cards with coming through on that because they didn't go full heap on Hillary. When Trump said he was going to take Hillary to the slammer, that didn't happen. Very difficult to do these things for some reason. So and going back to the 22,000 children, I have to be honest with you that whole situation was completely self-inflicted, and the only people you can blame with regards to children, unfortunately, are parents.
So I just wanted to mention, it does definitely seem like the Jews won this debate. I just want to give air high fives to all the Jews and all the allies of the Jews. Thank you.
You can win any debate you want, but you're losing the
won.
propaganda war. You're losing the propaganda war.
Do we? What do you think's going to happen in Taiwan?
Troll, fair warning.
Yeah, Tiger, how do you feel about the Uyghurs and Xi
I already
Jinping
told you how I feel
torturing
about
and
it.
murdering 10 million
It's a
Uyghurs?
He already
Einstein
answered
version,
that,
but it
yeah.
doesn't work.
Is there
It's an
anybody?
Einstein version, but it doesn't
Yeah, is there anybody new on stage that wants to answer the title of the room? Don?
Amir.
Is it Mir here?
Yeah,
Amir.
Amir's
Yeah, what's up?
Do you want to take a stab at the title, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, I guess I just want like a follow-up question on this. Why would you all like define a war criminal exactly? Because that's like it has a vast definition, you know? Like we like persecuted a lot of like German Nazis in like in war in the court as war criminals, but like if you compared what they did to what Netanyahu is doing, I wouldn't technically define him as a war criminal.
Yeah, Bibi is an angel. Bibi is an angel for sure. This is the first Amir I've met I like.
Yeah, I mean, just by comparison of like 6+ million like Jews dying to, well, how many
It's not about that, Amir. It's about intent. You can understand. Genocide is not based on
Did he ask you about your opinion, or he was
yeah, I'm
asking?
just saying, like, can someone like just by I don't know, like vocabulary or something, just define what's a war criminal?
I mean, it's actually genocide. It's actually intent to kill people, not about the number of the people that he killed. That's what the scholars. A lot of Jewish scholars call what happened in Gaza a genocide. I mean,
Put that switch on, man. Put that switch on. Shoot.
What is when was the last time a quote-unquote war criminal was prosecuted? Do you know who the last person is?
I can give you the Sudanese leader, Omar Bashir, was actually literally arrested.
Well, from what country? I can't.
Soren, so
Didn't want to be IRGC. He's not Iranian.
Milosevic was a good example that was actually arrested to respond to your question. He was actually a war criminal, so he was actually arrested and prosecuted for killing a lot of Bosnians. So
Milosevic was for
So how don't you call RIGC as a genocide
that's not
regime?
the title of the room. The title of the room is should be arrested, and I can see 61% of the people say yes, he should be arrested in this.
Yeah, but I kind of agree with Abby that says like Mamdani just said that for like I don't know, like media. He wants some attention. Like technically, according to law, he can't really do that. So
I mean,
we were just like.
Yeah, I mean, we cannot normalize.
Yeah, I'm sure you didn't even go to school.
Yeah, we cannot
You can't
normalize.
even count, huh? Sure.
We cannot normalize killing children. Like 22,000 innocent children were massacred in Gaza.
Or you mean in Iran?
No, you normalize killing young people in Iraq.
Like,
8 and 9 of January.
Stop interrupting him.
Soren, real quick. You would say the same thing about October 7th. Children shouldn't be dying either, right?
Absolutely.
It goes both
yes,
ways.
I'm consistent. Yes.
Okay, just double checking. Okay.
No children deserve to die. I mean, the whole concept that you gotta blame the parents for killing the children when they drop the bomb, indiscriminate bomb in Gaza, it's just for the birds. You can't just kill children and blame the parents. I mean, it just doesn't. I mean, you understand. You tried a lot to convince the public that it was a necessary evil, but no one's gonna buy that anymore. I mean, sadly, you need to.
Shit, we all buying it. Guess what? We all buying.
I mean, the people around the world see what happened, the horrific image that they saw. I mean, by the way, a lot of these videos just been posted by the IDF soldiers themselves on TikTok.
But what about the Soren? How'd you feel about Dresden and the German babies that died in Dresden?
And that's exactly because of that reason we come up with the Geneva Convention, so to stop that horrific actions again. I mean, that's why we come up with the UN and the new resolutions, not to prevent exactly the same atrocities to happen. So, yeah, good try.
A good try. So then, anytime that there are civilians that are subject to war, you're saying that you can't have that collateral damage, although it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is that, Abby, a lot of this genocide or war crime or whatever you want to call it is done by American taxpayer money. That's why we're so concerned about what happened.
What American taxpayer money? What 3.5? Wait a second. You mean the money that then is spent in the United States to buy munitions and keep the American defense industry alive? That money you're talking about? The money that keeps companies like Raytheon alive? I mean, that's what you're talking about? And yeah. So I just can't with him.
I don't know why you waste your time. I don't know why you waste your time.
$3 billion.
I'm not. I mean, we're talking about Mandani and also whether or not and I do think it was all for theater. He knew. He supposedly had a legal department. Please. It was theater.
Do you think Jonathan?
You know what, Soren, you just it was such a joke.
Yeah. I'm back in this bitch. Yeah.
I'd rather talk about LeBron coming to the Sixers right now. Seriously, sorry.
Why didn't you do that, by the way?
Yeah,
Why didn't
Jonathan
you
is a hero or a traitor in your opinion? Just answer
But do you think LeBron's a traitor? Did you just say LeBron is a traitor?
Stop beating around the bush. Is Jonathan Pollard?
Is LeBron James a traitor for going to the Sixers?
We don't give a fuck about LeBron James.
Okay, because you're in Cleveland, right?
I am in Cleveland, but we don't.
Trump called him a racist today. Called LeBron a racist.
Yeah. You've been exposed.
Yo, you can find yourself.
Is Trump a sex offender?
Yo. Carry on.
Trump 100% did call LeBron a racist today.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Would you have taken Jordan over LeBron in that question that he was asked?
Is Charlie Kirk a sex offender?
Trump motherfucker. Yeah.
Fuck. Yo, you're going back to the good and you're being removed.
Bro, shoot these motherfuckers. Shoot.
Nick is his accomplice. Get Nick too.
I'm waiting for
I don't know about LeBron.
Nick, do you want to speak on the title, bro?
Yeah, I was saying I don't know about LeBron, but I think Trump should.
Say what?
See what again?
Nah, y'all can skip me now. I'm sorry.
Sounds like you're eating food or something. I don't know.
You finished chewing.
Chaos, have you spoken on the topic or no? Chaos. What do people come on stage for? I guess just the vote and sit there? I don't know. I guess.
I don't know. They want to be seen for real. I think they just want to be seen, bro. They want to get their followers up, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I tried to pipe in, but maybe my voice is too soft. And I don't want to get shot.
And are you back from your cozy retreat?
Yes.
And Joe's still alive. He hasn't spoken on anything tonight.
He's
So
tired. There's a lot of
I'm
fighting
sure
today.
you probably offed him or something. I don't know. He's probably not even there. Like he's dead.
No, he did a lot of driving today. Well, I wanted to know what your guys' thoughts were on if you think that this is going to, or what kind of effect this will have on the midterms.
So you mean which part of it? The war or Netanyahu's situation or Donnie's?
The war.
The price of the
Like
gas.
for the Republicans.
It's going to be a massive impact on the Republicans, given the price of the gas now and fertilizer, thanks to unnecessary war in Middle East. This particular war is the most unpopular war among the Americans.
Oh, Vietnam was really popular.
No, this particular war.
Vietnam was so popular.
No, this one is actually more unpopular than even Vietnam War.
Really, Shirley?
I understand the design.
And can we go back to Anne's question? Anne, when is, do you have your primaries next week? Is it next week?
It's August 4th.
It's August 4th? What are you feeling on it? How do you feel? Because you guys pivot to something else she was asking.
Someone fucking make Soren shut the fuck up.
Anne's question.
Yeah.
Can I answer him? Because I know that there is a concept.
Anne, can you just let Anne, she has a quiet voice. Anne.
Well, so, as far as my state, so, I don't know if, so there was like two front runners for the Republicans. It was obviously John James, and then there was, Mike Cox, which he actually was really great, but he dropped out, because, Trump endorsed John James, so he was respecting that, which was the good way to go. And I am, I'm a poll challenger this time, and I picked like an area in Detroit because I figured there would be like a lot of, if there was any sort of corruption or anything, that's where I would work. So I'm working there the whole day. But Jocelyn Benson seems to be in the polls showing that she's beating John James, but who really knows? But I just didn't know. I know that the House, they rejected funding the war, or was that? Did I hear that right? That they voted on not funding the war anymore?
No, they're funding it.
Okay, so what was it?
But Anne, I wanted to ask you on Hallie Stevens and where she is polling wise and what you're feeling on that.
Yeah, she's polling very well.
I heard she's soaring right now.
Yeah, she is. She is.
So, Anne, what is the reason that the majority of your people are not living in their homeland? Which group of people kicked you guys out and made y'all flee?
Well, it was the Ottoman Empire and the French.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Sorry. So, what religion was the Ottomans? Weren't they like Christian or?
No, Islamophobia.
No, Muslim.
Come on.
Oh wow, that's crazy. They're Muzzies. I didn't realize that. Jeez. You guys know there's more Lebanese living in Brazil than there is in all of Lebanon.
Really?
Yeah, there's more Lebanese living in Brazil than there is in all of Lebanon, and they're almost all Christians. It's because you guys were going to get slaughtered, get your heads cut off.
Yeah, well, tell the Jews in New York. Why are 6 million Jews in New York that come on, King?
Well, that is.
Oh, we're in New York because we run the entire global economy from there.
Oh, that's an anti-Semitic trope.
No, it's true. It's accurate.
Well, okay. Me and Joe talked in great depth about this. That this war we believe is about China for the U.S. and everything that China has done to the United States. Interfering with our elections, then we have COVID.
Iran or Gaza?
What?
You mean the Iran war or Gaza war?
Oh, Iran.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Iran's just cutting off the Strait of Hormuz so we can starve Tiger's people out of oil and gas because they only have 2 months worth of reserves. The speculation or the assumption was that by June 8th they were going to be out of all oil and gas in their reserves, and then we let a couple ships go through after they started playing ball, started chilling the fuck out. They're also having rolling brownouts and blackouts all over mainland China. And the whole thing about the Iran war is just to control the Strait of Hormuz so we can fuck China. And it mostly has to do because China's ramping up. They're going to have their first nuclear aircraft carrier by 2027. And by 2030, they're supposed to have like 3 online in their fleet. So once that happens, then they can actually proceed with invading Taipei. And they'll do it through a policing force. They'll claim, oh, well, Taiwan's part of, mainland China, so we have to go in there and police this country because they're doing really bad. And but what we want to do is we have the CHIPS Act where we're going to build all the military grade silica chips here in the United States by 2030.
Right.
So we're just trying to slow roll China until we get to 2030. And once we get to 2030, unfortunately for Taiwan, we're just going to say, hey, sorry, Taiwan.
That's
we
still
don't
not
really
long
need you
enough.
anymore.
That's still not long enough. We need longer infrastructure required for the specification.
So crazy.
We're still going to need longer than
2030. But the whole point is to slow roll this war so we can get to 2030, and then we can drop fucking Taiwan. The Chinese don't even have the engineers to even go in and run the facilities and operate them. This is why they can't do it themselves. So in the thought that they're going to go in and force the Taiwanese are very fucking strong people. They're going to go and they're going to blow these fucking silica chip plants up. And when they blow them up, then the entire global economy is fucked. All the militaries around the world are fucked. The United States is fucked. Israel's fucked. Russia's fucked. China's fucked. We're all fucked because the majority of this military-grade silica chips come out of Taiwan for almost every country around the world. And once that happens, then we're all fucked. So, yeah, it's like I said, they're going to blow those buildings up once they come in with a policing force, and you'll see all those buildings be leveled. And if hopefully we get to 2030, then we can say, well, that sucks for them, but we can keep producing our own.
And then we'll probably be at war with China.
No. China's fucking. They're on the verge of collapse. They're estimated 680 million people by 2030. It's supposed to be less than the U.S. populace by 2100. So I mean, their one daughter initiative and all that shit, where they murked all their babies and stuff like that, euthanized them all. Fucking infanticide, which Tiger's okay with because he's a total piece of shit. But yeah, I mean, and nobody in mainland China's having babies. They also during COVID took all their people and forced them into their the buildings. People wanted to go out and go get groceries and just go out on the street and do normal shit. They forced them into their buildings. They sealed all the doors, and then they went through and they burnt all the fucking buildings. And then on top of that, you have also China, where they forced all their people in their country to invest in second and third homes, and they've never came to fruition, or they're just ghost towns and all their buildings are like tipping over. You can go watch all these videos where the entire like 40-story building just tips over because they were built so fucking shitty. And they're like, we build 1 floor per day. It's like, yeah, but then the fucking building just falls over. Yeah, China's a fucking shithole. And we fucked up your Belt and Roads Initiative, Tiger. You guys are starving to death too. It's funny.
You like to trigger people, yeah, Rich? You like to trigger. That's kind of sickness, or
What? Tiger has 10 million Muslim Uyghurs in Xinjiang that are in concentration camps that they murder every day.
I just think we definitely are going to win this one because our opponents are retards.
H, if you want to go. H, hold on. H, you're trying to get in here.
He lost validity. I'm eating some chicken, but he lost some validity when
What
he
a
said
surprise.
Yeah, I know. I'm being transparent about it. But
Fried chicken.
Good fried chicken. But he lost.
Did you get some watermelon and waffles?
I would if I could, but it's out of the budget right now. He lost quite a bit of validity when he said China's on the brink of collapse.
They are.
Can you come back up and expound on a debate that?
Why don't you finish your chicken, and then I'll invite them up, and you guys can debate.
Alright.
Thank you.
I mean, I like chicken.
Well, so far, 66% of the people in this room believe that Netanyahu should be arrested, according to you.
You never do, bro.
Well, that still means that 44% don't.
I'm just gonna tell you that fuck you.
That's not 44%, that's 33.
It is 44. It is 44. I'm just telling you that 66% of people said he's a war criminal. Well, yeah, 66%. That means 66% of y'all are stupid as fuck. I'm just saying.
How many people think Mandani should be arrested for breaking federal law?
That will be my next poll.
How about the Jonathan Pollard?
Yeah, Jesus.
I will change the title.
Let's talk about what other possible. How about Jack the Ripper? Should we talk about old criminals? Let's talk about old criminals, right?
He's a criminal?
How about, let's see, what other famous criminals?
You think Jonathan Pollard?
Jeez, you know what? I'm not even responding to you because it's just ridiculous. Yeah, but between Tiger and Soren, I'd rather. Oz the Mentalist is on. Anyone watching Fox?
Are you
while we're on
American or
here?
Israeli?
So what Rich was saying that is very interesting about there's a 60 Minutes piece.
You to lose the propaganda war.
So there's a 60 Minutes piece, Rich, that talks a lot about what you were saying with respect to or being double teamed.
You lost the PR.
Yeah. Hey, I haven't lost anything. As a matter of fact, Stephen Bader is on the stage. So Stephen, can answer Anne about her question on Michigan. Stephen.
Is he there?
Yes, Stephen, you there? I don't know, I see him.
Soren is not here, but I just wanted to say something about these people from IRGC because he's obviously, I spoke with him already and he obviously supports the IRGC. And these people have three different ways with the three groups in the world to arguing. With like us as a diaspora, they just tell us that, hey, you're gonna kill your own people, you're gonna kill your own parents. And that everything that has happened to people in Iran is your fault because you had some demonstration here and blah, blah. And then when they face any Muslim here, they say that, hey, these people are against Islam, and they just tell some story that is not associated with the people of Iran, that they want to change regime. And then when they face to the American, they just, scare them about the tax and the price of oil and everything like this. So they have three ways, and up to who are speaking with, they say something different.
Steven, you there?
Believe me, this is only the beginning.
Beginning of what?
Oh, Tiger in the chat. The retarded communist.
Well, who just talked right now? Someone said it's only the beginning. Who's that?
Oh, that was me. I was doing like a Tiger impression.
That was weird. I didn't recognize it.
Okay, sorry. Hi everybody.
Hi, Zula. I thought that was you that actually just spoke, but go ahead. What are you thinking?
With the question,
Yeah.
I think Mamdani's whole thing, I think it was kind of I definitely think it was symbolic. Speaking for just for myself or what I think, absolutely, I think Benjamin Netanyahu needs to be arrested. However, if we're gonna, look at the technicalities, right? America didn't ratify the Statute of Rome, right? Like, so even if he did come over here, like, yeah, they're not going to because they can't. I mean, he has, and I say the word very funny. I'm sorry. He has diplomacy. Diplomacy. I know. I'm sorry. Is that weird when I say it? I don't know.
Diplomatic immunity, I think is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but isn't it still diplomacy? Like, can I not use that? Or whatever.
No.
It's foreign diplomacy. I don't even think that matters, right? Like, I think that was a very small thing, but you know what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah, you're trying to say diplomatic immunity.
No, like my overall point. Like, you know what I'm saying, right?
But it's against federal law under what the law that I cited in the chat we were in the room earlier.
I just got.
So you can look it up if you want.
Yo, Abby, don't be a bitch.
Wait,
Relax.
Abby, what kind
I
of
was
what
helping
kind
you
of work
with
do
it.
you do
No,
for
you're
a
being-
living, Abby?
You're being condescending. And
No, I'm not being condescending at all. I was asking if you were in the room earlier because
that black girl from the other room who was a troll.
we played, sweetie. We played a video explaining. That's why I asked if you were in the room earlier.
it's fine because.
And I put it in the
I just
chat.
left the room with.
You pronounce diplomacy correct. It's not the correct context to use it.
Yeah, that's fine.
But anyway, continue.
I'm okay. Thank you.
Well, okay, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Are you for Donnie being arrested, or you aren't? I mean, I guess this is a yes or no for me.
Yes, I'm for it. Yes.
Okay, I just okay. We got things to get to there. I don't know. I can't understand what was going on there, but
I'm for Mandana getting executed.
I sorry, I didn't mean to be using your address. I don't know.
no, you're good. You're good. Ocean, you think he should get the old Sparky?
I think he should get executed.
Damn, Ocean. Okay.
He's a terrorist. Jihad is Muzzy. What do you think we should do to Jihad is Muzzy?
Yeah, I just don't get how people of New York, of all cities that went through everything on September 11th, would elect a fucking Muslim as their mayor. That's just baffling to me.
No, because they were lied to. What do you mean?
Yeah,
They were lied
but
to.
still, like, I'm Gen Z, and I would see people who, like, I don't have anything against, like, gays or trans or people, like, most of them would, like, post on TikTok and social media who they voted for him, not knowing that in his culture, if you're gay, you'll be hanged or, like, executed, so, I don't know, man, like, it's all kind of confusing to me, but, yeah, it is what it is, I guess.
That's true. H, are you done with your fried chicken, or how are you doing with that?
You hear this? It's my air fryer. I'm frying more chicken as we speak.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Right.
Wow.
Proudly.
Hey, were you guys fighting before?
You have any grape soda?
Why?
Gatorade though.
What? Was there like, I guess, pre-tense issues between you two?
Who?
Between who?
Well, I mean, you came at him for fried chicken. I guess he came at you back. I don't know.
Oh no,
that's joking
he's
around.
eating fried chicken. Actually, he really is.
Oh, you got friends.
Matt, was it you said? Do you have any grape soda?
That was Beaver, not me. Hey, it's better than watermelon. That's what Rich said. I mean, I don't know. But no, Zula, he was eating fried chicken. We weren't going after him. He was literally eating fried chicken.
Oh, you guys are friends.
Well, I mean, I don't know. We're friends. I mean, we're just acquaintances, yeah. But he was fighting. I mean, he wasn't fighting. He was asking question was Rich. Rich, are you still there or no?
Oh, Matt, actually,
The one time Rich is in here. This is hilarious. Go ahead, Zula. Oh, he's in the goo. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I can't bring him up. Any one of the mods, can you bring him up?
Just leave and come back. Then he can come back up.
Why do you guys keep shooting Rich?
I brought him up.
Or you just start hand raising off?
Yeah,
He has to be corrected.
disciplined. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work on me.
He has to be on a short leash. We don't know, it's just, yeah.
It has zero effect on me.
Yeah. What were you two kind of going back and forth?
Fried chicken.
H was saying that China is not in despair.
Oh, yeah.
They don't have rolling brownouts and blackouts in their country right now.
Yeah, I want to hear that. Why do you say that, H? What's going on with that?
Well, no. You're okay. So now you're kind of walking it back. You're kind of implying like, oh, well, no, it's just it's the power situation. You earlier implied to me like China's about to be on the brink of like total and utter non-existence. That's just simply not true, and you know that's not true. But you implied it earlier and you ran with it. You snake oil salesman.
I just also wanted to say I am very tired. I'm sorry. Benjamin Netanyahu, yes, I think he should be arrested. And Abby, you're a fat bitch.
Really? I'm a size 2.
I'm actually
That's
fat.
okay.
Wow. Abby don't sink to her level. She was a troll in another room prior.
Yeah, got it. Thank you, H.
Wait, you're
Thank you, H. H, how is the air fryer?
Are they good? The fuckers up there touch kids.
H, are air fryers good to...
Wait, I don't care.
They're good for convenience, Abby. They're good for convenience.
Right,
yeah.
Abby? That bitch.
That bitch. Interesting. I have a feeling I'm probably thinner than this woman. What do you think?
I don't care. Wait, no, you're
Wait, guys, do you think I'm thin?
No, you're dog. I don't care.
Yeah?
You're dog.
Yeah.
The hell?
Matt, you've seen my picture.
The pedophile.
I really am a size 2.
I don't
she's tiny. Abby's tiny.
Wait, no, she's fatter than most nigger bitches I know.
Hey, come on, don't be rude.
Come on. Wait, now it's don't be rude. What? Now it's don't be rude. What? You don't like it, pedophile?
Abby, she's a black woman.
Yeah,
she's only angry because she's killed like 5 of her
So wait, why are you more niggery than I am? Wait, why are you more niggery than I am?
Can I make an interesting Trump comment? Is anyone looking at the dinner tonight and you look at the ballroom that he built, that it's in? It's at the Waldorf.
I didn't know
Beautiful, right? It's in the Waldorf, right? Which is now the hotel that he built. It was the old post office. Right, it's beautiful. And as everyone has been commenting how he has horrible taste and they're panicked about the ballroom that he's doing at the White House, the ballroom at the Waldorf is gorgeous that they're having this event at. And this is his design. So just... you have a preview of what it'll probably look like when they finish the East Wing. It's beautiful, yeah. There you go.
God bless Trump, man. Yeah, but Trump had to use all our tax money to build that, Abby. It's so expensive,
It's okay. We pay our taxes and...
It wasn't paid. It wasn't paid. It wasn't paid with by tax and stuff.
So whatever he does with our tax money, we cool with it. Fuck money.
I mean, in fairness, I'd rather have that go to the ballroom than, transgender surgery in Somalia. Let's be honest about it.
Exactly.
But it's so funny how everyone was shitting on his taste, and that a lot of these people, the same people that would book these ballrooms to have their weddings and their events, it's very regal looking. I mean, look, everyone has different taste, but it's very beautiful if you look at it.
Yeah, but Abby, he was friends with all the blacks and all the liberals before he ran for president, and then as soon as he did, they all hated.
Hey, do y'all ever ask yourself this question? Being friends with black folks, do y'all ever think that if he was using the same type of language he uses now, do y'all think he would have been friends of our community? He was not using the same type of rhetoric, and then even that, and besides that, he wasn't like some friend of our community. It's a couple of known black folks that said something about him, and it's a couple of rappers that may have made a reference
like Al Sharpton
to Donald Trump. But man, get the fuck out of here, man. Y'all sound stupid as fuck when y'all say stuff like that.
Rob, somebody asked him about LeBron going to the 76ers and who's better between him and Jordan. And he said, well, I played golf with Jordan, and I think LeBron might be racist, so I'm going to pick Jordan.
Yeah, I seen that shit, man. Like it's Donald Trump saying that word, man. Come on, we shouldn't even be, using that word. But outside of that, I don't even understand why he would be asked a question about that. We got too much going on in the world to be asking trivial questions to this man. If y'all don't want to ask him what the real is, ask him why his Secretary of Defense went before Congress and made them all look stupid. This fucking war that they got us in. Like, man, stop.
Maybe we should change it to put that LeBron or Jordan as the poll.
Oh, Jordan's the best, greatest of all time.
Anybody that votes for LeBron will get kicked out of the room.
What'd you say?
Exactly.
I mean, y'all, like, let me ask y'all this. If LeBron ain't, I kind of go back and forth with it because I watched Jordan play. I ain't like one of them. Like, these are the two best basketball players I ever seen play basketball.
Number one and number two.
Like, if it's, I don't see how it's a knock on anybody, either one of them, for being too old. Like, if they not, like, people are making such a huge deal about this that for 20 years y'all really ain't enjoyed that man's career because all y'all done did was talk about fucking Jordan.
I'm not certain that LeBron's number 2, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
who would be number 2?
Well, I'm gonna argue that Wilt scored 100 points in one game.
The only person who has an argument for number 2 is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Right. Yeah.
Nobody else that has an argument.
Is Wilt still holding the record?
Kobe right now. You're not mentioning Kobe.
Let me tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I don't put Kobe in the GOAT conversation. Although I think he's definitely a top 7, top maybe even 5 basketball player of all time. I don't give him in my opinion, to be the GOAT, you had to be that guy from day one. And Bron, Michael Jordan, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar were the guy from day one, and they never were not the guy.
Wilt Chamberlain was from day one.
I mean,
he
Wilt
scored
Chamberlain,
100 points in a game.
Like
and Dr. J was from day one.
But he won 1 championship in the GOAT title, in the GOAT conversation. Like, that's when rings matter. You feel me? Like, just telling somebody, Charles Barkley is a great fucking basketball player. We're not gonna shit on Charles Barkley, but we wouldn't put him in a GOAT conversation because he didn't win anything.
Yeah,
now Tim Duncan,
Dr. J before
Dr. J is not. Dr. J is not in the GOAT conversation either, though. But he does have a ring.
He's like top 30, right? Top 20.
I say, Dr. J anywhere outside the
Let's
top
say
10
you
to
have
about 30.
the Mount Rushmore of basketball players. Who's in the Mount Rushmore?
I think you would probably put Bill Russell to start, Michael Jordan, and then your other 2 is probably a preference. But I think Bill Russell, just because of what he did for the game of basketball and the winning, he got to be there. Jordan is the undisputed most impactful basketball player of all time. So I don't think them 2 slots are. I would put probably
Larry Bird.
I would probably, if I didn't put Bron on there, I would put Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. If I put Bron on there, one of them would have to go.
Yeah, but also I think you gotta see what eras they play. Like the 100 point that Wilt got is equivalent to, like, I don't know, 50 points that a player gets today.
I mean, you can say that 100 is 100 though, brother.
But
if that's the
like,
case,
Wilt was
if that's the case,
against, like,
I'm just saying, if that's the case, why don't we have anything else outside of that? We got Kobe's 81, Bam got that 83. You had what? David Thompson scored 74. David Robinson scored 71. A handful of guys that scored 70. 100 is 100, brother. I don't care if he did it.
What I'm saying is, dude, like, the 81 that Kobe got was much harder than 100 that Wilt got.
I mean, it's easy for you to say that because that's when, regardless of who they were playing against, they were playing against the best of their times. So 100 is 100.
I think he got it in Hershey, Pennsylvania. I feel like that's where he was
And
playing.
then, fuck that, the man averaged 50 for a whole motherfucking season. Get the fuck out, like...
No, he's great, but what I'm saying, like, probably from what I heard, like, from what I saw on YouTube or, like, from the research I did, he was playing against, like, plumbers, firefighters, like, I don't know.
I mean, if that's the case, we need to discredit anybody that played basketball until Magic Johnson and Larry Bird came along.
Wait. What are you saying? I want to hear the team that he played on with Matt Gukas and Wally Jones and.
That was Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm telling you who Will played for when he played for the Sixers.
No, I'm not saying who he.
They were a great team. Matt Gukas
played against.
There was nobody that could match up with him back then.
I mean, and that's true, but it's like, man, Bill Russell had some insane fucking rebounding numbers. Like certain guy, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar came in as a rookie, dominate. Like, yeah, the game was still evolving at that point in time. Athletes had to catch up. I mean, he would be a freak athlete today if you going by what they say. They said the man was 7 feet tall, about 300 pounds, and a 10-4 in the 100. Like,
I mean, back then though, they didn't have a second rule, so you could literally just camp in the paint.
I mean, like
a little bit different.
The rules are different, but I'm not gonna fault those players for the era that they played in. The people always love to say like hand checking was this big thing, but bro, go look at some of the scores in the 80s. So the highest scoring game in NBA history is from the 80s. You feel me? Like this whole idea that the 80s wasn't scoring, nah, it's actually the 90s that wasn't scoring. That's why they took the rules out. Cause didn't nobody want to see fucking 70 to 66 games in the finals.
How many rebounds a game you think Jokic will average if he was able to just sit in the paint without 3 seconds?
Who knows? Who knows?
I would say at least probably maybe 20.
Abby, what the Jews, like the early people that were dominant at basketball?
Who?
The Jews. Like, I think they were pretty big.
What do you mean, like names
South
like
Philly was
and all
called
that?
the Spas. Before there was the Sixers, the South Philly Hebrew Association, and they were the Jewish players in Philly. Definitely, very involved in playing back then. But also, someone put it in the chat. I forgot about Jerry West.
Yeah, no, Jerry West is a great basketball player. It's the logo for a reason. These are all great basketball players. I don't discredit no.
And Pete
If you're a
Maravich.
Hall of Fame basketball player, I don't care what area you from. You improved yourself to be one of the greatest players to ever do it.
Wait, actually, I don't even like basketball. Fuck basketball.
Jerry West was a miserable bastard. Did you watch the stuff?
I mean, he didn't win.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
Pete
the point
Maravich?
at the end of the day.
Yeah, he couldn't win. He was a good player, but he couldn't win.
He won one title, I think.
Okay, I have an easier one for you. The best player under 6 foot.
Isaiah Thomas, if you think he's under
That's
6
Allen
foot.
Iverson.
Allen
Allen Iverson stands over 6 feet.
Just for the
No, I don't think he's over 6
Yes, he
feet.
does. He stands at 6 feet 1, 6 feet.
I don't think so.
I just looked it up. Allen Iverson is 6 feet, and just for reference, Jerry West was 1-8 in the finals.
Alaska, they want the pedophile.
Really?
No, yeah, like you gotta want to ask under 6 feet. It's not a lot of.
Isaiah Thomas, right?
Isaiah Thomas, technically, I don't even think he was 5'11". I think Isaiah was 6 feet.
Robertson. Nate Robinson
was 9.
No,
Oscar Robinson was 6'5", 6'6".
Oh wow, I thought he was small.
Yeah, he was the original big guard. Probably the best small guard was Tiny Archibald, up under 6 feet tall. Ma'am, y'all good? Ma'am. Okay, I guess they good.
Hi, Rob. How was your day today?
Oh, it's great, man. I had an excellent day. Then I came into work. I made more money in my small business than I made at work. So that was great.
We just had all those guys here in Vegas for the summer leagues. There were tons of them.
Hey,
A lot of the older
I'm
players were
interested in
here.
this rookie class. I'm interested in this rookie class.
Yeah, no, this rookie class is probably the best since LeBron and Carmelo's class.
I'm not finna go that far. They gotta play. I think this class is more like the Kevin Durant, maybe even the next year, the 08 class with James Harden and Steph and all them.
Boozer went what, 3rd overall?
Yeah, Boozer went 3rd. AJ went 1st. Darren Peterson went 2nd. Hey, that boy in Chicago though, man. He wasn't showing that in North Carolina that he could really shoot and handle the rock.
The nigga was hurt.
No, I'm just saying he got hurt at the end of the year. He was dog. He was putting up 20 a game.
Yeah, no, he got nice. Caleb Wilson.
Yeah, he just wasn't showing like his shot like that.
Can someone? Where does Larry Bird fall in all this? Just
I'm putting him in that Rushmore.
He's top 10.
Top 10 for sure.
He's top 10 all the time.
He might be top 5.
Wow.
I can't put him top 5.
Top 5. Wow.
Who is you taking out to put him in the top 5, Beaver?
Well, see, to me, there's tiers. It's so hard to.
Do you think Larry Bird could have carried the team like, and obviously he was the clear-cut best player on the Celtics team, but those were stacked teams. So do you think Larry Bird could have carried the team in the way that some did for championships?
I think he could.
If you think he could, then maybe you got an argument for top 5. But
Yeah.
I look.
Hey, Rob.
I wouldn't put him over Akeem Olajuwon.
Rob, he had leadership skill. I mean, like on court, off court. Like,
Yeah, no, he had great skill. I'm saying he's anywhere from 6 to 10. You feel me? Wherever you want to put him at in that.
Where would you put Tim Duncan?
Somewhere above him.
Tim Duncan's in the top 10 for sure.
Somewhere above him, or right around the same area as him.
Oh, you would not put Dr. J the same level
Dr.
as
J would
Larry?
not be in the top 10 to me. No.
No, I wouldn't put him that high.
Why no one is mentioning Shaq?
Well, Shaq, I think Shaq
Shaq
is top 10 of all time.
Shaq is top 10 for sure.
Top 10 all time for sure.
Yeah, depending on how you look at basketball, man, look, we watched Shaq from day one come in dominating. Like, day one, he came in the league averaging 25 and 10 and pretty much didn't stop averaging that until, his body started to deteriorate. I sometimes ask, why are we so eager to put Kobe above Shaq?
I don't like Kobe. I never liked him.
It's because Shaq, we seen Shaq couldn't win by himself when he had.
What do you mean?
When he had his own team in Orlando, he got swept.
He went to the finals as a
That's what I'm saying. He went to the finals, but he didn't win the finals.
Do you know who he played against?
Yeah. Bro, you know how many times Shaq got swept in his career? I know who he played against, but
let me ask you this: did Shaq ever miss the playoffs in his prime?
No. Two things can be true though.
The point is, Shaq didn't start winning until he paired up with Kobe. That's what I'm saying.
No, Shaq started winning.
When he started with Kobe.
Let's be like,
he made the finals with Hardaway.
He made the finals, and yes, they got swept, but they made the finals in his second year.
He also knocked out Jordan.
Yeah.
I'm thinking also of some of the Sixers like Moses Malone. I mean,
Moses Malone is somewhere in the top 25 of all time.
The knock on Shaq is he got swept 6 times before he started playing with Kobe, and then he started getting his rings. That's why people view Shaq as Shaq.
Did y'all watch the New Jersey Nets series?
Shaq got swept 6 times in the playoffs. 94, 95, 96, 98, and 99, and 2017. Shaq got swept 6 times in the playoffs.
And again,
that's brutal. Wow.
Again,
where do you put Bill
Walton? He ever missed the playoffs in his prime?
Bill Walton didn't play. He didn't sustain enough.
Bill Walton doesn't even belong in this conversation.
No, he could have if he didn't. What he had?
Yeah, he could have. So could have Derrick Rose. So could have Brandon Roy. So could have Grant Hill.
And then Karl Malone, top 25 or no?
I wouldn't put him top 25, but I think he's top 50.
You wouldn't put Malone in the top 25?
No. Because when you start going down the list of players,
but he's second all time in the.
Hey, I think it's something to be said. I think it's something to be said about how he got his points. Again, he played with the all-time assist leader. Like he played in a system that I just don't think Karl. But if he is top 25, he at the tail end of it.
Like name white player.
Best Larry Bird.
Besides Bird, I was gonna say.
Do y'all count the Europeans?
No, I want
straight
American white
Mayflower.
Jerry West.
Probably Jerry West, Rick Barry, John Stockton.
John Stockton, yeah.
Those names is there.
Yeah, John Stockton.
Oh, Havlicek. John.
Or Steve Kerr. I don't know. I mean, he's kind of weird.
Nah, he doesn't even belong on that. Like he's a great coach.
Top.
But we talking about players.
Well, he does have like one of the highest percentage shooting for 3.
So does Tim Legler.
Steve Kerr does.
Didn't John Havlicek?
Right?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to put John Havlicek, because he's a Hall of Famer.
Kevin McHale.
Now we're
Kevin
talking.
McHale, yeah, he belong in that convo.
Now we're talking Steve
for
Nash,
the Whites.
Jason Williams, Steve Nash, Dirk Nowitzki.
Y'all count Steve Nash as a Canadian?
Yeah, he don't count.
I thought y'all said y'all wanted American whites.
I love Billy Cunningham. I don't know.
You know who that is, but you're obviously old as fuck.
I am, and I love the old Sixers. Like all of them.
Marley. Cause you might as well say Dolph Shays and names like
No,
that.
I'll say Walt Frazier.
Walt, great player, but
Hal Greer.
All time, like, if you go from that era, how about you do this? Who do you think the top 5 players from the 60s were?
Oscar Robinson.
When did George Mikan play?
George Mikan played in the 50s into the early 60s.
Oh, I don't know.
What about Oscar Robinson?
Oscar Robertson would be top 5 in the 60s. It would probably be
top 10 of
Bill Russell. Bill Russell, it'd be Wilt. It'd be Big O, probably Elgin Baylor. When did Bob Petty retire? What's up with him?
Jerry Lucas.
Man, I ain't never run down to the store real quick. You got your tea? Let me go clock out. Sit there.
See, the only reason why
I'm about to clock out.
gets so much love is because he's the closest resemblance to Jordan, bro. If he ain't hoop like Jordan, he wouldn't get as much love as he do.
Would you
Kobe was a great player, dog. I think what it was about Kobe is just he seemed to work so hard and good. You feel me? I think that resonated with a lot of people in that sense. And then at a certain point, niggas had hating on that man. When you watch that man, I actually think the 60 points in three quarters is more impressive than the 81. But that happened like 2 weeks apart from each other in the same season where that man, what he did, like 20 straight 40-point games or something like that.
The 81 was only in 3 quarters. He didn't play the fourth.
Nah, he played the whole game. I watched the game. The game was.
Not the fourth.
Do you want to make a bet on that?
I was there at the game. Yeah, he was all 4.
He played all 4. He set out the Mavericks game. He set out the Mavericks.
I was at the game. He
Toronto
didn't.
Raptors.
He's lying. I don't care.
Who else was there? Who?
Me.
Azula wasn't even born yet.
I was pretty drunk that whole night, but yeah.
Like I was saying, I watched the game.
The most
I was
impressive
at
is
the game, Ron.
37 and 1/4 Klay Thompson.
Sleepy Floyd did something similar.
Definitely impressive. 37 and a quarter.
The Wimby kind of scares me. Why is he? Who? The Wimby motherfucker. Why is he?
Well, he's a freaking hey. His daddy was randomly at my job, like during the Western Conference Finals.
Rob, Kobe's father was our high school girls basketball coach.
Jelly bean.
I swear to God.
Yeah, I met Kobe a few times.
Yeah, he was.
Where are y'all putting Steph Curry when it's
Lived
all
near
said
me.
and done?
Steph Curry is gonna go to. Hey, when it goes down, he's knocking somebody out the top 10.
Yeah, he's top 10.
Let me tell y'all, I don't want to like Steph Curry. Okay, I'm a Rockets fan. Let me be honest.
Y'all won't talk about Troy Bolton. Okay.
I'm a Rockets fan. I hate like.
I think,
but
Steph Curry, bro, he has to be in the top 5 just because he literally changed the game, bro.
He
like,
might end up top 5
just
by the
off
time
of that. You gotta put the nigga in the top 5.
By the time his career ends, he might have an argument, but this is my thing. To be top 5, that was, in my mind, you had to been like dominant from day one. Everybody that we kind of give top 5 credence to. Let me see what these people. Yeah, everybody we give top 5 credence to. Jordan, Kobe. Well, not Kobe. Jordan.
LeBron.
Kareem. Braun.
How tall was
Magic?
Hey,
Larry Bird.
Rob?
They've been dominant from day one. Steph took like 5 years to get to that point, so I don't think he'll ever rise to saying he's top 5 level. But I do think he's taking somebody out the top 10. I don't know who though.
That nigga literally changed game of basketball, bro.
I mean, I'm not disputing that, but I think
it has to carry some type of weight.
It does. I think it carries enough weight. I think it carries enough weight to knock somebody out the top 10 of all time. But to be top 5, again, this is my opinion though. So you maybe got different criteria. I think to be top 5, that means you're truly in the GOAT argument. And to me, to be the GOAT, it does take rings, but certain players from day one, they were that guy. It wasn't no development in
Well, no, that's cap.
Yeah, they got
Because
better.
Kobe wasn't that guy.
That's why I don't think Kobe is the GOAT. I don't put Kobe in the GOAT conversation.
You put him in your top 5 though.
I put him in I said he's anywhere from 6 to 10 on my list.
Yeah, but Kobe was 17 when he came to the league with the good team.
Braun was 18 on a bad team, so I'm not gonna give him. Like, it is what it is. But again, that's my criteria.
Well, I just looked it up. Wemby's parents, his mom was 6'3" and his dad is 6'6".
Yeah, no, his dad was tall, and like I said, I just seen him.
Yo, did y'all know? Fun fact, Rob. By the way, you were right. He didn't play the fourth quarter. I had it mixed up. You were right. He set up the 63 one. You're right. So I stand corrected on that. I'll take my whippings. But did y'all know? Fun fact: China took the tallest male basketball player and the tallest women's basketball player on the national teams, and they forced them to have a baby, and that's Yao Ming. Did y'all know that?
Hey,
I swear to God,
it will be no Yao Ming.
That's so crazy, Mike. Really?
Fuck y'all.
Is that for real?
Look, I
Is that
swear to God,
true?
Nigga, Yao, man, I'll beat your bitch.
Look it up. It was the tallest male on the men's national team and the tallest woman on the female national team, and they had like a forced marriage. And
That's
that
so
baby,
wild.
that baby was Yao Ming.
I have a wine called Yao Ming. You know, he has like wine. That's so crazy.
Wait, is that factual or like?
I guess so.
Is there a way you can check that shit?
Alright, drop the link, maybe.
Hey,
Or just fucking go to your
Yeah, why don't
Google on your
Here, why
Safari
don't you just go and Google
say
the fucking stats and
Yao
stuff?
Ming, were Yao Ming's
hell?
parents forced to have a baby? Go ahead.
Hey, Rob, are you there? Rob, where'd Rob go?
I seen
I said you had to go do something.
Wait, can I step in for Robbie?
What do you think about Embiid?
Timothy, what do you think of, why come we didn't do Magic Johnson? Where's he?
Magic Johnson, man.
I know, right?
Yeah. Magic Johnson was nice too, man.
No
and he damn near changed the game too, being really the first point forward for real. Like,
yeah.
So I mean,
where do we place him? He's getting stuffy in the
top
top
10,
10.
bro. You gotta be stupid to not put Magic Johnson.
Magic Johnson would have no position in the NBA today.
Man, it's tough.
I'd just like to bring to your attention the poll. Please see the poll.
Hey, Black Bun, can you tell me how I got exposed?
You change it to should Mandani be executed?
Okay, someone did ask. I guess we're going back. Are we done with basketball, or are we waiting for Rob to get back? What are we doing? I don't know what we're doing. But someone, Zula, you asked what crime did
Matt, why
did
why you treat the guy Rob like he's the director of NBA?
He's pretty
That was
knowledgeable
funny.
about
That was
stuff, right, Beaver?
Yeah, I mean,
He's an
he
old
wasn't
school
really
Rockets
involved.
fan from the 90s. He knows
Ocean, I think Rob's pretty knowledgeable about this stuff. Beaver, right? You talked to him.
Yeah, he's knowledgeable and he's a brother.
For sure he would.
And he's
I mean, let's before we get back to the title, let's not act like niggas don't run that sport. So I mean, respectfully.
And he knows Rashad Lewis, the guy that played for the Sonics and the Magic. He grew up.
I know him too.
That's like us trying to tell y'all about hockey. You know what I mean? It's we really can't do that.
Timothy, don't you think it's poetic justice? Like, isn't it poetic justice that we created basketball and the best basketball player is a black guy? And you guys invented, rap and the GOAT is a white guy?
And you guys just killing pedophilia.
Isn't that just,
That's y'all
poetic
shit,
justice
right?
a
Y'all
little
killing
bit?
pedophilia, right? Anyway.
Who's the GOAT is a white guy?
Is it Tupac the GOAT?
And
Right. Tupac is definitely the GOAT.
Tupac is the GOAT.
Yeah, he's white.
Eminem's too, just because.
Eminem's not the GOAT, bro.
Eminem's not the GOAT of anything.
He's top 5, isn't he?
No,
Nigga,
nigga not top 5.
I thought he. I mean, I don't like rap.
Although Timothy, we own at least 50% of the teams.
And you guys are in charge of
I would say I gotta check. I don't know who this one is. I think it could be close to 50% on the NBA.
Child web, yeah. Sure as that.
What's wrong with this? What's wrong?
She on there with
Tourette's.
y'all ass.
What is she on?
She on there with y'all.
Yeah, because y'all do when they
Correct.
Okay, I'll be respectful real quick, okay?
I'll check that statistic, Timothy.
Oh,
but I'm not
Abby, shut your ass up, you ugly.
Exactly.
Anyway.
That's a respect. So Abby is not worth respecting.
She's really not. She's a pick-me. She's a pick-me.
She's a nasty piece of work.
Pick-me.
And she's racist
I didn't
too.
say a
So
pick-me.
Alright.
Fucking pasty white.
Abby, what you do?
Ooh.
I was just gonna say, like, why do people not smoke with you, Abby?
Because she's a condescending cunt, and I'll smack the shit out of her.
Please, yes, I fully support that.
And I don't think you should say that.
Hey, so I don't give a fuck. Shut up, cunt.
Yeah, I don't think you should threaten any violence, my dear.
Wait, and I don't think you should be in support of pedophilia, right? And I don't think you should be retarded.
Can we go back to who owns the teams?
Yeah, watch that mouth, slave.
Anybody look up the Yao Ming thing?
Yeah, there was a Reddit thing on it. Like, I'm trying to find something a little more.
It's not gonna know.
I don't think that's facts, dude. I never heard of that shit.
Well, fucking look it up.
You can literally just
basking in
look it
my
up.
glory until one of y'all look it up.
Would they really do that? You two, come here. You need to mate. Do it for your country.
What country is he from?
China.
Okay, just want to read this off of Google real quick. It says Yao Ming's parents were not physically forced to have a child, but Chinese sports officials strongly encouraged and pressured the tall couple to marry and produce an athletic offspring.
So that's horse, yeah.
How did they?
Abby, your dog is fucking ugly, by the way.
They
Your dog is
were
ugly.
strongly influenced.
I mean,
I've never seen an ugly dog. I've never seen an ugly dog.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
Abby's
like,
fucking
did they specifically force his parents to do that shit? Like,
Yeah, there was.
Well, that's
and
the yes.
look who his parents were. It was the tallest men's national. It was the tallest men's basketball player and the tallest woman basketball. It was specifically those two. It wasn't like just two basketball players. It was the tallest men's guy and the tallest woman's guy, or the tallest woman's lady. And those are the two that they and that baby ended up being Yao Ming.
And they only got one shot, or do they get an exception? Because you can only have one kid back then, right?
I don't know about that. But him and he just read it. They weren't forced, but they what'd you say? Strongly encouraged.
I mean, yeah, it says that his dad was 6'10", his mom was 6'2", and
I mean, they're gonna.
It says that it's an like interesting, controversial story. Like, it doesn't confirm that they like.
That begs the question. Like, eventually, there's gonna be able to do like designer players, right, Bieber? Like, they're gonna be able to like genetically just like create the players. What do you think? Maybe at some point, like literally, like we want a 6'7" person, right? Like. They just started like making those or something, right? Or I don't know.
We essentially can get that out of Samoans.
Yeah,
for
but
football.
the thing is, Matt, most tall people they have injury problems. Like, they don't really last too long in the league.
The support of their knees or whatever, or feet, yeah.
So what's too tall?
Just like the support of Abby's broke down bra. Her fucking dad too. It's fucking lower than China. Lower than China, ladies and gentlemen.
The only thing that would suck is being like 6'8", 6'9", 7 foot, and not being like a rich ass basketball player. Because then you're just like a regular person, like sitting on planes and trying to like sleep in hotels, and like everything's gonna suck, bro. So bad.
I saw when the summer leagues were in, I think I mentioned this in a room, that girl, she's magnificent. The one that plays with Caitlin Clark, the blonde that was pointing the finger.
Why, you still forgot him?
Yeah, she was she was hanging out with the other, the ball players. So like I could see couples forming there. I don't know if she's married or not, but she was partying with them. She's really pretty.
Y'all know Hashim Thabit? You ever heard of Hashim Thabit?
She was suckling Abby's tit.
Anyway,
Matt, was PhD in here?
Yeah, I tried to get him up here.
Oh, damn.
What do you want?
Went to Yukon, bro. He was 7 feet tall.
I want to ask if he still gets to eat fried fish and...
No, he's still here. He's still here. He's down there. PhD, come up. Brother. Get some fish fry.
Can you
PhD not down there.
let's look at a fat motherfucker.
Yeah, he's down there.
Abby,
He's
get
with
the fuck out, bitch.
where is that? The Friends with the Speakers. PhD.
Oh
I
yeah,
think he's
PhD. That nigga is down there.
Wait, I think
That
he's
nigga.
sleeping because we were in a live earlier and he was. Yeah, I think he's sleeping.
So Azula, do you want to speak on the title by chance, or do you just want to talk about Abby all night?
Oh, I think Abby's a fat bitch.
What does Azula mean?
I can actually look it up.
What does Azula mean?
It's just from a show, the Avatar. Why? Azula, the cartoon character. Why?
I was just curious.
Okay. Yeah. Heck yeah.
So are we done with the title? Or?
Wait, Timothy. Why can't I call her a fat bitch?
No, I mean shit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wanna.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Can somebody? And I'm not even asking to be condescending. I come here to learn from others too. Did Mom Donnie do anything that was actually illegal?
Well, I guess the question.
And I'm not asking fat bitch Abby if you're thinking about it.
I'm a size 2, but we can keep going on that.
Azula, what do you get out of calling her a fat bitch?
I get serotonin. I get joy. I'm happy. It makes me happy. Now what?
It makes you happy. So like.
Yes, it makes me happy.
People.
Yes, absolutely. No, not people, but fat bitch happy. Yes.
Right.
But the info has to have some truth to it, and she's not fat at
Wait,
all.
I can do whatever I want. Is there a requirement? Wait, there's a requirement?
Well, what I'm trying to get down to Azula is this normally.
Wait, sorry, am I going to be removed from the room if I don't bring a photo of Abby?
No, of course not. But if you
why is White Knight Beaver sitting here making say
no, but at the same time though, you have to add value to the room too. Like
I did come in here. I did participate in the conversation. I answered the question. I was in the comments still talking about it. I did have value. I can still call her a fat bitch in between. Yeah.
Azula, stay with me. So normally what's going on here is because obviously you don't know Abby.
You can just ask me to leave. It's really.
I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to leave. So you don't know Abby from a hole in the wall. And if you're saying that you calling her a fat bitch only provides you a little hit of serotonin, what's really going on here, Azula, is you probably have pent-up anger against someone else in your life, and you don't know how to take it out on them.
Hell yeah,
so
shit.
You're yelling at
I get
Abby.
to call Abby a fat
and let's
bitch.
break it down, Azula. Who are you truly upset with?
Abby.
What did Abby do to you, Azula?
She's just huge.
Okay, see again. This is the stage of denial.
I'm not denying it. I see it. She's
not
huge.
Abby, not Abby. She's like road rage, right, Azula?
Mm-hmm.
Normally when people have road rage, they're really not mad at the person driving.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a question?
They need to have an outlet of anger.
Yeah, for sure. Mike, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
I'm not being condescending when I say this. What is your career field?
My career field?
Yes.
Professional clubhouser.
No, actually, what do you take interest in? What do you want to go to school for, I guess?
Go to school for, bro?
What have you school for? Are you, what are you doing?
What am I doing? I work at vacations. I'm in South Florida.
So I guess I can
working cruises and shit and sell vacations.
Love that. I can understand. I guess I can understand this line of questioning, right? If you were a psychologist or you offer, I guess, professional help for my pent up anger in my personal life, right? But you're selling vacations. Are you gonna give me a vacation?
All right, let's start this over. Ask me that question again.
Wait, Mike.
I'm a psychologist. I'm a psychologist.
Wait, Mike. I don't consent to this conversation.
All right. Well, there's no need to call her a fat bitch if it doesn't.
Fat bitch.
Services nothing to the room, right? You're just calling her a fat bitch to help yourself out.
Wait, I didn't. I'm not consenting. Hey, Abby, you're fat.
Yeah. See, now this is called like when people run away from the truth, right?
Hell yeah.
Right. This is I forget what's it called. It's like not facing it. Right?
Obfuscating.
Obfuscating. Thank you, Abby.
Wait. Abby ran. She wouldn't be fat though.
Look, the moral of the story is keep this stuff in mind, guys. When people lash out like this, it's don't lash back at them.
Yes, guys, don't lash back.
It's actually really them.
Don't lash back. Actually, go run them laps. Go run them laps.
Timothy, do you know how good of a listener Timothy is? Do you know how good of a listener Timothy is?
Oh wait, I don't consent.
Timothy is
Can you
such
stop
a
doing it?
listener.
Because I said I don't consent. You're making
if you were to talk to him,
I don't consent. Why do you keep harassing me?
I'm sorry. You're right. No, you're right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just don't call Abby a fat bitch for no reason.
Fat bitch Abby.
Let's move on for that.
Fat bitch Abby?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, bet. We moved on.
Timothy, it's 50% of the teams. I checked on the NBA.
Probably right.
Gigantic, actually.
One of my quotas, by the way, for all-time players is can they play in other generations? Like Jordan could play now. Jordan could play whenever. I don't think Will Chamberlain could play. Like his basketball skills. Like he was just taller than everybody. They didn't have the 3-second rule. Like whatever. Like I think Will Chamberlain would just be an average center if he were to play like in the 90s. Like Hakeem Olajuwon would fuck Will Chamberlain up.
Do you know the other thing that's interesting is how much they got paid? I got to meet. I mean, a lot of them come here and they hang in our industry, and you meet some of these really famous ones, and maybe they made like $1 million, or a couple million. I mean, I don't know when the salaries. Yeah, when the salaries are like Dr. J was not paid. Like if you think about what the salaries are today, or even what they were 15, 20 years ago. These guys weren't making that kind of money.
Was still a lot if you compare it to now, I mean, they're obviously not getting paid as much as the new generation, but still, I mean.
They got endorsements. That's where, I mean, a lot of them made their money on it.
Bitch, endorse a gym membership. Shut up, bitch.
By the way, same with baseball.
What that?
Babe Ruth wouldn't even make a team today.
Yeah.
I just have to say, Azula is now officially my favorite person.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna let 2 white motherfuckers bully me. Like, no, this bitch is condescending as fuck. Also, when I came in here, Timothy. Also, when I came in here earlier, they were doing this little weird racist shit. They thought I was gonna pick. No, I'm actually.
Well, silence him.
That's unfortunate. That's totally unfortunate.
See, this is the thing. Y'all gotta allow people to talk, because when Abby be talking her bullshit like she tried with Jazzy, like y'all didn't have the same energy. Like I thought we were free speech and up in.
What is the issue with me? I talk to Jazzy a lot. What's the issue?
No, my issue is with you.
You just came in this room. You didn't know what we were talking about, did you?
No.
And this lady didn't shut up. So you don't know what we were talking about,
I'm
sweetheart.
talking about you. No, don't sweetheart me. Don't sweetheart me, sir.
Don't call me out.
Don't sweetheart me, sir, because you know what you said to me.
So, no, I don't know what happened between them two, but to be fair, I didn't move her down, but to be fair, we let her get her shit off, you know what I mean? But, you know what I mean? If you know what I mean, bro. Like, we let her get her shit off.
Yeah, I know. You
let her get her shit off, bro. So, I mean, at a certain point, you know what I mean? We gotta move on from this shit.
It was like
I get it.
The title isn't Abby versus Azula.
Yeah, it was like 20 minutes of it.
We let her get her shit off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so okay.
Like, grow up a little bit. We gotta get back to the conversation.
This type of shit.
What's that?
I just.
So you do enjoy this stuff, I fucking say.
Yeah, well, especially Abby's not worth it anyway. But Mandami's an American hero. Like, why are we arresting him?
This guy too.
He's not even fucking American.
What do you mean he's not American?
He's a national.
How is he? I mean,
do you understand what the naturalization process is? We're picking and choosing. We're talking about illegals.
He's American. How is he a hero? What the fuck has he done?
He's a fucking hero for New York, and I'm a New Yorker. So, are you a New Yorker?
I think he's like.
You sound like a faggot,
like.
You sound like a bitch, Ocean. Go suck 10 dicks.
You sound like a faggot. That's what you do for life.
And you don't even sound like someone who knows what the fuck you doing. You don't know. Have you ever pleased anyone sexually in your entire life? Have you had sex? Do you know? Do you know what that is?
Don't you?
Because I don't think anyone would touch you.
I don't think
So you know what's crazy? I think when it hits a certain time, I think people start crashing out on Clubhouse, because we was having some smooth conversations, and then I feel like 4 o'clock Eastern time hit at my time, and it's like, now we just ready to fry each other, you know what I mean? Throw insults, you know what I mean? It's like, is it time for some of y'all to go to sleep for real?
In all fairness, Timothy, we started talking about like who's the best basketball player of all time with a bunch of fucking sports weirdos. And that'll kill a room in a heartbeat. Now we don't know where we are.
Hi.
Where did that come from?
JJ loves me.
My fault. It's my fault. I was doing a laugh about LeBron.
All night long.
Why did I get moved down to
Well,
the
no, but I think it also came because talking about Trump making the comment and making the choice. I think that's how that.
Hi, sorry. Why did I get moved down to the comments?
Because you're a racist.
I'm a racist.
No, it had nothing to do with her being a racist.
What do you mean?
But
I don't know who moved you.
Azula, we let you get your shit off.
Wait, Henry, that's not true. You let a white man question me. That's what.
No, I mean this is a room. If you didn't want to answer the question, you would have to.
That's fine.
You could have stayed on mute just like when you was coming to Abby. She stayed on mute. So if you didn't want to answer the question, you could have just stayed on mute. But don't act like we ain't let you get your shit off too.
Yeah, but you're posing it as you had your chance to say white groups. No, it was.
So I mean, but we not there. You see that title at the top of the room, right? It don't say Azula.
Okay.
So we not.
We're
not going to send it. You know what I mean?
All right, it's cool.
Yeah, I wanted to get back to the topic of the room. But
JJ, how do you see the rent freezes benefiting any New Yorker?
The rent freeze is definitely benefiting New Yorkers. I mean, hello, it's by nature of not having to increase the rent, which is already sky high.
Right. So do you know?
Shut up, Mitch.
Oh, but that's allowed. This y'all fucking bogus.
How is that fair for the owners of the buildings and what have you? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that we have to do this thing where we can't act like everybody always wins. That's just not the world that we live in. We have to prioritize the greater good, and the owners who clearly have a certain level of financial stability versus the hundreds of people that they have, of the tenants that they have. I think we prioritize the tenants.
That's a big assumption. That's a big assumption to say that they're financially well off.
The owner of a building, the owner of a building, and I know several, they make good money.
I don't know about that. There's a lot.
You know broke people who own that. Come on, you know broke people.
Not broke, but they're not well off. They're just getting by. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, there are definitely a lot more. If you have tenants who are struggling and maybe late on their rent and things like that, you think that you should prioritize the owner versus and put them out on the street or the tenant?
If they're struggling and they're late on their rent, the guy's still paying his fucking mortgage.
Yeah, you still gotta pay it.
And his taxes.
He's paying his mortgage, but he's not getting compensated for the rent. And I'll give you, they're supposed to make a profit. They're providing a home, by the way. So they're taking the hit. They're providing a home. And normally how it works, let's just make the math easy. So like if the mortgage is $1,000, right, all in, right, taxes and everything, just $1,000, they'll probably charge the person $1,500, right? Because they're probably they'll make them probably pay for the utilities or whatever. But they're gonna the $1,500 will cover the $1,000 for their mortgage and the taxes, and they'll make $500 a month off it. But they're providing the thing, right? Now, if the mortgage rate, if the interest rate rises, they'll raise the rent. If the property goes up in value, they'll raise the rent. Shit like that, right? If they want to fix the house, update the house, put in a new washer and dryer, maybe put in a new kitchen, maybe do some other fixings around the house and update it, they'll raise the rent. But if you're going to make them rent freeze it, and their interest rate goes up, what the fuck? Now they got to pay the higher mortgage, but not make the money on the rent, and they're sure as shit not going to update the house.
How about if the boiler system goes out, Mike, or
that's what
the roof goes?
Shit, fuck that. Why the fuck would I get you a brand new fucking water heater or whatever?
That's what. Oh, go ahead, JJ.
No, I'm just saying. Are we? Are we? I just love. It's just this funny thing that conservatives do, where always the person who is the y'all glorify and glamorize like the wealthy, and it's really, really problematic in conversations like this.
I think we just heard your brain melt.
No, you don't hear my brain melt. It's 4:30 in the morning, and I'm here sitting in the room with a lot of people who are I don't know. Very strange, but I don't judge. I'm a leftist, right? Progressive, I don't judge. So,
Well, wait, hold on. I don't think we said anything that's totally out of the ordinary. We're just questioning why you think, because you're saying that we think that well, I don't know. I'm just saying, why is it odd for us to ask why do you think all owners of buildings are wealthy or well off? I mean, I don't know where that came from. I don't think that's very strange to ask, though.
no, I don't think that, Matt. I don't think that that's strange, but I do think it's strange when we are sitting here acting like there's not a major difference between um, the the abilities of a tenant and the financial access of a tenant versus the owner of the building. Like, oh, well, they have to pay the mortgage. Yeah, they're still going to be good. Whereas if you, the person, the tenant, is late on their rent, and then now you just want to put them out, like that's a whole different scenario.
First of all, how are they going to be good if they can't pay the mortgage? If they can't pay the mortgage, then they're going to have the property foreclosed upon. If they can't pay the taxes on it because the rent's not being paid, they're going to have a tax lien, and the tax lien will get foreclosed upon. So they can lose their investment, and then they could go bankrupt because they've lost their investment. The tenants, on the other hand, have very good tenant protection laws in the city of New York. One of the most comprehensive tenant protection legal systems in the country. So they're not going to get thrown out. They're going to have all kinds of notice periods and time, ability to cure after the notice before they're in full default. They're going to have the rights that the tenants' rights that are in place. So now you have a landlord that may be his life savings, that he bought a building as an investment, and now he's going to lose the building to the bank that he borrowed the money to buy the building because he has no revenue coming in.
And the tenants have no risk. It's all the owner. All the owner put all the risk in this, So I don't know, just like penalizing and criminalizing almost these owners just at first seems really weird. I don't know why that just comes across as weird to me, but
because he's never been a landlord.
And don't get me wrong, like I get what you're saying, like obviously.
There go you talking on me.
No,
you don't know me, Abby.
Hold on. Listen,
yeah, but him with these bum ass ain't gonna get her because he paid her to the wife.
Oh, my bad, yo. I'm out now. That's how. It's all right, bro. Most black bitches, they switch in a snap of a finger, bro. It ain't nothing, bro. It's a typical black bitch, bro.
Yeah, and I hope you get accused of rape by a white woman. I cannot lie. I hope you get accused of rape. I hope you think you and Abby.
Put your ass in the goo, then.
What?
Talk shit to me in the
Hope
chat.
he gets raped by a white.
Go remove her. Let her.
Yeah, no. She can talk shit in the chat, bro. She can.
That sounds awesome.
I want her to listen to all this, but so just back to the thing. I get it. Like rents are high. Like we should have a little bit more control. Over that. But I don't know. I guess maybe the approach is kind of odd to me. I don't think.
The original question was about fairness, and the point that I was trying to make is that if you're the judge, right, and you're looking, and I'm, legal, because we do this thing about legality, and we act like the law can't change. I'm just saying, if you're looking at the greater grievance, or maybe that's not the right word, it's legal, but if you're looking at the tenant versus the owner of the building, and you're saying, oh, but they're going to take a loss. If anybody's going to take a loss, it should be the owner. That's the point. Sometimes there has to be one or the other, not the tenant. That's why the laws are the way that they are, because guess what? If you lose we're going to lose your investment. Yeah, it's giving classes and elitists, because you know what? You lose your investment, the 9 times that I'm just being hyperbolic here, but more often than not, you lose your investment, you get another freaking investment. The tenant loses their if the tenant you kick the tenant out, they lose their home. Okay? So yeah, it's if somebody has to suffer a loss, it should be the owner. That was the point that I was trying to make.
One thing I'd like to say as someone that is in real estate is simply this. Hey, look, interest rates go up. You know, the owner of the house is locked into like a 15, 20, 30-year mortgage. It doesn't matter if the rates go up for everyone else. Their locks, their rates are typically locked, right? Unless they have like an arm or something, which most likely not. Most likely not. Right? No. Interest rate. Look, man. In 2020, 2021, 2023, we had historic lows for interest rates. People were getting, third mortgages refinancing at like 2-3%, bro. Like, period. Now they're like in the six, they're in the sixes, right? So they've doubled since then. But the homeowners with the fucking 3% rate, they don't care that rates are going up. They're not gonna raise the rent on their tenants because rates are going up. Their rates aren't going up. Rates are going up for everyone that's in the buying market. Secondly, there's protections out there. Insurance is out there for if a tenant doesn't pay. There's a rent guarantee insurance that has like a rent default coverage. I mean, like people in this room often talk about if people make choices, they should have done better. They should have known better. Well, shit. Well, in this circumstance, homeowners that are renting out to people, you should scream. You should have the insurances that are out there. There's protect out there. People aren't just automatically fucked. It's not like, a person in the situation. It does happen where you own a home, you rent, they don't pay. It happens, but it's not like there's no protections out there to safeguard people against these circumstances. There certainly are. So, let's just kind of be real here and call it like it is.
Keith, I'm being real because I actually do it also. And a lot of the commercial... On what side, Abby? From the landlord and representing the landlords. So a lot of the loans are commercial loans and they float. They're not all fixed. And you also have situations where, like during COVID, where you think everyone was in a honeymoon because they had a 3%, what you think was a fixed rate. You had laws in a lot of jurisdictions that didn't allow evictions whatsoever during COVID. We had landlords in different cities that were stuck with tenants not paying. The state put a moratorium on evictions during that period of time, and the tenant was shit out fucking no. Trying to collect on your insurance for your business insurance on that was not so easy, and the landlords had to float the money, and not everyone is so liquid in their businesses. It's not like these people necessarily have hundreds and hundreds of buildings. Yeah, sometimes they own one building,
I respect that. So for you, you're in the commercial side. I'm in the residential side. Right?
I'm saying commercial loans, but I've represented lots of landlords.
And I understand that. Like, for sure, landlords definitely got fucked on the commercial side. Because, people literally couldn't go into the office for like 6 months plus.
That's not what I was saying. They couldn't evict people in their buildings during COVID. You had states enacting laws
but during COVID, if you were a healthcare professional,
you missed what I just said.
I understood what you.
They had moratoriums in states that did not allow a landlord to evict a tenant, even if the tenant wasn't paying.
So
there was revenue coming in.
I'm very well aware of that. But here's what I'm saying. Most of these circumstances, if you're a commercial, if you own a commercial building, I'm not going to speak on that because you know more than I do, and I'll give you all the respect for that. So I'm not going to come on stage and act like I know more, because I don't. My experience is more so on the residential side. So you right on that. I'm not going to try to foster an argument against you. Speaking on the residential side, which I think the conversation was, more geared to, because there are people that weren't and still are not paying the rent to a landlord, or someone that owns a home that that they rent out to people, right? So there are protections there. I know exactly how they work, and at the end of the day, what happened in the commercial side, it wasn't a sort. It didn't happen just because people suddenly woke up one morning and was like, "I'm gonna fuck my fucking my landlord over." It was literally, I can't out of the commercial building. I have all this office space. I live in a city called Irvine, California. Man, beautiful high rises. Those shits, many of them still sit empty, right? Because of COVID. It was kind of a fucked up situation. But the mortgage companies, residential side, they did allow for a more on the payments, right? Oh shit, this is happening. You have these existential services. Okay, we're not going to, start the foreclosure process. We're going to give you 6. I've seen people 12 months from the lender, of not making a payment because of certain circumstances. So I'm pretty sure that same thing happened in the commercials.
But I'm not talking about I'm talking about residential properties owned by residential landlords that were not able to collect residential rents.
You said commercial.
No, I said the loans are commercial loans. Of course, when you buy a building, you're getting a commercial loan. When you buy a multi-unit building, it's a commercial loan that you're getting. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
No, it's not a commercial loan.
It's a commercial loan.
Individual. I was talking about an individual who owned a building. He couldn't collect any rent. Now you're talking about Irvine in California. Vast majority of those buildings owned by an Irvine company. It's a huge ass corporation. Abby's talking about an individual or a couple of people who own a couple of buildings or one building.
Irvine company owns the land, but they don't own the commercial buildings.
I'm not talking about commercial buildings. I'm talking about residential multi-unit building that is rented out. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not talking about single-family homes.
Yes, okay. The loan that the landlord acquired, when I said commercial loan, and it's usually a floating rate, is not. They don't get a residential loan. It's not a single purchase money mortgage like you would get as a homeowner. They're buying a building, so they go and they get a commercial loan to buy the building. Those loans usually are floating. They're not necessarily like a homeowner's loan that would be a fixed rate for 30 years. It's not that kind of loan. They're getting business.
Apartment complex.
Yes, exactly. And what point I was trying to make, and I gave an example of COVID, when you were saying in the year 22, 23, how low interest rates were. They were in fact low. However, and who knows when the building was bought, what the rate was when they bought the building. However, they couldn't receive the revenue from the tenants because the tenants were not paying and they were defaulting, and they were unable to evict them to then bring in other tenants. There was a moratorium that the state applied for the multi-unit building. That's what I was trying to say.
Sure.
You follow me now on?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Why was that applied?
Excuse me?
Why was it applied?
There was different states had moratoriums not to
because of COVID.
Because of COVID.
Yeah, because we were in a freaking pandemic. Let's just not act like.
I didn't say whether it was a good thing or a bad thing.
Okay, well, I just
no
want to make that
value
point.
judgment, Jay.
So
well,
don't put
I
it.
want to make that point. I want to make that
I
point.
gave no value judgment. I gave a fact, and the fact was supporting why there would be a crisis for the landlord because there would be revenue to pay the landlord's debts on the building.
That's why we pay
building.
That's why we pay taxes, and the federal government could have bailed them out, just like they bailed out the banks and the airlines
the state
and
was not
everything
bailing
else.
them out. They were not getting state money. They were not getting.
I understand that. What I'm saying is that they could have done that.
God,
they could have. They bailed out a lot of other institutions.
Point.
I heard what you said, because originally this is about something that me and nothing about, which you then jumped in on. So my point is, I understand that, but however, what is the greater? What would you have rather? Would you have rather them be allowed to just evict people and have them be homeless on the street and spreading COVID? Is that what you would have preferred, and what would have made your heart smile? Because I would not.
I know, because you're a communist, probably.
I gave no value judgment.
No, I'm just a human being with a heart and empathy.
What happened? I'm a business person, and I'm sharing what happened in business. That was it.
Look, if you sit your ass at home and you're not making money,
worldwide pandemic, right?
You're better off being on the fucking street. That's what you're better off.
I'm only going to be on the facts, there was something called the Emergency Rental Assistance, which $46 billion was allocated to that.
Yeah, you know how hard it was to get it. You know how impossible it was to access those funds. Do you know people that tried to get unemployment also, and the extra emergency money that was put into unemployment funds, and the impossibility of trying to access it through the state bureaucracy for businesses as well as individuals? I don't know if you experienced it. You're in California. In my state, which is a border state to your state, it was next to impossible for people to access.
Yeah, but if you look at it objectively, I mean, I'm looking at the stats right now. Like literally, this wasn't the case for the majority of people in those positions, right? Like literally, the stats say nearly 90% of people continued, like Class A apartment collections stayed near 95% through the worst of it, right? So you may have had
some. That's not a true statistic.
That's
not a true statistic. I know major landlords in my city that they almost went out of business because there was a moratorium and they had more short-term rentals. They couldn't evict and they couldn't get paid. So no, wasn't the case.
So the question would be why didn't they go out of business? I'm pretty sure they got some assistance. I mean,
no, they didn't go out of business because they had other investments.
40, and so then if you have losses, then you can balance your books with those losses.
And look, you're not wrong. However,
the only thing I'm saying, Abby, to people,
the landlord can lose their property if the revenue doesn't come in and they don't have a revenue stream.
Yeah,
that was the point I was trying to make.
In normal circumstances, that is the case. But with respect to COVID, I'm telling you right now, there were protections, there were guardrails.
Couldn't access it.
People did. $46 billion literally got paid out.
They could not access it when it was happening. They couldn't get through. Did you try to get unemployment or try to get money from the state when you weren't working?
I'm an entrepreneur. I've been for 20 years.
Okay, a lot of clients that couldn't get the state money. There was one phone number that couldn't get through.
I know a lot of people that got fucking loans or COVID loans that didn't need them whatsoever and got paid $200,000, $300,000.
A lot of fraud with it. No question.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the end of the day, though, the only point I'm making is yes, there are circumstances where people got fucked over, but there's also circumstances where people that possibly could have been fucked over got help and got assistance. I mean that's literally where you had the SBA coming out and giving these COVID loans that people took fraud. A lot of fraudulent cases that people heard about. But what did the government do? The banking system literally gave people money with little to to no scrutiny whatsoever. Like, it was super easy for some people just to get these fucking this money. So the government tried to respond. Of course, they were not as efficient as they could have or should have been, but there was definitely a response. But for someone sitting here saying, if interest rates go up, people should raise the rate, or if they want to, if the property value goes, they should raise the rate. That's that says to me that this person doesn't know how home ownership actually works.
Keith, it sunk. Our governor in our state, he ran for re-election and he lost. And one of the main reasons was because of how so many people were not able to access through the state system their unemployment funds and their emergency funds for sustenance, and how they had telephone lines that would ring. You'd have to be on hold like for hours and hours, and it was a clusterfuck in terms of how it was set up, and it actually is what tanked him in his reelection. So yes, for some there was too much going out, and you're right, there was fraud, but the general concept of owning an investment and not having a revenue stream coming in is going to hurt the person with the investment, and that coupled with being able to then pay your debt service, your taxes, your maintenance, and the other miscellaneous fees, expenses that go with the property, you could lose it.
And yeah, Keith, that was me that was talking earlier about this whole mortgage rate thing. Now, again, I think Abby kind of broke it down for you. It's not really, they have multiple units, but I will say this. I have a fixed rate mortgage, and I understand what you're saying. And if I were to get a tenant and I were to rent my house out to a tenant, right? And then let's say I choose to refinance my home. Now, when I refinance my home, do I get that same mortgage rate that I got back when I originally purchased the home? No, I would get whatever the new rate is, right? So yeah, they don't just raise rates on people that have existing mortgages, but if the landlord chooses to refinance, and the tenant's there, and all of a sudden they're refinancing, now they're paying a little bit more or doing whatever they have to do, they're going to raise it. And like I said, that wasn't just the only one. That was the upgrade. What about the upgrading of the buildings? If you're going to freeze these people's rents, why would they upgrade the building? What incentives do they have to upgrade a building?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and like if people are refinancing, if you have a 3% rate and you're gonna refinance, you're most likely gonna do what? You're gonna take cash out, right? You're gonna borrow against your equity.
Probably buy another unit.
Right. So at the end of the day,
get another mortgage.
The person certainly has the right to continue to cash flow that property and raise the rate, absolutely. But it's not like, I feel like, Mike, you painted the picture as, like, if the rates go up, they're gonna charge people because they have to. No, they're refinancing and they're gonna reinvest that money to make even more money. Their books at the end of the day, they're gonna be positive because they're taking that money to create another cash flow entity. So it's greed in that. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. I mean, there's nothing wrong. They certainly can, but it's not like this is something that a homeowner. Most homeowners are not going to get out of their fucking rate whatsoever.
Agreed. Agreed.
Because if you got 3%, okay, I'm gonna borrow. Why? You can get a loan based off of your asset, a loan, especially if you want to get a business loan. Most people that own multiple properties have an LLC, C corp, S corp, whatever. They can get a business loan based off of their assets. They guarantee against that loan without even having to raise the rate alone. So it's like there's so many ways to get capital to continue to build your real estate empire, without having to refinance. I mean, I think people, unless people refinance these days with low rates because they don't they're not they're not looking to have tenants. They're simply looking to like. Yeah.
Here's what I would say to you, Keith. It's not abnormal for landlords to raise rent. Like, I think Matt said it. There should be some. I guess there should be some restrictions. I agree with that. Like, I think in Florida, I haven't rented in a long time, so it's probably changed. But in Florida, like, depending on how you sign it, it's like you can't go up more than 5% in 2 consecutive years, and you can't exceed like 15% in like a 5-year max, or like some shit like that, right? Like you can't like there's restrictions, but you can still raise rent. But like you can't just fucking shoot it up 20% in 1 year. You know what I mean? So they kind of hold them back a little bit in Florida. I don't know what they do in New York, but again, like, let's go here, Keith. What do landlords have to keep their buildings up to date, or fix stuff, refurbish stuff, make sure that stuff is up to code, so to speak? Get on it when someone's shit breaks, right? Instead of just trying to keep fixing it, they'll just buy a new one. Fuck it, they'll just buy a new one, and your rent's gonna go up an extra $50 for the next 6 months until I get my money back from my washing machine I just gave you, right? But like, what incentive do they have to upgrade the unit?
Yeah, I mean to keep their tenants happy, because like if rent goes up, you have a tenant that's paying on time, that's living there. You can rely on them, which for any homeowner that's a fucking positive. You keep your tenants happy, and of course, dude, when you rent out to people and you set that price, a homeowner, you do. I mean, in like lease agreements, well, the ones that I have, we're expecting shit to, appliances or shit to break down. At the end of the day, it's my home. Someone else is just living in it, and I can't occupy it because I live somewhere else. So, I'm gonna up the house because when my son is ready to move in, he's gonna have, I'm not gonna do all the fucking, I'm not gonna have to replace 20-year fucking pipes, right? It's just gonna be, upgraded. And the tenants during that time that he's not living there are going to stay there, and be happy, right? Everyone's happy, So that's the incentive. And
Keith, what if you want them to? I mean, interrupt you, but what if you want, now your son's ready to live there, and you want those tenants out because your son's coming back from school or whatever and wants to move there? Do you know in New York you can't? You have to have this. What they have a new law is, when I said they have very intense tenants' rights there, you have to have good cause eviction. So you can't just evict them and say, I need my house back,
I mean,
or I'm not renewing.
Lease agreements. I can't speak for New York, even though I'm from New York. But I live in California and grew up here. Lease agreements are for a finite period of time, right? You renew the lease agreement on a year-by-year basis, but it's not like, hey, you can stay in my house in infinitude, right? It's like, you define the term in which the tenant can stay there, and then you say like it's a 2-year lease, a 3-year lease, etc. And so like that lease is over, the tenant is already expecting, and my lease is coming up again. This is all about making sure that you have the right tenant, right? That's kind of a part of the work that a homeowner has to do, should do. And they know their lease is up at a certain time, and so, hey, fuck, my lease is up. That happens to when my son's out of college. These are concepts to think about. And so I don't know what it's like in New York, but I mean,
well, in cities, in a lot of urban cities, not a lot, but I mean, there's many that have very strong tenant rights programs and laws. Things like if security deposits aren't returned within a certain period of time, you can get treble damages. You can get sometimes up to triple the amount of the original security deposit back, things like that. But you just have to be aware of it if you're in one of those jurisdictions.
I mean,
And
you
you're
can't get your
invested.
security deposit back.
No. If you don't get it back within 30 days or whatever the time period is under the statute, the tenant could have an automatic right to treble 3 times the amount of the original security deposit.
Right.
I mean, there's laws like that. You just have to know them if you're a landlord and you're renting out your house.
Sure.
And then like
so for a landlord though, you know, in California they have something akin to that, right? But like, so when I rented out, you know, luxury, like a nice apartment complex, you know, they try to take the security deposit and they were like, you know, we had to replace the carpet, so they had to like furnish the pictures of the carpet they had to like replace, which was like a small little patch, you know. I mean, it was like little shit. So we argued against it, and it got our deposit back. They didn't want to give us much, but the laws say that you have to provide proof as to why you're keeping that. Landlord has to provide proof as to why they're not returning that security deposit. It's a security deposit, and so if the landlord can furnish proof and you know the cost of like replacing the carpet, you know they're gonna take pictures and you know countertop was messed up. Yeah, you know they can hold on to it, but if they can't provide the proof, they can't. I mean, it's simple.
It's just a period of time that the damages would kick in, is what I was talking about. But good eviction can, if you have a holdover tenant where they're in a written lease anymore, and you know, or they're on a month to month, and you want to evict them because you need the property back for whatever reason, they can fight you on that. And in states or in municipalities with these strict tenant protection laws,
These squatters.
yeah, it's going to be harder for you to get your property back when you want it. I'm just saying that you should know that when you're leasing.
What's
Yeah, I mean,
everybody's favorite thing
there's
about
good, there's bad, but you know, like it's not just in like one way where like you know landlords are completely fucked, right? Yeah, I mean there are some instances to where you know landlords are put into bad positions, right? They certainly are, but that's not you know that's not like the norm, right? At the end of the day, there are like protections for both parties, period. And if people know how to navigate and like actually play the game, you know, whoever knows how to play the game the best, you know, comes out on top. In worst case scenario for like an owner, you know, you're gonna write those losses off. Like you certainly are.
Yeah, I'll agree with there. Playing the game is important. To anybody that hasn't spoken yet, new people on the stage, or to anybody in the room, Keith, you especially, or any of the new people here, we can just go around the room one at a time if you want. What's y'all's favorite thing about Trump? I got plenty. Keith, you want to start us off? JJ's not here. I was going to ask him. Timothy, you still here? What's your favorite thing about Trump?
My favorite thing is definitely that he's showed me how dumb, you know, people actually are in this country, right? They don't have the ability. Yeah, I mean, you know, don't have the ability to be, you know, objective, right? There are people that I know personally that are African American that love, you know, Trump. One of my, you know, one of my clients. And he's one of my good friends too. But I fucking other day he was signing a document. You know, no, it's not about what color you are, truly. But you know, he's super successful. other day I had him signing some documents. We need to turn it to the IRS, right? And he showed me this pen. It was like a Trump pen. I was like, dude, get that shit the fuck out of my face, right?
He had a Trump pen?
He had a Trump pen, dude.
He's a black guy?
Again, it's not about being. It's not about being whether you're black or not doesn't mean that you don't like Trump. It's about Trump's politics, right? That doesn't really have anything to do with. Well, it's not all about like what color you are, right? He likes Trump because he says that Biden pushed the trans agenda, and he's made more money under Trump than he ever has, right? So he has his reasons, but he ignores all the fucking dumb shit that Trump does, right? The going on social media and then threatening complete and total destruction of an entire.
Yeah, we did that, so whatever. What else?
No, he really. Trump literally went on Truth Social. It was like, he does all the time. It says the craziest, most deranged shit.
Was weird.
It's not
a liar for that.
It's
like, oh, another thing he lied about. He said he was going to destroy him all. He didn't. Liar.
It's not professional. It's not presidential.
What was your favorite thing about him? I forgot.
Yeah, that he exposes the dumbasses in this country.
Okay. That's a good one, I guess. We can get back to that.
Yeah, I love that about him. And his wife is hot.
She is a smoke show. The pan.
And his daughter that he said that he fuck is hot too.
He definitely didn't say that.
No, he literally did.
Yeah, for me, I think what I do like about Trump is, I really hate the LGBT. They was at a different letter every other day, and I do like his him, not being as the way the Biden administration or the even Obama administration, even Kamala Harris, like the way they were just pushing it, even in Africa, right? The way they were pushing it in Africa. I remember when Kamala Harris, she went to Africa. Even Obama tried to do it. Biden at one point, and just leave it. Just stop. You've already poisoned America with it. You don't need to poison the world with it. So I think the globalization of kind of pushing homosexuality rights or whatever, I think that's very nasty. Another thing too is, I think this is a problem where people don't understand that even Democrats, like people act like Democrats, no, there needs to be strong borders. I mean, anywhere you go, if you're an immigrant from another country, from wherever, I'm pretty sure you want strong borders in your country as well. Yeah, are you gonna let anybody in your country? And actually, some people. The ironic part about it is that so many people who want free immigration, just open borders, whatever. We're all global citizens mentality. Those same people, right? Let's say they're from a different country. Now they've been natural. They got their citizenship, and they became naturalized citizens, whatever. Well, the problem is that the ironic part about it is the country they come from, they don't have those same views. Meaning, their country, right? They probably have stronger immigration views. Meaning, like, for example, I'll give an example. Let's say, I'm just kidding, a random country. Let's say Turkey, okay? So you're from Turkey, right? Let's say I want open borders, whatever, right? A lot of Turks, they don't like, Syrians, and because it's political reason. I'm not gonna get to geopolitics, right? And they look at them as backwards, in certain areas, right? So if you were to say, I just give Turkey as a random example. If you say, I want to be able to come to America, right? Why can't they let me in? Why don't I just get a free visa? Why don't I just come in? It should be such a smooth process. Well, but you have such a strong affinity to Turkish nationalism to the point where you're not going to let the poor Syrian come in. So it's a hypocrisy, you know. When you look back at some of these people's immigration background, not mention another thing I was going to mention to their immigration, you start to notice, you go back to their ethnic background, ethnic origin, you find out they have even more radical, stronger views, more nationalist views than the average American, even the most strongest Republican I can find. So what I was going to say is, another thing too is, let's not forget, when we look at borders, right, this is kind of funny, like, why do we expect somebody to have such an affinity? Shouldn't they prioritize their own citizens, just like how the country you come from, you do want to prioritize your citizens? So I think in that sense, and I think at the end of the day, when it comes to immigration, it definitely needs to be vetted. If that's the case, then why do we have countries? Why do we have countries? We have countries and we have nations. We have civilizations because, in ancient times, before there was hunters and gatherers, when agriculture was invented, then after that, people need to protect that farm.
So you just don't like brown. You just don't like brown people.
Say it again. Sorry.
You just don't like brown people.
Me? I didn't say
Yeah,
that.
you just don't like brown. You just don't like brown immigrants.
No, I didn't say that. I just talked about national security.
Keith, isn't that what you're?
No, not at all. Well,
so you agree with strong borders, Keith?
I mean, strong borders are cool, but at the end of the day, like, where I live in California, like, I could swear that China is our mortal enemy, and fucking Chinese are fucking come here all day long because they have money, and so like it is like, what is it based off of? Immigration is about keeping poor people out.
Like
It's
Chinese
not,
are illegally immigrating?
No. It's called the golden ticket, right? You make a certain quote unquote investment and you get in. Your process is sped up. So people with money can get in to the country.
Well, we do that at theme parks. If you provide the extra pass at the theme park and pay for the upgraded ticket, you get to cut the line. But what was wrong about what Pan African said about borders?
I never said anything was wrong. I simply said that the entire thing is simply, it's not structured on fairness. Borders, anyone can get into the country with money, right? Look, the property values where I live in Orange County, California, have gone up dramatically because of immigration, right? And I love Chinese people. I love the culture. I love the food. Even though most of them are not most of them, but they're kind of rude. But a lot of houses sit empty in neighborhoods that are owned by Chinese, right? Their kids probably went to UCI, which has the most admissions from out of any university, at least in California. I would think the country, most admissions from kids from China. That's why we call it University of Chinese Immigrants, right? It's supposed to be the University of California, Irvine, but trust me, bro, I'm here all the time. I live here, bro. Like, it is fucking, bro. Like, there's literally streets where I live at in Great Park neighborhood that have houses. No one lives in them. Like, it's crazy, bro. And so to me, that's not a problem. But hey, if you got the money, you can skip in front of the line.
Okay. Rob, what's your favorite thing about Trump? What'd you ask me? Ask her too. What's your favorite thing about Trump?
When he's not speaking.
Solid answer. I love when he talks, bro. It's fucking hilarious. What's wrong with you? Could you imagine if Rob? I mean, come on, Rob. Could you imagine if Trump never spoke? It'd be horrible.
We might have a half decent friend.
Oh, Mike, I just want to add one other thing. I just remember my point real quick. Sorry.
Fucking let him have it, Van Africa.
Yeah, real quick. Let me just give you guys two other points. Also, there's something called a social contract that I think people don't talk about, right? There's unhidden social contract that I think most Americans, I would say, would have. But now it's getting blurred, so I don't know what a social contract is anymore. But
wait, unhidden, unhidden.
So I said unhidden. I'm sorry, hidden contract. Sorry, I'm reading some. I'm doing two things. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Hidden contract. It's just unwritten contract. Sorry.
Social contract.
Unwritten social contract.
Where's BMO when you're talking about this?
Yeah. So there's certain cues, certain social values, certain way of doing things, right? That but I hate to say it now. I don't know what it is. And when you're importing different type of immigrant groups from different cultures, which some Americans would call backwards. I know it's a temptation because you go to certain countries, America, when you go to their country, whatever.
Van Africa, how old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm in my 30s. But
we're talking like we're in the fucking 90s, buddy. I know you're a little young, but we have a certain way of fucking doing things around here, and they don't fucking do it.
So, no, this is the thing, Mike, right?
What you trying to say?
This is the thing, right? So, when you're importing so many different type of immigrants, right? They bring certain values that they have, right? That doesn't align with American values, right? So when they come to America and their population grows and different groups come here, it starts to blur the lines for what's American values, right?
No.
I think that's one negative thing. Especially if they come from a troubled country or a war-torn country, that's problematic, right?
No, I think you find out real quickly which which stuff you bring in that we don't like, and which stuff we adopt.
Well, Mike, you won't be able
to do it. We adopt other cultures and we make it fit into our own, right? Like we adopt.
Well, Mike, what I'm saying is,
if it's a good quality.
But what I'm saying, Mike, if it's just free borders, because let's be honest, right? Immigrants tend to have more children on average than certain people when they come to America, right? Let's just say open border. I'm just giving an example. Yeah. So let's just say it's open borders and it's just so liberal, right? Everybody just comes in.
No country in the world operates like that.
We see it in Minnesota with the Somalis, right? We're seeing their cultural values are winning, right? And they got away with a lot of it, right? We see certain pockets of them, they are. Okay, so we're not going to pretend like this is not happening. It is happening. But the another thing I want to bring up, this is very important, right? When we talk about immigration, right? And values, right? Whatever. For your sake of your own country, wherever come, right? The brain drain, right? You're coming to, right? Right? Instead of coming to America, and this is the funny thing, they call themselves national, whatever. Why don't you go build your own country? You complain about their country, whatever. Well, somebody has to be like how Americans are in America. They're working on their country, and you need to go and work on your own country. So, for the immigrant, just to give the immigrant like a pointer for himself, him or herself, if you want to build your own country, you're coming to America to help whatever. Sometimes you're coming, whether you're the brighter mind or not the brighter mind, whether you're a refugee or asylum seeker, or whether you're just a student, whatever. Regardless, though, wouldn't it be better to build your own country?
Fuck yeah! What do you gotta say to that, you liberal wussies?
I'm just saying, you guys are coming to another country to build another country. I mean, well, some of you are not. Some of you are coming from crime. I'm not going to lie. Some of you guys, maybe you have some that come here to contribute. They might go into NASA. They might go to Google. They might go to, for-profit company. They might
they probably came the right way.
Yeah, for example, Steve Jobs is Syrian.
Fucking love those immigrants.
Yeah, Steve Jobs has a Syrian background. So, yeah, he built a $1 trillion,
Not that hard. I agree.
Yeah. So, it's possible. We've seen it.
Why move to a country and the first thing you do, literally the first action you make in that new country is to break a law when you go across the non-port of entry? I don't care where you cross the border at. Go ahead, D. D, what's your favorite thing about Trump?
I just want to chime in on the last part of this statement.
All right, but don't forget your answer.
My favorite thing about Trump is...
No, you can chime in first, but just don't forget your answer.
Yeah, my answer is that statistically, immigrants commit less crimes than natural-born citizens, and that's a stat. So, look it up.
Say it again.
And immigrants commit less crimes than natural-born citizens do.
Oh.
And they're a net positive for the economy. I work in labor economy.
It's not true.
And they're very helpful for our workforce. So, my favorite thing about Trump is it has helped me find the people in my friend group that are propagandized and low information, and it's created conditions where we can try to help them like find resources and educate themselves.
Huh. Y'all always do that thing where you leave out that word illegal when you say immigrants. You always do that thing because illegal immigrants versus non-citizens. Illegal immigrants, 100% of that.
How far back does your family go?
100% of them are criminals. What do you mean? What do you mean? What does that mean?
The immigrants that come here commit less crimes than natural born citizens. Like, that's a
100%
fact.
of illegal immigrants have committed a crime. 100% of them.
You're choosing to make a distinction that is actually the most un-American thing you can say. Like, we are, like, give us your tired and poor. Like, we are the best of, like, come here and let's go.
Through a port of entry and welcome to America.
The people that make it through commit less crime than, like, people like you and people like me. We commit more crimes than they do. And that's a fact.
Let's say you were getting married, and let's say that people just snuck into your wedding. Like, they just snuck in. And you're like, well, fuck, you're already here. Or would you want to know who's coming to your wedding? Or let's say you have a business, or let's say you have anything else. Let's just use the wedding example. And all of a sudden you're at your reception, and there's like 50 people. And you're like, who the fuck are y'all? Wouldn't you be kind of pissed? They're drinking on the open bar. They fucking might have gotten a plate, get some cake, fucking cutting a rug.
I'm a business person, and I'm talking about, like, macro stats. And they get less crime, and they improve the economy. They make the country better when you look at every number. And you have your, like, redneck, anecdote, which I'm not completely following, but immigrants do make the country better, and they always have.
Agreed. I agree. Legal immigrants make the country great. I love immigration. That's what makes this country beautiful, actually. We're one of the only countries in the world that's constantly creating, like, new types of people, if you really think about it, right? Like, it doesn't even matter who kids have kids with now. Like, everyone's kind of mixed, right, in this country. But, like, they're legal. Does that make sense? Like, legal immigration is so much different than illegal immigration. It's just different. I hope you understand that. Going through a legal port, like, let me ask you a question, D. If you're, I don't care what country it is, but if you were to go move to a country, let's just say you're going to go move and live into another country. Just pick one, you don't have to say it, just pick one in your head. Would you just, like, go there? Like, would you go to the country next to it and, like, sneak in? Or would you, like, legally immigrate to that country? I'm just asking you.
You're asking the question from a, like me personally, like, I've lived so much privilege because I've lived here that I haven't, like, suffered. Like, some of the people are, like, actually refugees, and
but they can legally come in. They can legally, if they're a refugee, they can go to a port of entry and they can apply just like everyone else.
Which ones are refugees?
And I'm saying that's great, and we should do that. Like, we're the bastion. Like, I think that you miss the, like, plot and, like, the theme of the country is, like, we welcome you're tired and weary, like, come here and we got you.
He specifically said that.
You welcome the
He specifically said that. He welcomes it. We welcome it.
And they make us better.
But we have immigration laws.
We take advantage of them.
We have immigration laws.
Right, we do take advantage of them, D. That's the problem. We shouldn't be allowed to take advantage of them because they shouldn't be illegal in the first place.
and we have laws that will penalize the company has to pay a fine if they're hiring someone.
There's no
I'm with
teeth
that
to
too.
that. You're
DeSantis
the
was in
corporate
Florida.
shill.
DeSantis went after the companies.
You're like, there's no teeth behind the fines for employers. So like, there's
Would you like me?
We'll agree there. They should go.
Yeah, there are teeth behind the fines.
They
and
do
people
get
get
fucked up,
fined.
but like it should be.
Yeah,
it should be
they
proper.
absolutely do.
What's the largest fine ever handed down? Like, it's not significant. Like, I work in the employment.
25,000 on per. Let me pull up the statute.
It's not enforced. Like, it's not enforced.
It surely is enforced.
For the right people.
It's enforced in my industry. Not even a question. It's enforced. And you can lose your license.
By and large, it's not enforced. I mean, look, you have to understand, like in the economy, where do illegal immigrants work? So in California, they work in agriculture, like meat packing, like warehouse work, look.
So
they're
advocating for the exploitation of people for cheap labor.
Look, the corporations. The corporations are doing that. The corporations are the ones that are doing that.
We're exploiting them.
Yeah,
we're exploiting them for sure.
No, we should lock down the
less
borders.
crimes than natural-born people do, and they improve the economy. Like, it's a net gain for us. It's literally racism that prevents us from like having a reasonable discussion about like the bureaucratic steps to gain are outrageous, and they're like not reasonable.
Yeah, see, that's an insane topic.
So, do you want to know the offenses? The first offense is 698 to 5,057.9 per worker. The second offense goes up to 13,946 per worker. The third or subsequent offense can go up to 27,000 per worker. You can also have criminal penalties. Then there are fines.
How many times has it been enforced? And like, it doesn't.
I'm going to answer you. May I answer you? May I answer you? I happen to be connected.
You're gish galloping, and I'm saying
I didn't get to answer you. Did I? Did I answer it? I'm connected with a regulated industry. As a result of the industry being regulated,
as a result with what you're saying.
You're not familiar with my industry, and as a result of it being regulated, they would lose their license to operate. If they
hypothetically they would, but like, what is the percentage?
My God!
Like how is it
hypothetically? It's not a hypothetical. They are regulated. They are compliant. There's compliance departments specifically.
You're saying we have a process document somewhere, and hypothetically this is.
It's not hypothetical.
It is absolutely. Again. Give me the stat. Then stat of how many employers get like sued for. How many employers get fined for employing?
You would lose your license to operate.
Hold on. This is cap. Well, Abby might be true, but I just want to let the audience know that I lost my job to an illegal immigrant, and I believe that illegal immigrant is still working at that job to this day.
And if that illegal immigrant is working there, that employer should be fined.
Forcing Timothy to run the streets again.
Yeah.
But that illegal immigrant is giving him, lesser overhead. That's why. That's why he did it.
Maybe $12 billion a year in Social Security that these quote-unquote illegals get taxed because they get paychecks, and they certainly do, and they pay into SSI, and they'll never receive it. So the government, I'm looking at the stats right now, $12 billion a year.
Yeah, they pay car insurance when they get cars. You think that they comply with? I mean, there's so much to unpack. I am telling you from the employer end that if you're in a regulated industry that has compliance obligations, and you are hiring illegals, you will lose your earnings and you will not be able to operate.
Well, you're just wrong. Like, doesn't happen in practice.
That's not true at all.
It doesn't happen in practice. Like that might be the letter
I
of the
just
law.
said
But
in my industry it happens.
No, you didn't say
My
your industry. You
industry,
said if you're in
which
a
is a
regular,
very
you
big
said if
industry.
you're in a regulated industry. You didn't say my industry. You said if you're in a regulated industry.
I said in a regulated industry, which is the industry that I am involved with.
But they're not.
And not have
industries that
illegals.
are
And each
regulated.
property has
Your
about
industry or
4
my
to
industry,
6,
just deport all
4 to
inbreeds,
6,000
even the
employees.
I have to realize Abby is talking legally. In essence, hold on. In essence, what she's basically saying is no different from a 19-year-old walking into the liquor store and they buy some liquor and it was able to get that liquor. Technically, it's fines, XYZ if they get caught, but like you guys are saying, we all know that they're going to sell that liquor and ain't nothing happening to them. So, that's what it is.
Modi, stop using drugs.
Yeah,
And
look, I
start
agree with
deporting
that.
all Islamists.
I agree with that from the get-go. I said they should go after the companies harder. I'll agree with you guys there. They should make it. That's how you go get them, right? Similar to what we're doing with Iran, by the way.
Well, the problem is, Mike, a
Go
little
after-
bit
go
when
after
you
the
have
companies
like
and honchos.
culinary unions and you have unions that some of these get affiliated
But what
with.
they're not, but Abby, what they're not getting, and this is what I want Keith to unpack, and Dee, you can jump in here too, because these are talking points you guys are using. Like Keith, you're like, they get paychecks. So you just say that thing, right? You're like, oh, they get paychecks.
Like, my point is, like, they make the country better because they improve the economy and they commit less crimes than we do. So what the fuck is your
Dude,
problem?
I don't even understand. Like, there's so much to prove you wrong on just the whole crime thing.
Like, statistically, like, those are stone cold things. Like, look it up.
100% of illegal immigrants have committed a crime. 100% of them.
Okay, that's a distinction. You're like,
see, that's what
that's
you're
like
saying.
like,
Like, they're people in America.
crime. Like, I don't give a
There's a whole bunch more Americans than are
about like.
Okay, I'm going to finish with this because it's very frustrating. And I didn't want to dox. I did not want to dox, but I'm going to dox here. Okay, I'm involved with the casino industry. You cannot work at a casino without proper documentation. And you will not, the property itself could lose its license. You have to, it's very, very strict laws that regulate both under state and federal law. And it's illegal for any employer to hire an undocumented worker and to secure employment at a property, at a resort. The applicants pass extensive vetting processes to prove their legal authorization to work.
Casino industry.
Okay.
I work for a highly regulated industry.
So I just gave I didn't finish.
Healthcare industry.
I didn't finish. A heavy state regulation in
I
the
hire
state.
thousands of people a year in healthcare, which is more highly
No,
regulated.
it is not more highly regulated than the gaming industry.
We're off topic.
It's not. I'm just explaining to you that they don't hire. If they hire, they'd lose their license and they would be fined.
Well, look, no, we're getting
Can I ask
caught up
you,
in semantic shit.
Is Pepe there?
We're getting caught up in semantic stuff here.
Is Pepe there? Can I ask a question?
If you're a contractor, hold on, everybody. If you're a
One
contractor,
mic, man. Don't make me have to start moving y'all.
What happened?
I said one mic. Don't make me have to start moving y'all, because y'all, it's 3 people talking at one time.
Well, yeah, I'll turn it over to the lady here in a second. I just wanted to say this real quick. We're getting caught up in the mud. We're playing in the mud, D. Hold on, D. We're playing in the mud here. Regulation or not. If you're like a contractor and you have a license and you fucking get caught hiring illegals and they have to deport a couple of them, boom, you'll maybe get your license suspended for 2 years. And you'll get a fine. Now, the fine might not be as significant as you want, but he lost his license for 2 years. So that the business he could have had for those 2 years, he doesn't get now because he got his license suspended. Shit like that will happen. In Florida, they definitely crack down. But again, we're playing mud. Keith said a point, and I think he backed it up. He said paycheck. You're like, oh, they contribute to society. They do this. They pay all these taxes and shit. And when people say they pay taxes, they're talking about sales tax, like when they buy shit, right? That's what they're really talking about. So you say paycheck. The only ones getting paychecks are these ones that have these EIN numbers, these other kind of weird numbers, right? These numbers that make them technically not illegal. They're not like a naturalized or however they word it. Wording, they say like they're non-illegal citizens or some shit like that.
Non-illegal aliens.
Not yet. Something weird. Yeah, it's something weird like that. They word it weird, but technically, they're paying, and we know who they are, and it's like 5% of them. I think it's like up to 8% of all of the illegal immigrants have that kind of number. So you're like, oh, they're paying the taxes. No, they're not. Tax thing you're talking about is the sales tax, and they like buy shit. These companies they're not getting paycheck. How do they open a bank account? Were they getting direct deposits? Were they getting a paycheck? They're going to cash the cash.
You never heard of a ITIN?
I just explained that. I just explained that.
Yeah. So they actually are getting paychecks.
It's like 300,000 people.
No, it's not. There's millions of people.
There's people that are regulated. There's people that are regulated by different laws of the land, and so they gain access to certain things and certain documents or whatever. That has nothing to do with like. I'm sorry, but that has nothing.
You said 1,000, but it's 3 million, right?
Yeah, I missed Sorry, but still 3 million of how many illegal immigrants are in the country.
Hey, let her finish. Let her finish.
It's like 8%.
Let her finish. You were wrong. Let her.
The point is, the U.S. has a lot of different ways to get in here, right? It's just the way it is. But if you're illegal and you're here, and you know you're illegal, if you know you're illegal and you're here, I would suggest just leaving, because ICE does not make any sense. Let's just get to the point, right? Like this whole like contract. But then back to the Mamdani question, like, should Mamdani be arrested? Like, for what?
Federal law, U.S. Code 18112.
For incitement to violence.
Inciting violence?
Pull up the law.
Inciting violence against Jews, and he's specifically targeting the Jewish state. So by doing what he's doing, he's creating an environment.
He violated U.S. Code 18.
Can we prove that Netanyahu is Jewish?
Excuse me?
Fucking ridiculous.
Not knowing how to sit at a desk.
Is it, who am I answering, lady or D? Who asked this?
No,
U.S.
Who asked this?
Lady?
I asked this. Can we prove
lady,
that he's Jewish?
Google, because I had it in the chat. It's too far back for you to find it now. U.S. Code 18112. Okay?
Yeah.
And that's what he violated.
Hold on, I just want to acknowledge there's 2 D's on the stage. It's a fake D and a real D. I want to hear from the real D. My nigga D. You're not the real D, brother. I meant D Smith.
Something have a double D?
Yeah, I'm the same D that got into a lot of arguments. But yeah, someone could finish land their plane. Yeah, okay, I'll chime in then. As a medical worker, when we talk about immigration, you guys don't recognize or even understand how bad this is affecting our. And I can understand like where liberals come from, because you got from a moralistic standpoint, an ethical standpoint. We have to save the world. We have to help these people. We need to bring these people in. What are we going to do about them? It's America's fault. So with them, I get that way. Like, you guys have a very big heart for the world, but we can't help the world. When you think about illegal immigrants coming into the country, you don't understand that it's exploitation. People don't understand. Illegal immigration is complete exploitation. They don't pay the system, nor does the company pay them a livable wage. It's a cheap labor trap. While you look in California, you have South American people working in farms, making pennies on the dime, $4 doing slave labor, and they threaten them, telling them that they're going to tell ICE if they were to speak out about it. You guys don't talk about the rape and abuse of illegal immigrant little girls, and they're always threatening on their head that ICE is going to come and get them, and they're going to be deported back to their country, where it's even more worse. But you guys are more focused on trying to help people, but don't understand that by bringing in illegal immigrants and let it in, you're bringing more problems than you're actually solving them. So I'll land my plane very soon. The biggest issue I see with illegal immigration in the United States is that there's no census of who's coming in and who's coming out.
This is
And
exactly
look
what
at
the
medical system,
Palestinians
right?
did
So
to
let
Israel.
me land. I'll land my plane. You don't understand, right? Until you get hit by a car, until you get injured by an illegal immigrant and you can't get your due insurance back, right? Until you get killed by an illegal immigrant and suddenly they can't find the person. There's no DNA matching until you work in the medical facility and the hospitals are overrun, and you have all these people but you have an American citizen who's injured, but you have the illegal immigrant who's in, and now that's one less American citizen who gets the help from the medical facility. So let's talk about these other issues instead of just looking at it from a moralistic justice standpoint. Thank you, guys.
Whatever you do, don't turn those illegal immigrants. Don't turn those illegal immigrants into refugees. Whatever you do.
What a great fucking idea to go to that guy. I don't know who the fuck is trying to talk right directly after that shit. D, way to fucking nail it, dude. How can anyone argue with that?
I can.
Yeah, just give it a fucking shot here. I'm ready to run through a wall for this man.
Did you want to go?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, whatever you do, don't turn those illegal immigrants into refugees, because a perfect case in study is what happened in Israel with the Palestinians. You turn into refugees, and then they turn against you and stab you in the back. So just be careful with that, eh? Treat it with respect. Send them back to where they came from. That's what I say.
That a boy.
Yeah, that's the same guy that said, and by the way, whatever the lady said, Mondami violated, that's a farce. Looked it up, doesn't exist. But the gentleman that just spoke said that Mondami criticized.
112 does exist, but it doesn't relate to what she said.
It totally relates to what I said. We read it in the room. We played a video, an audio of a lawyer explaining it.
It has to be. It's 18 USC 112. By the way, it's not 8. It's not 1812.
I didn't say 1812. I said U.S. Code 18, Section 112, dealing with
protects foreign officials.
Yes, and you can't threaten. You can, and he's already violated the threatening component of it.
No, that's not what it says.
Yes,
I'm not looking at it. But
read the law. Read the statute. Read it out loud. Read it out loud. Matt read it out loud earlier.
I'm literally reading it. Okay, I will read it. But one thing I want to say before I do that is that the fact that gentleman was like, he threatened Israel. What? He should be arrested because he so-called had exercised his First Amendment right, and he didn't threaten Israel. He simply spoke the truth about, Bibi. But he should be arrested for so-called saying something. Dude, grow a pair of balls.
Yeah, he should be arrested for threatening a foreign.
This is America.
He should be arrested under that statute.
Fucking mayor.
Read the statute. Read the law. He threatened violence, and he threatened an arrest against a foreign national.
The law says he didn't threaten it. He simply said that he said no.
He said, "I'm going to."
Let him land. Go ahead, Keith.
Thank you, brother. The mayor can't arrest BB himself. He said he should be arrested because he committed war crimes. What he did is he was exploring authority. He didn't act on it. Acting on it is what the statute actually says is an offense. Mondani can say whatever he wants. If he had actually attempted to do so, okay, now we can talk about bringing charges.
The law says, read the law. It says threaten, okay, or harass foreign officials.
Okay, here's the law, people.
Yeah. The statute extends concurrent federal jurisdiction alongside state laws to protect U.S. foreign nationals.
Okay, I want to read it out loud. Okay,
it's actually 18 arrests.
18 USC Section 112, protection of foreign officials, official guests, and internationally protected persons. A. Whoever assaults, strikes, wounds, imprisons, or offers violence to a foreign official guest, or internationally protected person, or makes any other violent attack upon the person or liberty of such person, or if likely to endanger this person's liberty, makes a violent attack, da da da.
That would be using a police force.
No, that
Yes,
using the police
that's
force
using
is
a police force is taking someone's liberty. That's exactly what that is. If you arrest, you take liberty from someone. That's the legal definition.
It says whoever assaults strikes wounds. It doesn't say who says they should.
No, it's if he instructs his police. Keep reading though. It's all in there. Keep reading.
So I will let you. So
When you finish, whoever
will
interrupts while he's finishing, I'm sniping you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, here's section B. Number 1. Intimidates, coerces, threatens, or harasses a foreign official, which I think you're talking about, or an official guest, or obstructs a foreign official in the performance of his duties. 2. Attempts to intimidate, coerce, threaten, or harass a foreign official or an official guest, or obstruct a foreign official in the performance of his duties. Like, Mandami, he didn't intimidate.
It was the word attempt.
whatsoever.
You used the word attempt. So he attempted to do that, didn't he?
No, you can put the statue inside a
he didn't attempt to do it. He simply.
Yes, he did. He actually made it vocal. He actually went on air and he said, "I'm going to use all my jurisdiction to bring the case to Netanyahu and have him arrested."
And there is a real threat. There is a real cause for Mandami saying that, right? He didn't intimidate or threaten him without cause.
No, when the country doesn't sign up to the ICC statute. Your country doesn't sign up to the ICC statute, so what jurisdiction does he have? No, you don't.
No, we don't.
No, you don't.
Bro,
no, you don't.
No, first of all, we don't. Look, first of all, Mandami was exercising. He was exercising his constitutional right to speak freely, and he simply said what he wanted and planned to do. That was well within the law. He didn't threaten them outside of the law. He cited the fact that Bibi he absolutely is a war criminal.
It hasn't been determined.
Even people in Israel do not like Bibi. We all know that he has used the Palestinian plight to gain favor and keeping Israel under a constant threat of terroristic attacks.
Oh my God!
Now, I mean, this is true.
No,
I mean,
it is false. It is false.
So was he not brought under charges? Was
Bibi no jurisdiction.
Was Bibi not brought under charges in Israel? Was Bibi not brought under charges, corruption charges in Israel or not?
One mic on Peter.
Okay, sorry, I waited long enough for this, but I see this unbearable for me because.
If anybody interrupts Peter, I'm sniping you.
Really respectable Prime Minister in comparison to other peers of his, like Mullah or some other Middle Easterns. If he needs to be arrested, they need to be massacred. Mullah, you know what I mean? This is bullshit. This is a political bullshit. I love him. I love.
What did he say?
You say massacre again?
He says bullshit.
To eliminate Mullah, I couldn't.
He basically says that he loves Netanyahu.
Instead of me, I was weak enough not to be able to overcome my own challenges. He is doing it for me.
He basically says that he loves Netanyahu.
And that is none of your business. Shut up. You are an asshole Mullah, Ali.
Peter, will you say massacred one more time? Say massacred.
Like, we stop Case to Peter the bullshit around.
So we make fun of people.
Who is we in this? You are not a we. You are
Peter's my friend.
alone in this, Ali. You are going to be done soon. I promise you.
It's
alone. You're alone. Fully alone.
after you
Did you hear about what happened after United States teamed up with Israel? And did you hear what happened afterwards?
After you finish reading 18, then after you read that statute, you can then read after 8.
What's wrong with y'all, bro? What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
I'm trying to interject here, and I've been quiet all night.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe. They got you fucked up, bro.
Before that joke, did Peter say massacre?
Shit.
No,
Yeah,
I mean if you want to, for example, arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, then you need to kill all the mullahs. With that logic, you know, if you want to be this strict about the law, then you need to be that strict with everybody else too. The people who put their own people in front of automatic guns need to be done in the worst way for the story of the history.
Agreed. Just say massacre.
They don't belong on this planet to breathe in. They all, speaking about arresting of Benjamin Netanyahu, they don't belong on this planet. These people don't belong on this planet, in my point of view.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Peter.
She asked me to...
Yeah, hold on.
Sorry about that.
Man, y'all gotta hold up. Look, everyone's been talking all night long about me.
Love you, Joe.
This is a clear violation of the Logan Act by Mamdani. If there has ever been a clear violation of it. And he's been referenced already for investigation by the DOJ.
Well, the Logan Act we can push back against as well, but I do want people in the room to understand why this statute that the wonderful lady put up as why he should be arrested, and I'll explain it. So Section A requires an act, right? It requires an act like an assault, a strike, a wound, imprisonment, offer violence, right? So none of that occurred. Subsection A covers attempts, but criminal attempt requires a substantial step towards commission, right? So that didn't happen. One second. I'll be
Intimidated. That's in the law. Read it.
I read the subsection B is more interesting. Okay, so this is about the threatens and intimidates are there. Okay. Could publicly announcing an intent to arrest count? No, for two reasons. First, hold on. Hey, first, threatens. In this statute, it's read against his neighbors. Okay, so what that means is assault, violence, and coercion. As a threat of harm, right? Not an announcement, right? Second, subsection D especially carves out the First Amendment activity. So political speech about a foreign leader is the core protected speech.
It is absolutely no jurisdiction.
Man,
no, buddy, you're so
when
off.
It's inflammatory.
You're so off. You don't know how to read law. You don't know how to read law. You don't know how to read the statute. And along with that statute, take a look at U.S. Code 227423. 227423. Take a look at that statute.
We'll go to, so now you're putting
and that's the American servicemen or members. I know, because both statutes taken together.
Okay,
we don't recognize the ICC. It is illegal to act on behalf of the ICC. No, read the again 22 USC 7423. 22 USC 7423. We do not. We have never in our history taken anyone into custody, arrested someone, or done something on behalf of the ICC.
Wait, who
ever
violated the Logan Act?
I'm sorry, it's a lie, but if he.
So once again, look at that statute.
Logan Act. If
look at 22.
Netanyahu would have to be a U.S. citizen. So
exactly.
7423. U.S. Code 22
There's
US Code
nothing that stops you from
2270.
having your First
No one is
Amendment right
listening.
in the United States of America.
Oh my God.
Nothing
Read
that
the
stops
case,
you from
read the
having
statute.
First,
The reason
and
we.
if it does, then there's a Second Amendment that tells you to put your.
Babe, there's a reason we have this the particular statute and Congress enacted it because we wanted to distance ourselves completely from the ICC. U.S. Code 227423 is part of the American Service Members Protection Act. I'm making it up. I'm reading the law.
You're making up and reading it. That's what you just said. What is wrong with you?
I am reading the law. It explicitly prohibits all U.S. federal, state, local government agencies and entities from assisting, cooperating with, or providing support to the International Criminal Court in response to any of its requests, investigations, or proceedings. The statute restricts government interaction across several key areas, prohibition of assistance of U.S. entities, including local police, courts, and state departments cannot extradite or transfer individuals to the ICC or execute arrest warrants. There you go. That is U.S. federal law.
And so
I just made that up.
Abby, he didn't arrest Phoebe. So how did he violate this law?
Answering in Florida, I can have a normal conversation with you. Florida, that's the first statute. And then the second statute, after that makes it clear that we can't have anything to do with the ICC. The second statute gives the diplomatic immunity, and it says that even if you attempt or you harass or you intimidate or you show an intent to intimidate, you are in violation of 18. So I just read you 20. And then we read 18 before. We didn't read the full statute because he redacted what he didn't want to have read. We have a audio that's a 1 minute audio that Matt played earlier. I could try to put it back in that.
For all the new people that are regular people and just waking up?
Perhaps, and you can hear the audio of a lawyer breaking it down.
So
do you follow me? You follow me, Florida? Those are the two federal statutes. They came into place. Congress enacted them because we made a choice to distance ourselves.
I hope that I can find me a wife.
Florida.
That's as loyal to me as Americans are to Israel.
Then Florida, there is Todd Blanche.
Ain't no wait a second. I want to hear from either Florida or Rob. I'm just y'all could think who go first, but then I'm just engaging in a conversation with Abby real quick. All right, if you want to engage with Abby, then Rob gonna get his shit off.
All I said is this: I hope that I can find me a wife that's as loyal to me as some Americans seem to be to Israel. Some Americans have no ability to criticize that nation and government even when it's warranted.
That's an incredible situation.
Don't forget about Joe.
When you wish upon a star, just make sure you want who you want.
Joe, you look at those other two statutes.
Hello, ladies. Get back to Abby, please.
I don't think everybody want to hear Abby talking rumble.
I'm trying to figure out exactly what we're getting at here. Mamdani should be arrested for violating Section 22 U.S. Code 7423. Is that what Abby's saying?
That and
it's not a criminal statute. You don't know what you're talking about, Abby.
I didn't finish. That lays the foundation of our distancing from any dealings with the ICC.
Okay, so now
U.S. Code 18112 lays out the
which again, I proved that he didn't violate.
And then the third thing, Florida, is that Todd Blanche signed a opinion as our Attorney General with respect to this as well.
It's an opinion. It does not matter.
Okay, but
you have no idea the force and effect of it.
I mean, come on now.
I think Abby, you're just engaging with Abby. At this point, I'm convinced that you're engaging with other people because you don't want to engage with me.
I'm trying to tell you.
I know you're trying to tell me, but I have more follow-up questions that you're not interested in engaging. Nah, one, y'all interrupting each other too much.
I am, Florida.
Two, I don't like how y'all just dismissed Rob's statement. That ain't sit right with me. Who cares? That ain't. Well, I care. So I'm giving the next 3 minutes to Rob.
Hey, look, I don't need 3 minutes. I'm just trying to get some clarity, though, seriously, with Abby trying to suggest that Mondami has, like, admitted, like, made something that violates
Jesus
First
Christ,
Amendment.
Rob, that's what I'm getting at. Shut up!
No, I'm just asking, what do you...
That's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I've been trying to get at.
Well, you've been doing a lot of them. One more
You
jump
just cut me off I don't know how many times. Relax.
You're just asking.
Okay. How did Mamdani intimidate or attempt to intimidate Benjamin Netanyahu? That's my follow-up question.
By threatening that he was going to arrest if he entered into the city, by his public statements that he intends to comply with the ICC's arrest warrant, and that he will follow through and he will arrest him if he enters into the city. He specifically did.
When did he make those claims?
Publicly on television for the last week.
Not a crime.
With respect to U.S. Code 18112,
Being violated.
It specifically says that even the threat of intimidation is a violation.
Right, but my understanding is that earlier this week. Hold on. My understanding is, Abby, real quick, we just need to break this down one at a time because my understanding is that earlier this week he acknowledged the fact that his team investigated the legal avenues and found that they do not have any authority or jurisdiction to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. Is that correct?
After he made all the threats that he made. That was after.
He made the claims that he was going to arrest Netanyahu while he was still on the campaign trail. Is that correct?
He made the claims recently, and it was only until 3 days ago when he had a second press conference or fifth press conference, and he then made the claim that he was advised that he can't do it now. However, 2 days prior to that, and the week prior to that, he made it once Netanyahu announced he was coming in for the General Assembly, he announced he was going to be arresting him. He doubled down several times on his intent to arrest if he enters New York soil. He only
consider that an attempt to
which is a legal process, which he can say. So,
which subject to U.S. Code
Keith, you
18.
shouldn't be so bold about that because claiming that you're going to arrest somebody could potentially be a threat. But I have a hard time believing
that's the argument, Florida. That's going to be. I don't work for the U.S. government. I'm stating that's going to be.
Nobody's going to say that's
yes, they will. Todd Blanche, who is our U.S. attorney, opined.
Was he confirmed?
Pardon?
Was he confirmed?
I love a good opining.
He's our acting U.S. attorney opined.
And so just so you guys know, Mondami didn't just say he's going to arrest him. He said he's going to act upon the warrant of the ICC.
Which
the other law that statute that she brought up, which the ICC is part of American law. Hey, look, it's not a criminal offense. Whatsoever. It's not. So you got.
The one thing that I heard you guys talking about earlier was the Logan Act, and I'm curious how the Logan Act would apply here if the Logan Act is
I'm not arguing. It would not at all.
I'm not. Okay. On the other act, on 18, there's criminal penalties on it, and on 20, it lays out why we have no relationship and we are not to have a relationship or do anything to expedite any of the wishes.
Sister, a political official is protected under constitutional right of the First Amendment, first and foremost. But the political official can state these things.
There could be a bunch of people who don't even identify with the same political ideology that agree that you're wrong.
I don't really care if you agree if I'm wrong or not. You can argue this with the Justice Department, not with me, okay? I'm just saying.
Why haven't charges been filed against Montgomery? If you're so right, why haven't charges been
Everyone
filed
quiet
against
for a second. Is Matt still up? Can we play that? Can we play that? Can we play that audio?
Just played his
We
card.
don't need to play the audio.
On the political side,
You're gonna hear it.
if anything, by making the statement that you were going to arrest him, knowing that you can arrest him, that kind of makes it, that kind of loses some of your credibility. But it's not a threat, and it's definitely not anything illegal. I don't know what your loyalty, where your nation's loyalties lie.
You know where it is, Ron. You know where
That's my question. I actually wonder, like, Abby, like, are you being paid to have these opinions right now?
Excuse me?
Are you being paid? Like, are you incentivized to have your opinions right now? And
By whom?
I'm just asking, like, are you
No.
incentivized to, like, are you being paid to?
Absolutely not. I'm looking at the law.
I'm just asking.
If you won't talk over me, you'll hear that 3 hours ago.
BB a mock.
Hey guys, the International Criminal Court literally has an arrest warrant out for this guy.
And we don't
literally
follow.
has. It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does matter. We have a law that says you cannot act on it.
And
It
guess
is
what?
against
We
US
also
law.
have U.S. laws that protect the speech of political officials.
Doesn't
So which
matter.
one? So which?
Well,
So hey
US
guys, look
law.
how that works. It doesn't matter if we have a
This
constitutional
has
right
nothing to
that
do with your
protects.
constitutional right to speak.
It
This has to do
everything
with
to do with it.
intimidating a foreign
He
official.
didn't intimidate it. He
Yes,
simply
he
called
did.
out, hey, there's an arrest warrant. Hey, I'm going to act on that arrest
Well,
warrant.
look, you could argue this with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Justice Department.
And the Justice Department not doing shit about it.
Well,
Okay?
really? Todd Blanche wrote. Do you understand
Todd
what an
Blanche?
Attorney General's opinion is? Do you understand that, of course, the effect under law we treat our Attorney General opinions? Like, have you dealt with them? Do you see how it works?
Yeah, I do. Hey, guess what? Everyone in the
Joe,
room. Guess what? Everyone in the room.
jump in there.
Nothing will happen to Dummy. Nothing at all.
Joe's gonna speak. Joe's gonna speak.
Look, I'm gonna
Quiet. Let Joe speak.
Look, I'm introduce the letter that was sent on July 16th to Todd Blanche. Okay. It says, Dear Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, we write with concern about the recent actions of Mayor Zohan Mamdani's administration. Last week, media outlets began to report Commissioner Anna Maria Aquila, the head of the New York City's Mayor's Office for International Affairs, at a July 7th meeting with the Islamic Republic of Iran's ambassador to the United States. As you know, negotiations with Iran are in critical stage. Given its timing, we believe this proposed meeting may have presented significant national security risks. In light of this, we respectfully ask the Department of Justice to investigate potential violations of the Logan Act 953 on part of the mayor's office. The Logan Act prohibits any unauthorized American citizen from negotiating with foreign governments on behalf of the United States. Mayor Mamdani and Commissioner Arkila's actions create a clear conflict of interest in the United States' strategic military actions in Iran and across the Middle East, warranting further examination by the department. We support President Trump's effort to shore up American economic and national security interests in the Middle East, and we understand the vulnerable nature of continued peace negotiations. For that reason, we believe that a formal investigation is necessary to determine whether Commissioner Arkila, acting on behalf of Mayor Mamdani, engaged in any unlawful activity or communication with the Islamic Republic of Iran. We look forward to working with you to continue preserving the safety and security of the U.S. So these were members of Congress that sent this letter. So this Mamdani's just been stepping in it for the last couple of weeks between his intimidation of Bibi Netanyahu and his attempts to negotiate with Iran. What side is this guy really on? It doesn't seem like he's on the side of America.
Nor does Netanyahu. Netanyahu doesn't seem like he's on the side of
Timothy, can we take a mod? Can you play the video? Can you play the audio for, it's 1 minute?
No, please don't play the audio.
Send me the video.
It's an audio. I just put it in the chat. It's what Matt played earlier today.
Is this audio what talk?
Yeah. Florida. The audio is an expert opining on it, so you don't have to hear it from me. You can hear it. It's 1 minute. It's very short.
Well, it's okay, Abby. We'd rather not hear you or the experts.
And the fact of the matter is, Blanche wrote a letter to the ICC. Blanche wrote a letter to the ICC. He didn't write it to Mondani.
That's a different letter. That's a different letter.
Look, nothing's going to happen for this. At the end of the day, at least Mondani has the balls to stand up to a foreign leader that we all know that this so-called nation has too much political control with respect to our country, man. We all know it. Okay?
Mondani's got the people behind. They voted him for a reason. And if you're on the opposite side, like, you gotta think about, like, what you're doing, and, like, you must be profiting from it, is my, what I'm thinking.
I'm thinking that you're all a bunch of idiots.
Well, why so? Why so?
Go ahead. Could you play the video, Abby?
I don't have I put the link in the chat.
I can play it. Hold on 1 sec.
Yuma?
Abby, I think you're on the wrong side.
It's like 50 seconds.
While Bima gets the video, Peter wants to talk.
I told most of the things that I wanted, but based on what I see, if you compare the severance of actions, Mamdani, Mayor of London, and these bullheads are following the narrative of their religious and their side. If you ask them, if you take them around the corner and ask what the fuck you are talking about, they cannot defend their dialogue. You know, they just want to defend their party out of their instinct. And that's unbearable for me, who is dealing with the survival matter. Mullah says there, if they find ground, they would continue genocide that they are doing right now. What Benjamin Netanyahu did on other parts of this world,
Quiet.
You would have not given shit to Mullah in comparison to that.
Okay.
Thank you for
Here you go.
Who made this girl?
Here you go.
Here we go.
Look, if Mamdani tries this, he's the one who's going to be going to jail, not Benjamin Netanyahu. I looked up the law, okay? There are two laws involved here. The first one is 22 U.S. Code 7423, which says that no agency or entity of any state or local government may cooperate with the International Criminal Court in response to a request for cooperation by the International Criminal Court pursuant to the Rome Statute. That's the American Service Members Protection Act. It applies to allies. Second law, 18 U.S. Code 112, protection of foreign officials, official guests, and internationally protected persons, which Netanyahu would be all three of those. Whoever assaults, strikes, wounds, imprisons, or offers violence to a foreign official, official guest, internationally protected person shall be fined under this statute and imprisoned for not more than 3 years or both. Whoever does it with a deadly or dangerous weapon will be imprisoned or fined or imprisoned for up to 10 years. And not only that, there's another 6 month for threatening or intimidating a foreign official, which Mamdani has already done. So right now, under the law, Mamdani is facing 6 months in prison for intimidating Benjamin Netanyahu. If he tries to go ahead with it, and he sends the New York police armed with weapons, he could face up to 10 years in prison under this law. And I would tell President Trump, you should have the Attorney General announce that if he tries it, he will be prosecuted, he will be arrested and thrown in jail and prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
So I have a question, Abby, because there was a word that I caught, and I feel that this could be contingent on the definition of this. I'm going to rewind it, what he says here. Okay.
Local government may cooperate with the International Criminal Court in response to a request for cooperation.
In response to a request for cooperation. It doesn't say if they voluntarily want to do it. If they choose to without, it says by the request. Is that going to make a difference?
No, because the prior two things come into play. The prior step makes it clear that we have no treaty, no relationship with the ICC, and that we can't do anything in furtherance of them.
The casino lawyer's perspective, right?
Hold on. Which prior statute?
We have so in 20, which is the serviceman's statute, the first one that he said.
22?
22.
Mm-hmm.
No, was it 20 or 22? Wait, what statute number?
It was 22, and it was also, this was the first one.
So in the first one that he referenced.
This was the first one.
Right, the first one that he referenced. Let me pull up the law. 1 second.
Yeah, let's just take a look at that. Go ahead, whoever is gonna. Hello, who is gonna talk?
Hey, people, I just want to let you guys know. The law with respect to the ICC, it's not, it's not an arrestable crime, right? It's not a criminal. If you violate it, it's not a criminal charge. First and foremost. Number two, Section 18, 112, literally says, the threat. It wasn't necessarily a threat because Madami did not act on it, and his speech is protected, which though this law supersedes these other motherfucking statutes, it's called the First Amendment, okay? In the Constitution, all right? So political officials can say what they want to say. What did Mandami say? He said that the ICC has an arrest warrant for BB. He's going to act on that. He later came out on Tuesday and said, and he kind of took back some of the things and implored the federal government to get in line with the ICC to, recognize their arrest warrant. At the end of the day, to say that we should arrest this guy for simply speaking the truth is fucking ridiculous. All right, like grow a pair of balls.
My God.
No, but he said he wanted to basically violate the law and do something that was illegal, like what Abby said, which would require having men with guns.
I gave you a compliment earlier, man. Don't make me walk it back.
No, hold on, but he did.
Don't make me walk it back, bitch.
Dude, excuse me? But but what he was saying he wanted to do was something illegal.
That's not protected speech.
It was not.
He made a threat.
It was not illegal.
He made a threat. It's not protected speech. It's not protected speech. And then the third thing, which Joe, you didn't have the letter I was talking about. In furtherance of this even more, we have an opinion coming out of our U.S. attorney, our Attorney General, stating that we can have no dealings with the ICC, that we have no relationship with them, and we have and we will not consent to any of their wishes. And it's a very specific. It's a 2-page letter. I don't know how to put it in the chat. So that's even in furtherance more to make it clear that there will be no dealings. He knew before. He knew all along that he couldn't do this, but he was threatening it, and it's been a threat, and it falls under the. And you just heard the gentleman. You heard
furtherance too many times, and you're losing us. Like it's obviously Netanyahu is doing things that we think are.
Wait, that'd be part B of this statute. Part B of 22 U.S. Code 7423. Part B specifically indicates that it would indeed to cooperation with the International Criminal Court in response to a request for cooperation submitted by the International Criminal Court pursuant to the Rome Statute, which is International Criminal Court policy.
So what
I'm considering here, Abby, is that like it would indeed only lie in response to a submission for cooperation by the ICC in the city of New
He
York.
said he's going to turn him into the ICC.
But the ICC never. No, the ICC. Here's the problem, though. To begin with,
You
the
guys are a
ICC.
bunch of jailhouse lawyers. This is so
real quick. No, frankly, this isn't that complicated. The ICC never submitted a request to New York City. They never did.
How do you know that?
Because it would be public. It would be publicly
Exactly. Exactly.
Except
say that we're jailhouse lawyers because we understand.
That runs afoul to the fact that he had people in his administration dealing with them. He had people in his administration dealing with the ICC. That was which he got admonished about. Okay, because
he didn't get admonished. What happened?
They never submitted a request to New York City pursuant to the Rome Statute.
Exactly. I mean, 100%. I mean, that's public knowledge. Then the fact of the matter is, we're a bunch of jailhouse lawyers for being educated and educated populace is crazy.
Where did you get your law degree?
I didn't get my law degree. I don't need my law degree. I'm not
practicing. Debate the law with lawyers is ridiculous because, like, in any sort of like regularly educated population, a non-lawyer should be able to properly read law.
Thank you.
And
100%.
But you're not reading in the statute. It's very clear. It says it bans U.S. entities from providing property services, intelligence sharing, or law enforcement cooperation to that court. It specifically says he intended. He said
he has not done it. He has not committed the act.
He then went on to threaten that he was going to do it. And you don't know that he hasn't. You do not know. It's going to be a matter.
And it was wrong.
It's going to be a matter of evidence to show what he provided. It's going to be an evidence hearing to see what he provided. It's going to be clearly based on evidence and who in his staff had contact with them and what their dealings were and what their correspondence was back and forth. And then the last thing I kept trying to say, and I'm going to have to get Joe to find this and read it, is that then there is an official opinion from the Attorney General on this.
The opinion doesn't matter. At the end of the day, nothing. It's just an opinion.
Look, I got reference.
At the end of the day, Mom Johnny is right. He's right. He's in the moral right.
Okay, take a breath. Look, I got reference. Is it the letter I blanched to Tomoko Akane of the International?
Yes.
Okay, I got it.
From Todd Blanche. Thank you.
Yeah, I just read it, John.
Well, thanks for adding to the conversation.
It's going to be a matter of evidence and
nothing's going to happen.
He's in the right.
Whatsoever. He's a political official, and he has the right to speak his mind. He did not violate any law whatsoever. And guess what? If we want to think that violating a law now is calling someone out on their bullshit, then fuck, man, we're
my guy.
Call out on bullshit. He threatened to arrest. It specifically says in the law if he intimidates, harasses.
You're a shill. Like you're
trying hard to get
stick here.
Okay, look, listen. I posted the letter at the top here. It says, "Dear Judge Akane, the United States Department of Justice unequivocally rejects any assertion of jurisdiction by the International Criminal Court over U.S. persons. The United States is not a party to the Rome Statute and has
Mamdani
never
himself said that he
consented
can't do it.
to the
Yeah.
ICC's authority. As a matter
He
of
just said he
international
wanted
law,
to,
a
which I agree with.
treaty. Okay. Yeah, y'all don't be so low IQ. A treaty cannot bind a non-consenting country. Accordingly, the ICC has no jurisdiction over U.S. persons anywhere in the world, and any attempt to assert such authority is illegitimate, unlawful, and a direct affront to the sovereignty of the U.S. So y'all can continue reading the letter here.
Okay, can I go now, too? Thank you. Can I go? Thank you.
1 second. Whether or not he can arrest him, or I mean, whether or not he should be arrested, I think it would be a bad idea to arrest him. Don't you think it would like cause a lot of problems in New York?
Beaver, how are you doing? This is the first time I'm hearing your voice. Anyways,
I've been under the sea.
Good. Fuck you, man. Anyways, I'm not a fan of Mandami. I don't like the guy. First of all, Mandami talks. Okay, do I like Mandami? I'm a Democrat, but I don't like him. First of all, I don't want Muslims holding positions in America, but that's a different discussion, you know. I don't trust them. Anyways, Mandami is a clown. Why do I say he's a clown? Is that I remember when he first utters that stupid nonsense. Mehdi Hassan, who is also an Islamist like him, openly asked him, what power do you have? You can't arrest the Prime Minister. He said, no, he's going to fulfill international law that America is not a signatory to. I mean, it's a job that I did before. Secondly, if there's any mayor that can make such careless statement like Mandami, it's the best of this team. Mandami cannot arrest anybody going for the United Nations, because if you go for the United Nations, you have what is called the diplomatic immunity, which is why Iranian officials can come for the UN, Venezuela officials can come for the UN, because that is the other the United States had with the United Nations for them to start the UN building in. So it's very stupid. The only mayor that can say such a stupid thing is the mayor of DC, for example. If Bibi is coming to visit Trump in DC, there's no diplomatic obligation. But the mayor of DC is not that daft and retarded to know that the mayors don't have any power. Now, do I feel he should be arrested? No, it's just political show. It's to gin up the Islamist leftist fools who think that Islam is something good for them, and they continue ginning it up. They should continue. It's just to make them happy, nothing more. Nothing. I mean, you can disagree with Bibi. I think that Bibi is crazy, but making outlandish statements, making foolish statements, hitting up the polity, being so obsessed with Israel. Man, this is a man who claims to be African. What is African about Mandami?
Listen to me.
What's African about Mandami? Your mic is so big, right?
Seaweed is always greener in somebody else's lane.
Can you stop this bullshit, please? Thank you. You're doing this thing when they start attacking you. Yeah, what is African about Mandami? Like, anyway, I don't like the guy. The guy should just sit his ass down, do his job as mayor of New York. Stop all this stupid pandering. You're not a foreign policy official. You're not a foreign policy expert. You have no knowledge of what did he even graduate with history or some history of American studies. He should sit down his ass down, do his job. Stop talking too much, man. Just twats. I don't like the guy. Don't like Mandami for any reason. I don't like New Yorkers protest. I said I'm not the Republican. I agree with you guys do, but I don't like
I submit there's probable cause to indict him under U.S. Code 18.
Hey, Odian, you say you don't like Republicans?
No, Odie and I talked a bunch of stuff. We agree. Sometimes we don't agree. On this subject, we agree. But it's going to be evidence. It's just going to be if there's enough evidence and enough probable cause.
Nothing's going to happen. Wasting time talking about it. I was interested. I mean, the fact of the matter is that we are embroiled in a conflict in Iran because of, well, just like Iraq when Bibi came, like 20 years ago and said that we need to fucking invade them, and we listened to his ass. He's doing the same fucking thing. Like, the fact of the matter is,
He made us go into Iraq. This is interesting. What else are we going to blame the Jews? What else would you like to blame?
First of all, it's not about
We did not make us go into Iraq. We did not
Yes,
go
yes,
to Iraq
he
because of
literally,
Israel.
I mean, there's video.
Interesting that you think this
So first of
little
all, why
country has
is
so
it
much
blaming the
effect.
Jews? Why is it blaming the Jews?
It's
I'm talking about BB.
It's pretty.
This is not. This is.
He came here and spoke to our Congress. Now, was Ariel Sharon? I forget who the prime minister was. Not in power. No, he did give a speech and is saying like, yeah, we should, and it would have a positive effect.
And did it, Pepe?
Huh?
Did it have a positive effect?
No, but hold on.
Okay,
but hold on. But that's not the reason. Yeah, but that is not the reason why we invaded. That is not the reason why we invaded Iraq. He had an opinion, but that was not the reason why.
Okay, so what was the reason why? Because the reason why was bullshit reason. I mean,
it was a bullshit reason, but it's because we said they had weapons of mass destruction, and it had to do more with we were being misled. Primarily, there were people that were misleading, giving misleading statements, and I believe one of them was an Iraqi defector. I forget all of the details, but it had nothing to really do with Israel.
First of all, let's keep BB out of when I say BB, it doesn't mean all of Israel. I mean, he's under corruption charges in Israel. Like, we can't think that this guy represents the entire nation or nation state of Israel. That's unfair. It's categorically untrue. Intellectually dishonest. So if one criticizes BB and then people conflate that as to first of all, Peter, please. When you talk, I don't cut Peter. When you talk, I don't cut you off, please. When BB, someone criticizes BB. It's like, oh, you criticize the Jews? What the fuck are we talking about? Is this guy the Messiah? Like,
no, you can criticize Netanyahu all you want. Nobody's saying that's what he. By criticizing Netanyahu or Israel, that's not illegal. Nobody could really say anything about the mayor violating the law. It was about when you're threatening to arrest him, which is. That's a whole different thing. I mean, it's
a violation of the law.
That's a
it's a constitutional right.
It's not a constitutional right to say like, well, I intend to rob you or to kidnap you. It's just
he didn't say that. He went through the legal process. He literally said he intends to act on the warrant. And then on Tuesday, he walked it back. On Tuesday, he made it very clear. Madani came out on Tuesday and made it very clear as to he stood his ground and said that I believe that he should be arrested. He said that the city cannot execute the warrant. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority.
But he knew that all along. That's the thing.
He knew that all along, but he knew that all along. So that's what the problem is. He knew.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't know how long you've been in America, brother, but politicians know shit all along and then say shit that is counter.
What does that have to do with anything? Like
brother,
his lawyers
I'm going to tell you this. I'm 41 years old. I have a degree in political science. I'm pretty sure I understand. I'm pretty sure I understand how this country works more than you do, brother. I'm pretty sure you're educated, but I'm pretty sure I understand.
This is
pretty sure. You probably understand things more in Nigeria than I do, and I'll never question you on that. But the fact of the matter is,
hold on.
The fact are you from?
You're not Black American. So what tribe are you? Tell me.
I'm not Black American.
So where are you from? Well, you're not talking. You got accents. So where are you from?
I just wanted to say there were two things that were really important about this.
I'm from the
important about this.
USA.
Where are you from?
Actually,
I just told you.
Did what he did.
Again, hold on, Nicholas, hold on. Where are you from? You're not. You accent. You're not. So where are you from? Let's talk about where people are from.
Yeah, I'm from New York.
You're not from New York. Again, you're not American.
What?
You're not.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
You're not American. You have an accent. Where are you from? Like,
wow.
I am an American citizen, right? So
you can go.
You should do what?
Alright, we don't care, bro. He calling you out on your bullshit, but y'all could bang that shit in the chat, gang.
I just want to say something about Mamdani, which I think is important to bring to the table here. Number one, he knew exactly what he was doing. He knew what the rules were and what the law was. The big problem is that A, he called for his arrest, and B, he called for his arrest on behalf of a statute which you don't belong to, which the country doesn't belong to. So what gives him the right to be able to call that on the basis of that particular statute? Just can you explain?
Yeah,
because if you don't belong
the
to the
First
ICC,
Amendment literally gives them the right.
Kids, where are you from? Are you Somalian? Are you Eritrean? Because you are the guys that support Mandami so much.
First Amendment does not give him that right.
I'm an Israelite. I'm from
the First Amendment,
Bethlehem, bro.
You low-level Africans.
The First Amendment does not give him the right, and perhaps you can take constitutional law when you study political science. Were you asleep that semester? Because that's not what they teach you in constitutional law.
What's that?
And no, he did not have that right. It is not absolute speech. And in fact, when you say something that's in violation of a statute, then you lose any privilege of that.
It's protected speech for political official. What are we talking
His speech
about?
violated federal law.
Protected. It is protected speech. If it's protected, it can't violate.
It's not protected speech. If you say that you want to, or intend to, or I should say intend to commit a fucking crime, like Jesus Christ. If you say you want to do something illegal, okay, which it basically comes off as a fucking threat, and he's somebody who has the power to try to do it. Like that's entirely fuking different.
Exactly.
Nothing he said was what he said was not illegal at all.
You listened to every speech that he said. You heard all his speeches of what he was threatening and how he was intending to do it, and what his words were.
I got my cloud co-work as producing an artifact, and I'm looking at every motherfucking thing that's out there.
Good. And you take your Claude and go in front of a judge with Claude and see how well you do.
Go in front of a judge, but it's never going to happen. This thing is not going to go to the judge.
There's probable cause to show that he in fact violated that law.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, there's evidence that this entire DOJ is operating out of Claude, and that's largely why most of their lawsuits are just fucking junk and thrown out pretty quick.
Well,
everyone else is looking at these statutes and playing videos, so if you go to YouTube and play a video, and you learn from YouTube.
A lawyer here.
What difference?
You know what the difference is?
What difference is it that I'm using a
software? I don't learn from YouTube. That was a piece that was on the news today, so that's why I sent it to Matt earlier on. No, I actually
you learn from the
books.
news.
Yeah, I don't learn from the news. I learn from law, from books, from law
Which books?
I mean, you said we had a lawyer get caught.
It's unbelievable, this conversation. What books? Well, ask me the subject matter.
I mean, I'm trying to disengage you from this.
I'm going to learn towards, maybe I'll read Prosser for the day. I don't know what the fuck. I study law the way you study law. Not with the AI or with the computer. I study it the real way. So I'm not going to sit here and justify it with you. You know, buddy, go back to your constitutional law and read again about what's privileged and what's not.
Again,
you're talking to somebody who's an attorney. Like, this is just becoming
ridiculous.
So fucking stupid.
Yeah, she's an attorney in what field?
am a corporate lawyer, okay?
She's a corporate lawyer. She's not a criminal lawyer. She's not a constitutional. She's not a civil rights lawyer. She's a corporate lawyer.
Oh my.
So what the fuck are we talking about here,
Geez,
guys?
so I didn't have to study all those subjects to be licensed in 3 fucking states. I didn't have to study all of those. I never have constitutional law issues. I've never had a criminal case. Is that what you think?
You don't
I have
practice
had criminal cases.
Poisoning the
I have
well
had
thing is
constitutional
just
law
because
cases.
she's a lawyer, therefore she's obviously correct all the time, is what I have a real
Florida,
issue
I'm
with.
not saying I'm correct. And
I
that
know
wasn't my
you're not, but
discussion.
Pepe is like, again, poisoning the well, as if like, because you're a lawyer, we ought to not bend the knee and just assume that what you're telling us is gospel.
I'm trying to tell you, I was trying to explain how to read a statute to someone. That was what I was trying
You
to
obviously
explain.
don't know how to read the statute.
But you're getting so many things like that are like
Can I ask a
glaringly wrong.
serious-
You don't even understand why it is that what he said it could be considered illegal.
Can I ask a question, just in relation to this, because I think it's fair to
I'm
ask.
just upset that Abby
The lawyers-
keeps engaging
the lawyers-
with the worst fucking person on stage to
For
be
the lawyers in
engaging
the,
with.
for the lawyers in the room, I want to know, is there any difference in the way what Mamdani has said to what Trump has said in relation to his attack?
Nah, fuck that. Y'all, all these lawyers claiming y'all fucking lawyers. What's y'all record? Do y'all got a winning percentage?
Okay.
You're talking to me?
I'm talking to the lawyers on stage that claim they lawyers, man. Do y'all got winning percentages?
She's a corporate lawyer. She doesn't
I'm
go
a
to trial.
corporate lawyer. I shake
At all.
hands at the end.
Whatsoever. She
I
doesn't practice criminal law whatsoever.
I have practiced criminal law. So,
in a courtroom?
Yes.
I'm gonna look you up right now.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm licensed in 3 states. You can have
But
some
go
fun
ahead,
with
Cut
it.
Nash. I didn't want to cut you. I just wanted to
I mean,
know these people's record, man. It sounds like y'all have a losing record.
I'm transactional
I
mostly.
want to jump in front of Kaneda real quick. Respond to one thing he said. One thing he said was that Donnie knew what he was doing. I think it's probably better to say something like, "In my opinion, I think he knew what he was doing," because there's no evidence that he knew.
Well, there may be.
My question coming
Isn't
back
that
to
it?
that is, let me
Isn't that
ask
it,
you.
Bima? There may be. Okay.
Well, hold on. Is there anybody who said-
Hold on. I wasn't done. I don't cut you guys off. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. So the first is that we probably should say, unless you have evidence to suggest that he knew what he was doing, which would be, one, pretty hard to prove. 2, would be something along the lines of, him citing some statute and then saying it anyway, right? So that's the first thing. But I just wanted to offer that because I like what you were saying, but yeah, okay. Second
In the
thing is
position that he's in, can I just ask, is there anybody there who would be able to say otherwise?
Hold on one second. So the second part, Abby, this is my question to Abby. Abby, we're talking about, do we arrest him on the grounds of these statutes that this attorney listed? But it doesn't say that, well, this is my question. How do we differentiate because this is something that's been being talked about right now. Speech versus the actual act of participating with the ICC. These statutes list the participation, cooperation with the ICC. There's no evidence that he did any of that right now. Right now, there's just evidence that he had made he was going to arrest Netanyahu, which, I mean, that doesn't...
Shows intent. But to answer you, Bima, I think you would take this to a grand jury. You'd take all the evidence, you'd get testimony at a grand jury from people that worked with him, that may have had the communications with the ICC, and also internal memos on what his intention, how he was going to actually expedite it and implement it, and if he had a plan, how far he had taken it. I mean, it would all be evidence, and it would probably be best that got taken by a prosecutor to a grand jury, and then they siphon through all of the pertinent information and come up with whether they want to indict or not. That's what I think should happen.
Do you think he could be impeached for what he said and what he's done?
No,
I mean,
Can we arrest Pete Hegseth for violating the Logan Act on multiple
he would
occasions?
be
Then if we're going to do that.
in New York State. It's the governor that can remove him. That's how that works.
Well, surely that should be
He will
taken
never
into
be.
account.
That will never happen. Let's.
Well, he's not the president of the United States.
I'm
it
just
doesn't matter. It will never
No,
happen.
but you can you guys can like what he did or not like what he did, but there is a system in place to take what he did and review it and see in fact if it meets the level of a criminal indictment, and that would be through a grand jury, and that would seem to be the appropriate way.
So
We can arrest Mamdani if we can also arrest Hegseth, because Hegseth violated the Logan Act when he went to Kentucky and gave a fucking political speech in opposition to Thomas Massey for being anti-fucking America, because Thomas Massey was anti the war.
I mean,
yeah, but he wasn't wanting to arrest anybody, was he?
No, but it's a violation of the Logan Act for the defense secretary to give a political speech at all in that regard.
You may have a really good point there. I mean, I don't know what they do on that one, but on this, take all the evidence that they have, all the information, all the speeches, all of the internal memos, and let a grand jury determine whether or not they have enough to indict and to ultimately arrest.
Yeah.
So Abby, how does that work with yes, and yes, what I'm gonna ask is very stupid. Everybody else shut the fuck up. Abby, how do you differentiate, like, or how do you make the determination, or do you know, like, political speech, okay, is it like a reasonable suspicion? Is it a court order? How does something like that happen, and on what grounds? Like, how would that whole process start?
Show that you have probable cause. I mean, the standard that you're going to show is that there's probable cause to further its and take it to an indictment. That there's enough cumulative evidence, and I mean, it's not the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt or preponderance of the evidence that happens in trial. This is just that there's enough probable cause to hold him for trial.
So would it, and follow up real quick, sorry, and just the
to indict him.
Would it make a difference that he's already redacted because he's already said, you know, correct?
I can't do it. Yeah, that would be like a mitigating fact, you know, mitigating the guilt or the intent to commit the act. So possibly, but it still should be reviewed. It's still, because it's just not something you do to foreign officials. We have a whole agreement with the UN, so that's part of it. And the other part is that it has to be clear we're not a party to the ICC, so much that our Congress enacted a law to make it clear that if you do anything to help the ICC, you're in deep shit. That's how much we're not a part of the ICC.
And you guys know why we're not any sort of signatory to the ICC. Is because
they're a bunch of bastards. That's why.
Well, no, it's because like we are indeed the ones that are most likely to be like if we could easily find ourselves in positions where we are like indicted by the ICC ourselves for a lot of the shit that we do.
That's why the ICC was set up, to get you guys. Don't you get that? The ICC was set up to actually come after you. What do you think the ICC is there for? Do you think it's just for fun and games?
Why? Okay, so with this international court, okay, we can't.
It's a kangaroo court, man. Look at the fucking guy who was running the show. He's just had to be removed from his position because the whole thing is corrupt.
Well, he was also sexually.
Yeah, it was like. Yeah, it was. I learned that yesterday.
He was in the Epstein files.
His name was Khan, I think his last name, and he.
Karim Khan, correct.
Karim, please, what group does he belong to? Are you guys surprised?
Not at all. He was the prosecutor on this.
But I'm just curious to those here. He is a mayor. He literally has leadership at some capacity over their police department, men with guns that can detain you and all of that stuff. Why? And of course, that way, by him doing some legal, then basically depriving you of your rights. Why wouldn't that be illegal? I'm just curious. He didn't call Netanyahu an asshole. He can say Netanyahu's not welcome in his city and all of that stuff, but when it comes to actually detaining him, using men with weapons to detain him, which is not legal, and he has no legal authority to do so, how is that not illegal?
Well, he didn't say anything about using men with weapons to arrest.
Well, what do you think the police are?
But that's neither here nor there. He never asserted that these police had to be armed.
I also think you're misreading the room. Like, we largely want him to do that, and I'm excited.
Well, hold on. But that's implied. He said he wants to arrest them. Who arrests them? He was referring to the NYPD.
Why would it be unfathomable that he could send unarmed officers?
It's so retarded.
Unfathomable.
That could be very fathomable.
No,
the police are armed.
Maybe in New York City under a democratic socialist.
They're still intimidating. They're still the language of the law said inhibit taking away someone's liberty. When you take someone in custody, you deny them of their liberty. That's the definition of custody. Statute says that.
I'm not a big preachy guy, but he is standing up for what is right. And
that doesn't matter if you think it's right.
Being preachy if you're not preaching.
I live in Spain, where it's okay to do it.
It sounds gay, D.
No, it is.
Okay, we're not talking about righteousness. We're talking about what is legal.
I don't care about what's legal. Legal comes.
Well, we're having a conversation whether or not what he did was legal.
That's the problem. You don't care about what's legal, that is part of the problem.
I think you're misunderstanding. Once we convince enough people that you just change the law and then that changes, right? I think you're missing this point.
He also did something else. He also dog whistled in his speech for everyone to take action to the streets. So he called.
I think he's in the right. I think that they are committing genocide.
Do you think it's okay that he dog whistled to go after all the Jews in the city?
Yeah,
that's good.
He's not dog whistling.
I mean, so we already had in his speech, at the end of the speech, he said, "Go out, take action." And then right after, two Jews, one coming out of temple, and an Asian guy were stabbed.
That's my I think you're reverse engineering shit that happened.
I'm not reverse engineering anything.
When was the speech?
The speech was the speech was Tuesday and they were stabbed Wednesday, or speech was Wednesday, they were stabbed Wednesday.
I think that human beings on the planet have a moral code. We have to try to stand up for each other, and irregardless of sometimes laws run crossways of this. We have to stop genocide. We have a moral responsibility. I happen to be Baptist.
I agree with stopping genocide.
But I'm not very preachy, but I'm just Jesus wants, Jesus would be pro-money.
Jesus doesn't run this fucking country, okay? So all of this is fucking retarded.
What genocide is happening now? They're at a ceasefire. So what?
Israel is committing a genocide.
Where?
No, Sudan.
Intermittently.
Where? Where?
Which side?
Where in Palestine? Where?
They're trying to throw up these fake questions.
Fake question. Where today are they bombing?
Wait, do you want me to get down to the exact zip code and even more granular than that?
Yeah, I do.
What would satisfy your desire for the specificity of what I'm talking about?
Because they're not bombing where you think they're bombing. They've been at a ceasefire. They're not. There's not bombing there. There's not continual.
I think they are. I think they are.
In the north, they are. In the north, but we're not talking about the north.
Is that okay? Like,
Is it okay to go after Hezbollah in the north with the Lebanese government together? Do you think that's okay?
So, in respect to the question, the top
perfectly
line
fine.
question, should Mamdani be
Can you
arrested?
explain?
I think that Mamdani should be celebrated. Like, I think he should be celebrated, and he's on the right track.
Okay, let me chime in. Let me chime in. I listened for a while. Let me chime in. I listened for the whole time. Let me chime in. I'm a new voice. I listen.
One mic on these.
Okay, I respectfully listened. I got the point. I feel like we're not getting anywhere. Okay, so Mamdani, he's just one guy, part of the DSA, the Democratic Socialist whatever association, which comprises of AOC and a lot of other Democratic staffers. So if Mamdani's going to get arrested for that speech, he had to negotiate with the DSA to make the speech. So everyone should be arrested for that speech if that's the case. But moving the case on forward, when it comes to Netanyahu, there's a bigger issue that I see, and it might go off topic a little bit, but the United States right now has just signed a deal with Saudi Arabia for a nuclear program in Saudi Arabia 2 years was going to be reviewed and then hopefully be completed within, I don't know, 10 to 30 years. I don't really know the time frame. Right, Saudi Arabia. Why are we working with Saudi Arabia, and why is Mamdani and people angry at Netanyahu? Well, number one, on the left, people hate Netanyahu moralistically for quote-unquote war crimes and genocide with the list. On the right, the reason why Trump is working with Saudi Arabia is because he's trying to cut ties with really Netanyahu, because Netanyahu is really not a good ally to the States because he keeps meddling along. And when Trump is trying to do affairs with J.D. Vance, he continues on doing the attacks during the memorandum of understanding, and this is leading to the further conflict. The reason why the United States is working with Saudi Arabia, because on the left, people are getting angry about this, and they're saying that, oh, well, you know, we're siding with the enemy. It's a strategic plan because we already know, as it stands, oil is $100 a barrel, and it's completely impossible to wipe out everyone, and it's not going to be the same conventional warfare. And Iran is what is called it's a state that can produce nuclear weapons. I forgot the word, but anyways, it can produce nuclear weapons given the resources that it has.
Proliferate.
Now, right. So if that's the case, why Arabia? Well, Saudi Arabia is the enemy of Iran. Saudi Arabia is an ally to the United States, unlike Saudi Arabia. However, if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, this is going to cause within the Middle East. Israel is the only country in that area that has the arsenal and power to keep everyone in check. But if Iran has a nuclear weapon, what happens next? The check and balance out of whack. So the next plan would be is if the United States were to give Saudi Arabia nuclear, and let's say Saudi Arabia builds a nuclear weapon, has a nuclear weapon, everyone gets a nuclear weapon. Now everyone's in check at that point. We're trying to tell Netanyahu that if you don't obey the command of the United States and be a good ally with all this funding that we're giving you, we're going to find a different person, and that is Saudi Arabia. And so now Mamdani is making threats to Netanyahu, but again, you guys are arguing about the threat. I get it, but it's not going to go anywhere. Netanyahu's not going to get arrested by Mamdani. That's impossible.
Oh my God,
but it's a baseless threat. So let's move. It doesn't matter.
Well,
who I am doesn't matter.
He's in a position to where, so it's one thing if I say, arrest Netanyahu in New York. I have no ability to do any of that. I'm not somebody that has any say over a police force. I have zero power in the government. But he's somebody who's an official that does, and he's basically threatening to do something that is illegal. That's the problem.
And you know what that is? And that's the sad part too. And hold on, D. Chill. And that's the sad reality, right? Is Mamdani is a representation, just like many politicians who get away with doing shit like this. He's gonna get away with it, whether it's against the law or not. Do I support Mamdani? Sort of in some instances. Am I against what he's saying? Yeah, absolutely, because it's going to cause more trouble for the Democratic Party as well on both sides, even for the United States. So, Pepe, one of the issues I see is that and this might sound like a conspiracy, I largely believe the reason why nothing is happening about the case of Mamdani, Mamdani's not going to get arrested for it, he's not going to get in trouble for it, Netanyahu's not going to get arrested, obviously. I think Mamdani's not going to be because he's a big money machine. I think hidden powers, lobbyists, investors are behind it. It's almost like, the FIFA World Cup, Argentinians, they cheat, they hit people, but they don't get caught out for it. Until conservatives or the Republican Party really make a lawsuit against Mamdani, it's never going to happen.
Well, I don't think.
I'll be
I
super
doubt
brief.
he
I'll be
would get
super
in trouble.
brief. Like, just let me ask you a question. Like, I think that, like, you're arguing, like, your argument, I think I understand where you're coming from, and it is a position of power, and it's like a strategic, like, game theory optimization thing. But what I'm talking about is, like, what is right and moral and ethical. And I think Mamdani is stone cold, dead to rights, right. Like, he's right. And, like, the current pope is right, and, like, they're calling
What
bullshit.
the hell is this?
Okay, that has nothing to do with whether or not it's legal. I don't give a fuck about the morality.
I don't care if it's legal. I care about what's actually right.
Okay, but
I'm saying,
but
like,
that has no bearing on whether or not it's fucking legal.
I think this is the conversation. Like, this one is, like, ethics versus, like, current written law.
No,
and Abby.
No. Actually, you're missing the point. No one in this room is agreeing with war crimes. No one here in this room is sitting here saying, "Wow, Netanyahu, innocent people." We know. Listen, no, we're not. See, D, you're getting to the point. You're kind of villainizing the room. You're missing the point of the topic. The topic is about how far Mamdani. It's not about that. Listen. Let me finish. The purpose of the conversation, and I understand where you're coming from. I get the morality aspect. We all agree that every country, every government's fucked up.
This is not
war
what
crimes
Jesus
everywhere.
would want.
But
Like,
hold on,
this would
listen.
not want your argument. Like,
Listen, D. Hold on, I got you.
Jesus
I
would
hear
want
you.
my argument.
I understand. Whatever. Right. So I'm going to church tomorrow, anyways. Who cares? Whatever. What I'm trying to say is that the argument that we're having, so we can stay on topic, because Pepe is going to keep cutting you off if you don't stop. To stay on topic, the topic is about how far the Democrats can continue to do illegal things, right, against our laws. How far are they going to continue to do this? Because if we don't criticize this, they're going to continue, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And pretty soon, every Democrat, AOC could come out and say, "Hey, we're going to arrest Donald Trump. Oh, we're going to go and
that would be great. That would be more Jesus.
But that's not good. You say it's great. You say it's great because you're a Democrat. But imagine. Let me finish. Hold on. I listened to you for 20 minutes. I'm going to land. I listened to you for 20 minutes. All right. You feel okay about it now because your party is doing it. But imagine the roles reversed if, let's say, for example, I don't know, Ted Cruz wakes up and says, "Hey, you know what? We're going to go and just arrest Mamdani. We're going to arrest AOC. We're going to arrest all the press, the people that you so much love." Right?
Politicians do.
So, wait. So, right now it feels good. Right, your party is the one that is making the threats towards Netanyahu. Right, it feels good for you, and I understand your purpose behind it. I understand. No. Listen, dude, speak American English if you're gonna come into this room. We can't understand it, dude. I'm sorry, I can't understand your accent. I'm trolling you now.
What I'm saying is that he makes us better.
Yeah, that's why they rape your women. That's why they deal with you people. You stupid and shit. They sound clown.
All right, so back to the topic. Back to the topic. Okay, so people.
Do you want me to give you your answer, how you get to where you want to be? Simple. Very simple answer.
Let me land.
No, I'm going to help you. Very, just wait. Very simple answer. You need to go to your legislators and you need to tell them how you morally feel and that you would like the law to be changed to reflect how you morally feel and that you think that the law does not
have the moral strength that you think it needs. You need to change. If you have a problem with the law, because this is the way the law is, and you have to live in its confines. If you have a problem with it, reach out to your member of Congress, reach out to your senator, and tell them that you don't like this statute. But right now, this is the statute that governs. That's how you're gonna have to handle it.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Abby. That was a war of D against D, and I'm trying to tell D that because he's going off topic, and he's not knowing the purpose of the room. The room is about law. If we're going to go above and beyond the law because we believe it's morally quote unquote right, then when someone who believes something is evil to be right, they have the authority to go above the law. It's going to cause chaos. There's a constitution. There's laws for a reason. I understand how D feels when it comes to Netanyahu's war crime. I don't deny that. And I understand how he feels passionate about it. But we cannot sit and allow Democrats to go above and beyond the law. If a city mayor is going to make that kind of threat, it's going to completely, honestly, delegitimize our entire institution, because every mayor is going to make that threat. Mamdani does it, then pretty soon the mayor of, I don't know, Seattle and every other city is going to make threats to international politicians. It's going to make the United States a bigger enemy. And Mamdani is not in the position to speak internationally in the political realm globally. So I think he's going above and beyond. I understand why Mamdani is doing it. I don't think it's wrong per se. I do think it's wrong in terms of the law, right? But I'm not going to sit here and play the game and be like, okay, this is good, this is great, because at the end of the day, Netanyahu won't get arrested. I think he's getting. I think in my mind, what's happening to Mamdani, what's happening. I'm going to finish. And I promise you, Timothy, I'll land because I sat for a while. I will land in 2 seconds. I think what is happening is that Mamdani is getting likes and social media clicks. He's going to get more votes. That's what's going to result of this, but it's not really going to make any tangible.
So I just want to. Odie, hold on. What makes it different for the mayor of New York compared to other mayors doing this type of threats is that the UN resides inside New York City, where the mayor of New York, if Mamdani is allowed to get away with this, he can act as a gatekeeper of what can and cannot be said at the UN. We cannot allow the mayor of New York to start controlling that type of influence over the international discourse.
Okay, so just to clarify, as someone who worked in the UN, the mayor of New York has no power to stop anybody. Now, I get your point about his influence in calling out for protest, and what is really what it is. It doesn't have any power in the UN. The UN is a diplomatic body, which is why he making that statement is so dumb. You can't arrest a foreign leader going to the UN. You can't. That's the agreement that America made with the United Nations when it decided to cite the UN in New York. They could have cited it in, for example, Geneva, but America wanted it. Now, again, the only reason why Mamdani is making this statement is because he's a Muslim. It's nothing more. Throughout the years, Mamdani has been obsessed with Israel and Jews. Now, I'm not saying anybody can be obsessed with everything. So what is the great obsession of a man who claims to be from Africa but is Indian, who is Ugandan, who has, I'm sure, never been to Israel or Palestine before, but go through these videos. Mamdani has talking about Jews and Israel. In fact, after October 7th, there's a video, it's not my opinion, of Mamdani going for a protest. So, is Mamdani the most moral conscious person in America? Is it the best? Like, is it the one that holds the moral purity test of what's the genocide or who to call out or not? There's AOC. She hasn't called for him to be arrested. The problem is that you guys you guys elected a man who and it's okay, you can hate anybody you want to hate. Like, I don't like Islam, so if you make me mayor of New York, say things that Muslims don't like, and I have every right not to like them. Again, so he can do that, but the problem is that he's just bringing unnecessary bile onto himself. He has no power. And I don't even know what we are discussing, what Bima is asking. The mayor of New York, like the mayor of any other country, has no power to arrest anybody. Now, the reason why Mandami is so looked at because he's the mayor of New York City has the most, city with the most people, so it looked as if it's, it's a big deal. But him coming around making silly statements about arresting people, no other person is going to follow him. Lastly, please, for those that are not Democrats, I'll end with this. I'm a Democrat. I don't like the socialists. If I had the power, I would kick them off the Democratic Party like you have people who want to kick people off the Republican Party. I don't like them. I don't consider them Democrats. I think they are lunatics. I think they are crazy. And I think they are anarchists. Thank you, and God bless.
So I'm just going to very calmly explain the thing, okay? Let go of the morality of the things, okay? America needs...
doesn't change the fact that you are terrorists.
Yeah, America needs to see petrodollar in circulation, but sanctioning Iran actually blocks it. So, America needs to get a deal with Iran, but Israel does not want it because they want more.
You don't say what they need. They say what they need. Put yourself in your position, fucking position. You are nobody.
I'm just saying what the strategists say from America.
Okay, you are the strategist.
But how is this related to the? We're talking about what's legal, whether what Madani said was legal. That we've been talking every day about, Iran and Israel and all of that. But
I'm bringing some sort of argument to whatever Dee said. I need you to consider this. If it comes
Exactly. This is a counter argument. This is a game for him.
Instead of having a deal for free, America spends $1 to $2 billion for each day of war, and also they're blocking the petrodollar from circulation. So
can you explain how you believe that to be true? Because that's not accurate at all.
Well, this is what the strategists say.
No. Explain in detail how it does.
That depends on the strategist.
You're making a claim. Explain your opinion of how that occurs, because I disagree and say it's exactly the opposite. The war in Iran
University of Najafabad. Strategist from there. Educated from University of Najaf.
Specifically, which part you don't understand? Just let me explain it for you.
It's not about understanding. It's make your argument of how. Don't just say it like it's a fact. Explain your opinion of how. It's not about my understanding or not understanding.
Okay.
I say it's you that don't understand. So make your argument about how it does that petrodollar.
Yeah, okay. So the reason that, America never engaged in war with Iran, none of the, previous presidents, because they have done the simulation wars.
You're not answering the question. Answer the fucking question of how it does that to the petrodollar. Don't run off on some rambling rant. Back up your fucking claim with some sort of argument of how that affects the petrodollar.
He's got it. Let him try.
Yeah, so here's the thing, William. So how petrodollar works? Like, you do trade with countries over petroleum, and you do it over dollars. So when you sanction a country, when you sanction them from dollar economy, it means that petrodollar is not going to circulate in that country, right? Isn't it very obvious? So sanction basically blocks the petrodollar from circulation in Iran and going to east from Iran, right? So this is the first reason. So America basically needs to come to a deal with Iran, not going to a war, because war.
Wait, you're talking in circles.
What is Iran?
Petrodollar doesn't fucking circulate, and it's not circulating around Iran.
He's talking about the same thing you guys are talking about, which is like optimizing some global political macro strategy.
No, he's talking like he knows what the fucking petrodollar is and how it works.
I think he might actually know. Let him. Can you finish?
But he can't answer the question. He just says this basic thing.
No, I feel like he was onto something. Let him finish, dude.
No, he's not onto anything.
So, William, here's the thing. How petrodollar economy and petrodollar trade work with Saudi Arabia and does not work with Iran? Because Iran is sanctioned, right? That's the only difference.
You understand that Saudi Arabia broke the petrodollar and sold oil to China, not the petrodollar. You understand that?
Not me. So, William, here is the thing. If it's in a country for more than 40 years, obviously they're going to do business with China. With China. Don't you get it? That's very simple thing, Tom. Right? Like, you sanction a country for
Yes,
more than
they're violating the sanctions and not using the petrodollar to do so. How does that weaken the petrodollar? Do you not understand petrodollar is being strengthened because all of the other countries are now against Iran?
No, dude, but what?
Hold on. Ali, brother, I have a question for you, man.
Sure, bro.
Do you do karate, gang?
No, I don't do karate, gang.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, thank you. So, I'm talking about a very basic fucking equation. Very fucking basic, okay? Like, you either sanction a country and block the trade with that country, which happens by dollar, or you remove the sanctions and do business with that country, like Japan, like Saudi Arabia, like the other countries. This way, petrodollar system works with that country, right?
There's no need to prove that you are eligible like that.
Dude, I don't
You are
need
not credible. You lie. This is honesty.
It is actually an interesting, like, intellectual, like, academic question of what is optimal for the economy and, like, geopolitics. But, like, my point that I will continue to drive home, and I think the top level title of the room is, should Mamdani be arrested? Like, Mamdani is, like, standing up for what is right. Like, it's not a geopolitics optimization question. It's a question of what is ethical and what is right. And Mamdani is bang on right.
Sure,
Why didn't he arrest Raisi when he was alive there? They guided him through the back door. Why did they guided him through the back door to enter United Nations? Why do they want to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, who is much more responsible in front of international law?
Okay.
Isn't this paradox for you? Piece of shit.
Okay, so the reason that I'm explaining this, because the other D, brought out the problem to this point that we need Israel, we need Bibi Netanyahu, in spite of the fact that he's a war criminal because of Iran.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is.
You're like taking a long road to like. You're giving the back context. Thank you for that. Like, yes, dude.
No problem.
Yes.
No problem. But here is the thing: instead of having a deal with Iran for free and both countries to benefit of it, they are going behind Israel and supporting Israel to continue the war. So, what is the benefit in this for America? America is spending.
Oh my God! This is what I was afraid of. This is why I was trying to. This is what we were talking about, whether or not what Mamdani was doing, whether or not it was legal, and then now. You went on for minutes, and this is why I was trying to stop you before, is because this doesn't tie back to it.
Sure.
Because I don't care. People, I'm very critical of Israel. I'm critical of Netanyahu. I'm critical of a lot of things. But we were talking about whether or not it was legal for the mayor to say what he has said.
I know the guy's name, but he's absolutely right. That context was meaningful. Like, he meaningfully contributed to the conversation.
Yeah, Pepe.
That depends on what you mean by meaningful.
Yeah, Pepe,
if you want instinctively following Mullah Kamala, or you want to stay on the right side.
Pepe, you're right. I just say that, Mamdani was right. Netanyahu is a war criminal. It prevents America from having a deal with Iran, and it costs $1 to $2 billion each day for America.
Okay.
Well, you're factually wrong about that, but I agree with the it's definitely not costing $1 billion a day would be a lot. Like, I think you're.
I think it is costing. No, it is costing. I mean, our military to the ships and everything. That that would. I've heard that more than once. I wouldn't be surprised.
$1 million a day would do universal free lunch for public schools. Like, $1 billion a day would. It can't be. If it was $1 billion a day, it would be like a free lunch for every kid in America.
Our military is incredibly expensive to operate. So that
I don't think it is. Like
it absolutely is. That's like, look, what is our budget for our military annually?
I can answer
I'm
it.
retired. I'm retired from the military.
No.
Do you actually know what you're talking about?
No, we're basically saying it's $1 billion in circulation. Like, it's not, you don't have to have one receipt that says 1 billion, but it's $1 billion in circulation. It's actually more than $1 billion in circulation every day.
Oh, yeah, smooth talking it. Yeah, okay.
So I got a follow-up question. Holly, do you recognize that it doesn't matter if you agree with what Netanyahu said or not, that we're discussing the legality of the, what Mamdani said about Netanyahu, but we're discussing the legality of it. Are you familiar with that at all? Are you familiar with American law?
I do agree with you. I just leave it to you. I just wanted to just show you the other
aspect. Are you familiar with American laws?
That's I just another perspective of the reality for you guys. Yeah, that's only because having a counter argument about what Dee said before, because he related Mamdani to Iran actually, and I just wanted to elaborate more on this. That's it.
It is for the Islamic propaganda, not for that. For example, some other countries like Morocco, they go and fast on Ramadan and they sit together in the table, they cry, they just play like that. And he is instinctively playing on the table because he sits with them on the table to eat iftar. And that's it. This is their instinct. They cannot deny what they did on the ground. They put automatic gun in front of people. Let me just speak lonely with Mamdani, then he would have not have any answer based on the standard that he is living in. He is enforcing in New York standard that if you face him with those standards inside Iran, he would he won't have any answer. But he's instinctively following those assholes from Morocco, from some other Northern Africa or Arabic countries. No, sit with them.
Peter, cry to somebody else. No one gives a fuck about your fucking shitty third world country.
They don't give you a fuck.
No one cares about the plight of the Iranians
anymore. You are not everybody. You are one person. You are one person. You don't play.
Figure it out on your own.
You are one person.
Figure it out yourselves.
Stay in your own position.
Well, you know what we want our country to do is stay out of your shit, and we want to stay out of our shit. There's an idea. You stay out of our shit, we'll stay out of your shit. We'll deal with our shit, you deal with your shit. There's a fucking wild.
I don't engage in discussion with you. You are too low level.
No, Peter, you're too much of a crybaby. You're like a petulant child begging for mommy to come save you from the bully on the playground. Get the fuck over it, bitch.
Is that your best argument of what he's saying?
Why are you so rude?
I bet you have a better argument. I bet you have a better argument for what he's really saying. Like, think about it for a second. Like, engage with what he's really saying and leave the ad hominems out. Like, I bet you do have a legit point. Like, what is it?
It puts me on the defensive point. We need to kick Mullah out. I don't have any answer.
Then kick him out.
When he plays,
you don't need America's help. Go do it yourself if you need to get rid of them.
Just as one person, then I would engage in discussion with him. He is not a group.
Great. Organize a militia.
It was a lapse of judgment. Like, allow him to have a lapse of judgment and allow him to re-engage. Like,
organize a well-regulated militia. That's what we would do in America.
Yeah, but they don't have a well-regulated militia because they don't have our constitution. And
they could. No, hold on, Pepe. They don't need the Constitution to form a rebellion. They don't need the Constitution to form a revolt. There's inherently and intrinsically nothing legal about revolt. The whole purpose of revolt and revolution is the idea that it is illegal in nature due to the fact that the governing parties in power wouldn't allow it. So you have to go above and beyond the means of law. Go take matters into your own hands. When you are successful with your revolution, then you recreate the laws in your own image. That's what America did. That's why America is.
Yeah, but Florida, they don't have the guns. They don't have the weapons. They
So
don't have the
figure it out themselves. But we are not. Listen, we have dealt arms to these fucking third world countries way too many times. And look at how many fucking insurgency groups we've created. Look at how many fucking quote unquote terrorist groups created in the Middle East because we're dealing weapons to these P groups for them to create their own revolutions. They need to do this themselves. That way there's no fucking blood backs. That way our hands are not filled with the blood of these fucking people or the Israeli longer. Because you know what happens for these revolutionary groups when they fucking either succeed or fail? Then they use those weapons against Israel. And then Israel is like, oh, all these terrorist groups hate us. And then we're all like, oh, these terrorist groups, we need to get rid of them. But we fucking created the terrorist groups.
Hold on a second.
If the U.S. doesn't give them to us.
We're all on the app, all care, which is a gift. I bet all of us in our lives interact with people that don't care about shit like this. We're all on the app right now because we care and have something in common. I bet you we have a lot in common if we could just find that instead of fucking going attacky mode. We're for a reason.
Because at this point, when you talk about this channel, it is a good point, very good point. But when Ali reacts you with 100 sticker, that makes me disgusting because I know them. You know, I know the behind the curtains. You don't know. When he gives you that sticker, that makes me. I want to go to wall with the head.
I feel the passion, yeah.
Yeah, Peter, here is the thing. Everybody here is Avatar. Nobody knows nobody here, but we're just going over the facts, whatever people say, you know? And we can calculate it. This is what you don't do, and you talk shit.
Oh, calculation, huh? How much asset did you lose during the half a year ago? I told! How much of country's national interest you lost? Allah! Come on, calculations!
Fucking stupid.
Peter, is on to something, I think.
You! Just answer the question, how much asset of the country did you lose during the half a year
Peter
ago?
has Down syndrome. Just give him a...
No, he's on to something. I think he's right. I just don't understand it yet. Peter, what are you trying to say, man?
You need to see the line. You know, your general points are right. They come on your wave. You are a Democrat, for example, from United States. You don't have any idea, for example, who these Ali assholes are. When you
don't care.
Right points, when they give you that sticker, you know, I know them. I know their intentions, but you don't know. But you
levels of extraction,
You spend my credit for them. I am not like them. If I do something, I did everything against what they wanted. Otherwise, I would have not been here.
I could very easily be you in another life and expressing myself the same way. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for saying that. You sound super pissed off.
He sounds like a petulant child.
Well, that would be... I would not characterize him that way. He sounds rightfully pissed off about shit that is affecting him personally.
No, he sounds like a crybaby getting bullied on the playground.
You guys sound like fucking baby back bitches, private school. I was the ultimate silver spoon that ate the other ones. You guys sound like those basic bitches. So, let him talk.
You sound like fucking David Bobadilla.
Is that a comedian? Who is that? I'm sorry, redirect it to I'm gonna turn the mic off. I like the poll results.
Does anybody else notice this guy talks with the tenor of David Bobadilla?
Watch the poll results. Look at that. Oof.
Yeah, the poll results, the one that shows that Americans are overwhelmingly sick and tired of dealing with this fucking...
I'm seeing 59% no.
No, the war is overwhelmingly, if you look at the whole population, not just Republicans, it is unpopular.
Interesting. Why do you think that might be?
Because Americans don't want to be entangled in another fucking conflict in the Middle East. It's pretty simple.
Because it's always that way with war. No war is popular.
When 59% of people say no, it's like overwhelmingly, like any person, like consultant you would hire for PR on your political campaign, like you would crush this shit. If you set this up for no, like you fucking won the fuck out of this. Good job.
Is your 59% number old, brother?
Sorry, I lost the point because I needed to refill my energy. He made me drain my energy, so I need refill.
Because I'm looking at only 34% of Americans today approve of the war.
I'm talking about this specific room in Clubhouse, like the one that you organized, like we're saying no, with emphatic exclamation points.
Well, D, that's simple, right? So like I said before, no one is against what you're saying when it comes to the war crime. The argument, again, like I don't want to rehash it again. The argument is about the legalities, right? That is a big problem. Like
I think it's weird for you to nitpick about
for me personally,
out of everything in the whole world, you're going to nitpick about that. I think that's interesting.
Yes. But let me finish.
You must be incentivized to nitpick on this particular thing.
Being arrested? No, I don't think he should be arrested. Going to jail because it's, every politician is
passionate about this.
When it comes to the legalities, he should face some sort of lawsuit. He should face some sort of fine.
You're so passionate about it. Like, where does your passion? Like, you're so invested in this.
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't mean D, the one wearing the scrubs. The other one. Like, stop interrupting him.
Seriously. I'm a nice mod, so I'm not the hard one. So you can, but I can be that way if you want to. But anyways, no one's against what you say about the war crime, D. Of course, we all know that. Like, of course.
We don't all know that.
Everyone.
We don't all know that. Not everyone knows that.
Stop cutting me off. I'll put you down in the audience. All right. What we're getting at is the legality. Right, that is wrong. I don't believe a mayor should go up and just start making baseless threats against in the international arena, because it's going to be a big mess. Again, like, people who are in positions are there for a reason. Mamdani's a mayor of New York. He should focus on New York City. Unless he is the politician on the global scale, where he could be able to speak internationally, he should be able to do so. But if we're going to allow Mamdani to do this, then every mayor can do the same thing. And it's a slippery slope, D, because I get where you're coming from when it comes to morality and ethics, and you talk about the Bible and Jesus. I get that part.
Yeah.
But when roles do reverse, and you start to see a politician were to, let's say, support Iran and say, hey, you know what? Why don't we just arrest everyone who's against Iran, right? And just start saying that, right? And let's just say there's a politician out there who supports North Korea, or let's
you're
No. You see the reason why there's laws in place. It sounds crazy when I say it.
The way that you're posing the question is a false premise.
So that way we can prevent this.
You're framing it in a.
All right, you're gonna go down in the audience if you keep cutting me off. Well, I listened to you for 1 hour, man. Come on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I listened to you for like 1 hour, dude.
I do feel like I talked for too long. So that was way too long.
You have to be able to just let me talk. I'm not your enemy. Like, I'm not your enemy. Like, I can listen to you. You can listen to me. But anyways, like I said before, the reason why there's laws in place so we can prevent the slippery slope of tiptoeing into someone becoming radical and getting away with it. Yeah, right now, like, people agree, yeah, like, Netanyahu's a war criminal, we get the whole story. And it sounds good, it feels good. I understand that point. But when it comes to, as a mayor, making a threat that we're going to arrest you, you know, that sounds absolutely insane. You know, I don't understand something like that. He can say he hates Netanyahu. He can publicly say, hey, Netanyahu, what you're doing is a big atrocity. I'm representative of New York City, and me and all the members and citizens of New York City also hate you too, in so many words, for lack of articulation. And he can say things like, well, Netanyahu, if you keep going, you're going to end up putting yourself in trouble. He can have said so many things to disagree with Netanyahu and the crimes that he's committing, right? But instead, he says, you're going to be arrested if you come to New York City. In so many words, I'm going to get my gang and you're going to go to jail. It's like, come on, dude. Come on. Like, America, you're a mayor. You're stepping beyond your bounds. So that's the problem with that statement. Do I disagree with him? No. Like, I can be a conservative and also agree on the Dems. I don't disagree with Mamdani when it comes to Netanyahu's war crime. But I do disagree with him stepping beyond his bounds as a city mayor. And also, he's not an American. He was not a natural-born American citizen, so that also rubs me the wrong way as well. So it tells me that, okay, so anyone can come in this country, step in as a mayor, and just start becoming, like, what is it, the international ambassador of the states. So I lend my...
So there's an important distinction between policy and politics, but they often get blurred. What Mamdani has been doing from day one since he was campaigning on saying that he would arrest Netanyahu is politics, and he always knew that. It was just politics. He always knew that he couldn't do that for the following reasons. One, he's in the United States. The United States never signed on to the Rome Statute, so we're not part of the ICC. The ICC is a fake court as far as American law is concerned. Number two, the federal government has sole prominence over foreign policy, no local or state government. Number three, there are other laws that are on the books that specifically say that that no American official can cooperate with the ICC. It was the American Service Members Defense Act, something like that. So it was always ridiculous, but politics-wise, it's very clever, because what he does is he convinces feeble-minded people that there is a consensus on something when there actually isn't one, namely the idea that there was a genocide in Gaza or that Netanyahu was a war criminal. And I'm happy to take up anyone here on those facts.
Yeah.
If you want to go into that road.
If you said you're happy to take up anyone on those facts,
Yes, you talk about how the civilian to combatant death ratio in Gaza is better than anything in modern urban warfare. Or we could talk about, I don't know, like the unprecedented amounts of aid that Israel allowed into Gaza during the war, the unprecedented lengths that Israel went to have civilians evacuate.
I'm happy to just chatter with you about those things. Like, one, for example, the fact that the Israeli military intelligence department, under their own math, asserts
you're going to do the 83% thing. Yeah, that's not true. That's not
okay. Well, that was Israel's own intelligence community.
I can tell you what that was. They said they had a database. They had a database of known people who were members of Hamas, and they said that.
And they said that only 83%.
83%. Yeah, that does not mean
were combatants.
That does not mean that only 17% of all people killed in Gaza were combatants. That's like saying that 100% of all people driving cars have driver's license because the DMV has all these people with driver's license and they're the only ones driving. Okay, so that's a retarded argument.
Clint was, he was correct about one thing. Okay, and
that's not what it is at all.
Hold on, Florida. There is no consensus that that they are committing a genocide, at least by American people. There are people that in America who do think it's a genocide. I'm not saying whether or not there's one going on.
It doesn't matter if they're American or Palestinian or Israeli or whatever. Like, a genocide is a genocide, motherfucker.
You people can't define genocide, and you can't prove why what's happening in Gaza is supposedly genocide.
It is.
Yeah, just saying it is and stopping
Also,
it
the
doesn't make it true.
unprecedented
Give me
amounts
an
of
argument.
aid. Can
Give
we
me an
also
actual
talk
argument.
about the unprecedented amounts of attacks on humanitarian aid
Yeah,
workers?
let's talk about how Israel has dropped 200,000 bombs on Gaza, damaging or destroying 70 to 80% of all the structures, and yet only 3% of the population of Gaza has died. And you're trying to claim that that's a genocide. The net population of Gaza has grown since the war began, and you're trying to say that that's genocide.
The net population of Gaza
Israel
has grown since the war.
Facilitated? Yes, it has.
By whom?
And Israel
Whom has occupied Gaza since the beginning of the war?
That's your argument? Dude, you're trying to say
whom has occupied Gaza such that the population has increased since the war?
So you're saying that the population increase in Gaza is due to the presence of Israeli soldiers?
I'm asking you,
Are you
whom is
improvising?
occupying? No, I'm asking
You're improvising.
I'm asking you whom is occupying Gaza.
And I'm telling you,
population
and I'm
increased.
telling you that reported births in Gaza, we know that the population has increased, and the presence of soldiers there doesn't have anything to do with the size of the Palestinian population.
We're raping the fuck out of their women. We're like having lots of babies, so the population is increasing.
That's your argument now, is to try to say that there's mass rape of Palestinian women and that they're having kids by Israeli soldiers? Like, are there any serious people in this room who actually want to make the argument that there's a genocide? Or is this,
sound like
is
you're
this
a
the best that
serious
you
person.
people
It sounds
can come
like
up
you're
with?
pushing fucking.
Is this the best that you can come up with?
It's
I always am like trying to hope that there might actually be someone on the other side who is not a belligerent imbecile.
When it comes to genocide, look, this is where it starts to become complicated, is you have a lot of which I guess they are technically experts. We could say that they have a very political opinion that claim that there is a genocide happening there. I feel like when having these debates about whether or not there's a genocide, when the waters have been so muddied that I don't even know that it's possible.
Well, if you want to, Pepe, if you want to debate something in general, like, it's good to know logic and to spot logical fallacies. So one of those logical fallacies is called the appeal to authority. The appeal to authority fallacy.
That's what you're
saying. When you just say, oh well, Amnesty said this and I agree with them, so therefore I'm right. That's the appeal to authority fallacy.
No, I give it to
You're implying that if we actually have a debate, D, try to control yourself, dude. You've talked nonstop for an hour. I know I'm saying stuff that you don't like, but try to have a little mic discipline, okay? If you actually
Hold on, before you go, D, we're not gonna keep telling you about your mic discipline, brother. Next time, you're gonna be in that audience and you're gonna stay in that audience.
Here's the thing,
I don't want to. It wasn't meant for you to respond or anything. I'm just telling you, respectfully. You can talk, you can conversate, but just be respectful, man, and stop.
I feel like I am being respectful.
I'm
just saying, like,
you're responding to me like with sarcasm and like a petulant teenager, okay? It's just wait your turn to talk. It's not that hard, okay? What I was saying is, if we look at the relevant documents, okay, if we look at the Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, which is where the legal definition of genocide can be found, that's what we should study. That's what we look at, and then ask ourselves, is this what we see in Gaza? Does this apply? And how do we know that? What are our facts? What are we pointing to? That is how you have an actual debate over this. Not, oh, this expert agrees with me, so I'm right. Oh, that expert agrees with you, so that's just fucking Hasbara. No, that's not how we actually have a fucking productive, adult, intelligent conversation about this.
Yeah. Clint, if I may take up your point about the population increasing, do you consider what happened in Bosnia a genocide? Do you know about the Bosnian genocide?
What, the Srebrenica massacre? I believe, the ICJ found that was a genocide.
But they were also deliberately trying to ethnically cleanse. That was their fucking goal. I mean, that's where that's what this all hinges on. It hinges on intent. On dollar especial, what's it called? Dollar specialis.
Regarding the point of the population, L, if I may, do you think the population increased in Bosnia when the genocide was going on? And if so,
I think the difference, the reason why the ICJ found that a genocide happened in Srebrenica and it won't in Gaza is because they could prove that intent to wipe out the targeted population was the only possible intent behind that massacre.
I give you that. But the point about the population.
But if I could point out one more thing about that case and another one of Croatia versus Serbia, which I think was decided in 2015, like these are ICJ precedents. These are cases where they also set the precedent that the intent to population has to be the only plausible explanation for why the massacre or why the violence occurred. So you are never going to be able to reach that standard with Gaza.
Okay, but you brought up the point about the population being increased. L, if I may, you brought up the point about the population, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. That's more of like a logical, common sense reason than a technical, legal reason for why it's not a genocide. But if we look at intent, if you look at the fact that Israel helped vaccinate the entire infant population of Gaza, or all of the aid that it provided, or the fact that it had all of the populations evacuate, like warning them to get out of harm's way, when it could have just, carpet bombed the place, and it could have actually done a real genocide if it wanted to. The fact that it didn't do those things all points to a different intent. They obviously did not have the intent of wiping out the population of Gaza. And there's other common sense things you can look at too, because Gazans ethnically are indistinguishable from Israeli Arabs and from Arabs in the West Bank, who were at the mercy of the Israeli forces during this whole time and were not targeted with a genocide or like mass casualty events. So why is that?
I'm sorry, Brownie, may I intervene?
Let Brownie make his point about the population growth. He's trying to go somewhere.
Just one last point. What I'm saying.
Hold on, one moment. We're gonna let Brownie go, and Rose, you can go after.
Thank you.
Can I get some sort of statistic about the population increase from any sort of credible source other than the Facebook post I found?
Brownie, go ahead, man. Mike is on you.
One last.
Okay, great. Then it should be easy to provide me the link.
Yeah, it's easy if you can find it on your own.
I can't find it with my Google searches, so I'm just asking for some assistance, please.
Alright, y'all got
burden of proof is on the person who made the claim.
You just practice.
Kilmutt made the claim. I'm asking for his supporting evidence.
You next, Florida. Just stop trying me.
Okay, I'm just saying, during the Bosnian genocide, the Bosniaks as a whole group of people did not disappear or even stop growing as a population, yet the killing at the Srebrenica were ruled genocide because of so many reasons, one of them being the intent. So if the population of a group of people is being increased, it doesn't automatically mean that there's not a genocide going on. You have very other good points, Clint, regarding the intent. I would be happy to argue that. But the fact that the population is increasing, it doesn't mean that there's not a genocide going on. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, with the addition that every other case of accepted genocide, apart from, I guess, what you're pointing out in the Balkans, does have a decrease in the population.
Yeah.
May I?
Like that's why I brought up the example. That's
it, brother. You made a submission and you asked him a question. He answered your question. So now we're going to come back to you, and it's on Rose.
Intent is the main word, though.
Thank you. So I would kindly ask nobody interrupt. I'll try to be as succinct as coherent as I can. The first thing, regarding the increase of the population, that rumor was started by John Spencer. John Spencer used data that came from the CIA website. If you look at the CIA website and you do the math, you can actually come to the conclusion that the population has grown by 2.2%, which is what everybody keeps echoing. But what John Spencer failed to do is to actually look at the fine print. If you go to the CIA website and you look at the bottom of the page, it indicates the changes in the population do not include changes due to a violent conflict and or a natural disaster. I posted the link with all the sources in the chat. Second of all, when it comes to intent, Israel, for the first time about 4 weeks ago, I think, was found by the UN Independent Committee, the second one, guilty of 4 out of 5 counts of a genocide with a specific intent to target children. That's one regarding intent. Second, regarding intent. Intent doesn't have to include a written order, even though there are proof. Please, I asked you, please not to interrupt. Intent does not have to be proven by a written order. One of the issues that we can prove intent with, and this was explained to me by no other than Councillor Yair Olmert, the nephew of Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, which happens to be a good friend of a very well-known lawyer in Israel, can easily, because a rational adult is well aware of the natural result of its action. So, for example, if there is a higher command that sees that a population of 2.4 million people are down to 2 hospitals for the entire population, but still decides to bomb the remaining 2, he is well aware of the result, which is 0 medical facilities for 2 million people. That is enough to prove intent. So given the fact that there is a consensus among, let's say, academic scholars, Holocaust genocide researchers, 12 different, there is, and you can argue with them, there is, and I interviewed,
I can cite the other people who disagree with them.
I asked you not to interfere, and you will not. Because there
Well,
is
when we're
enough
saying
to provide
something that's-
I trust you not to intervene, and you will not. There is a consensus. I can provide a list of 58 academics, all of them scholars in the most respectable institutions in Israel and out, all of them either historians, genocide researchers, or human rights lawyers, and Jews or Israelis, all of it call it a genocide. I have personally interviewed 3 of them. 2 of them are tender professors in the Hebrew University of Jerusalem.
Scholarship that they got.
No,
And I can provide a list of other scholars who disagree with your scholars.
Who? Give me, because there's only 2 ever published public opinions claiming this is not a genocide. The first one is John Spencer, and I can provide a video where John Spencer himself admits to being employed by a venture capital that is being promoted and founded by Likud caucus members, specifically those who call to exterminate God. And that is all in his voice. I can provide that too. I was there. The other scholars that actually provided a paper, semi-professional, claiming it's not a genocide, were 6 Israeli academics and scholars. One of them, the head author, Uri Orlif, which I have spoken to as well, has since then retracted that statement. So there is a consensus, as was explained to me by Amos Goldberg, Daniel Blattner, Omer Batov, Shmulik Lederman, Michael Sfar. Do you want other names? All of them Israeli and or Jewish academics and human rights lawyers that have vehemently have said this is a genocide, and have started saying so since August 2024, which was the first time Omer Bartov said it, who is, by the way, a comparative genocide academic, tender professor in Brown University for the past 25 years, former Israeli and IDF officer. The claim of genocide is not your opinion and mine. And the only time that it made it to the ICJ gave the following ruling. Plausible genocide provisional measures required, which means that if something is not done, this will become a genocide. That was in January 2024. Not only was nothing done, it only gotten worse. And just to be clear for those of you who don't know me, I am Israeli, I am Jewish, I am openly anti-Zionist. I am not an anti-Semite because I am a Jew. I don't support Hamas because Hamas are not a good thing. And I am very much against the state of Israel and Zionism. Not because I am against my people or Jewish people or anybody, but because it is an evil, oppressive construct that violates human rights since the day it existed. Everybody between the river and the sea deserves to be equal and free. And when it comes to a genocide, this is a problem with you fucking Zionists. You conveniently ignore facts whenever it's comfortable. John Spencer was an idiot that didn't look at the fine print. Genocide is a consensus among scholars, including academics of the highest ranking in Brown, Princeton, and Hebrew University of Jerusalem, which I am a graduate of, by the way. All of them say it's a genocide, and one last, even the Genocide Research Institute, named after Raphael Lemkin, the Jewish Hungarian fucking Holocaust survivor that literally wrote the definition of genocide, have also called it a genocide. Israeli B'Tselem, Israeli
Okay,
Physician for
Emma,
Human
thank
Rights,
you very much.
and go on and on.
From
Shut up.
somebody else now. It's not a lecture.
It is, because none of you know anything, and I do.
I mean, she sounds like she's wickedly educated on all of these talking
But this
points.
is not
So,
one of those.
Okay, so can I respond to?
okay, well, it's certainly
this
This isn't an echo chamber. We can have
It's not an echo
that have-
chamber. That's why we want to learn.
There are several
So
things that Emma says that are not true that I would like to address.
we can have
Bitch.
She sounds like she knows exactly what she's talking
fuck
about.
No, she sounds like she's in like.
Yeah.
You guys are fucking obnoxious. Now, hold on. Now, BB, don't do that. Look, she's saying things that are may or may not be true. People on both sides may be doing that.
Exactly.
And the other side are gonna maybe find it offensive. That's fine, but this is not a Zionist space. This is not a pro Hamas or space. So we're just gonna let people say what they want to say. They get to take their turn.
Hamas is finished.
Can I respond to some of the things that Emrose was lying about?
Let her finish her last point. She wasn't done yet.
She was done, and I
wasn't
someone
done.
needs to
It was cut
respond
off
to
by
the
me
she was
before
done.
she was able to finish.
Were you finished, Emrose?
She wants to say that she's against Hamas. Hamas is already
Peter, quit
destroyed.
crying.
This is not a point of her. Quit crying. Hamas is not there anymore.
But
crying.
Anyway, so she mischaracterized what the ICJ ruled on, and the Chief Justice Joan Donoghue explained on BBC then what that ruling actually was, and it basically boiled down to that they said that Palestinians have a plausible claim to protection under the Convention on Prevention of Genocide. They did not say that it was plausible that a genocide had occurred.
Mean?
Second of all,
Measures, no, what does plausible genocide?
No, they said that it is plausible that the are
Gabrielle,
people as such.
hold on. And Rose, I sent them to goo when they kept interrupting you. I will send you to the goo if you keep interrupting them.
To be fair, I asked her if she was finished, and I think she was trying to speak.
That's okay, I can wait.
Nah, if you wasn't finished, you can go. If you wasn't finished, you can definitely finish.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
allow them that same respect.
Timothy, that's a sweet name. No, but I've lost my train of thought, so I'll just wait my turn. And anybody that needs receipts or documentations, I'm happy to provide. Just request.
I also have a pile of documentation about the genocide attempt of Mullah.
Oh boy, green Crayola drawings of your stick figure family don't count.
Alright guys, I'll set the rule. Okay, Peter is a mod. Peter is a mod, and I understand he has a lot of passion. But if anyone talks trash about Peter, it's getting kicked out of the room.
Mullah needs to be
If you mock
finished.
if you mock him, you're getting kicked out.
I've got a question for Emrose. Emrose, I wanted to ask you something.
Just check out my photo. This is one of the... Her mom also committed suicide. This victim, Sarina Ismailzadeh, also lost her mom after her death.
Nobody understands a word you just quoted.
I'm kicking you to the goo.
You
Sorry,
are
brother.
taking a side against these kind of victims. You are against this. You are part of shit. You are a piece of shit.
Emrose, I've got a question for you. Do you justify October the 7th?
Are you kidding me? You little piece of shit. My best friend had
I'm
three.
not kidding you.
I had three nieces and nephews. That my best friend had 3 nieces and nephews in the tunnels for 3 months, including her favorite cousin and her husband, 4 murdered in Beirut. I was taking care of an evacuated family that the grandma had to attend 4 online funerals for the kids in her kindergarten.
I am just throwing this.
Don't ever fucking ask me that question again.
That wasn't my question.
I would have
No, Gandalf, you know exactly what you asked and you know exactly what I answered.
Okay, can I also point out one more thing?
I don't know what you answered.
Two more
You
things.
answered a whole lot of hullabaloo about stuff that happened.
We don't need to attack.
So
This was a cheap dig at her. So let Prince go ahead.
Can I just say that the problem with letting somebody go on and make like 10 different points in a row without giving anyone a chance to respond to them one at a time is that like a lot of them get through.
You do the same shit. I can't remember.
Okay, so for one thing, there were not only 2 scholars of genocide who have gone against
one John Spencer and one published by six authors.
Yeah, and no, you made the claim that it's just that. There is also a paper released by a former Australian parliamentarian named Mike Kelly, which I highly encourage you to read, and everyone in here should read, on debunking the Gaza genocide. He's a lawmaker from Australia.
So he's not a genocide.
Right. So you were basically a walking example of what I was talking about before with just the appeal to authority fallacy.
I'm asking how is it
No, you're here. I mean, you're the.
No, we not doing this, man. I don't know how many times I've said only one mic at a time, bro.
Okay, so the other logical fallacy and untruth that you said was talking about the Raphael Lemkin Center endorsing the genocide libel. Do you know the actual relatives of Raphael Lemkin are suing that organization for using his name? That organization has nothing to do with him. It's a bunch of random leftists like you somewhere in Pennsylvania who are basically using his corpse as a prop.
Okay, like Clement, would you like to go over the 58 other names that I have?
Okay, we can also then go over the dozens of other scholars that have gone on record.
Everybody also always says they have that list. Nobody ever provides it. And trust me,
I will provide it in the chat in a minute, but you know what? But my point is that this is not like an actual intelligent way of making that argument.
That list does not exist. How do you explain?
Your entire argument is the appeal to authority fallacy.
No, my entire argument is that it's not my opinion that makes it different, or yours. My entire argument is based on 12 different human rights organizations, 3 Israeli human rights organizations.
Yes, which are staffed by ideologues like yourself who are biased.
Staffed by what? Ideologues like myself?
Yes, they are staffed by Smolanim like you who are biased.
This is not about Smolanim. Do you recognize international law? Do you comply with the concept of international law and international institutions? Because if you do, you have to accept that 2 independent UN committees have found Israel guilty.
Right, and one of those committees, the one that you cited, was the one accusing Israelis of deliberately killing children and didn't provide a single concrete example. All of that has been debunked by NGO Monitor. They did not actually find a single case. It was all based on hearsay.
No, it's not.
They create this slop for people like you to throw around.
Okay, so I'm going to do one last thing. I'm going to put a link into chat to an organization called Bearing Witness. The organization started by an Israeli historian teaching in Princeton called Professor Lee Mordechai. That organization became an initiative became an organization called Bearing Witness, which actually documents, catalogs every testimony and proof regarding the genocide. It is started by an Israeli. There are multiple international volunteers today, and it is sectioned by categories like the starvation policy, the destruction policy, the targeting of children policy, and all of that by Israeli Jews.
Yes.
Shocking, right?
And then people respond to those reports, and they debunk those reports, and you ignore them, and you dismiss the people doing that. Just like you dismissed Benny Morris's takedown of Omer Bartov.
When you tell me I am basing my claims on lefty ideologues, that's not true. These are people who live here, that have a say and a stake in the matter. They have no reason to say something like this, which
just
makes
the fact that there's 3% of the Israeli population that is as delusional as you doesn't make them a voice over every other Israeli.
Unless their conscience really starts to weigh on them. And that is before we even started talking about testimonies of IDF personnel themselves, which you are unaware of because you are not from here and you don't speak the language. We can talk about the Yehuda Vach investigation. We can talk about we can talk about the testimonies. We can talk about it. סבבה, אז בוא נדבר על פרוטוקול. We can talk about mosquito protocol and the testimony of an officer that said that his brigade alone had over 2,000 cases of using Palestinians as human shields instead of drones. I can give you multiple other examples. Don't fuck with me.
No, we don't need no more examples. We just, I mean, you could give examples, but try to just keep it relevant to the title. And, you know, we don't have to attack somebody, one person personally. But
if you ask me, he needs to be replicated. I love the guy. I think he's awesome.
I see some new speakers on stage. Lucian, D, fake D. You've been quiet for a minute, so I see you've been talking some shit in the chat. So if you want to come off a mic and be the pit bull that you claim to be, go ahead.
There's no ego. I'm just saying, like, it's actually the opposite of ego. Like, every single person that is alive and capable of hearing this message should think about taking care of people lesser than themselves. Like, if there's someone sick or deprived, or like, if you look down on them because they have a fucking gambling addiction, or like you look down on them because they're bad with their money, or they're like, for whatever reason, like, Christ calls us to take care of people lesser than ourselves. And I think that we should vote for laws and regulations that take care of people that can't take care of themselves. And I'm done. That's it.
To follow what that gentleman just shared.
Go ahead.
Before I follow, thank you for that, Dee. I came into the room just based on it being the President Trump room. That's number one. I have a pink ticket. I'll probably cash it in. Could you do a reset for me first? And then I want to respond to what Dee said and why I came into the room regarding President Trump. Should Mandami be arrested? What's the real issue there? I'm in Los Angeles. We have a very heated mayoral race here with Karen Bass and Nithya Raman. So I want to understand the topic, and then I will expound regarding why I came into the room. I'm done speaking.
Okay. Does any of the moderators want to
long story short, okay, legally, what Mandani was saying that he has been trying to find a way to do, which would be to first of all recognize the ICCJ and arrest Netanyahu is illegal. And so basically, people are asking whether or not he should be, be held accountable for it.
Fine with that. Thank you so much, Pepe, for that. Always appreciate you, Pepe, the data that you bring every room you go into. So, literally, as you all can see, the consensus is real simple. 60% says no, no, no. So I think we should close that case. I think that was real simple. Now let me move very quickly to Los Angeles and President Trump, okay? Is it okay if I put a link in the chat if people want to look at the data that I'm going to share? Is it okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, very good. I'm not going to be too long. I'm out of town. It's early where I am, so I'm not going to talk too. I also won't talk too long. So what I'm going to put in the chat is some data regarding Trump's executive order that he signed July of last year regarding homelessness. Okay? And I don't know how many of you have read the executive order regarding homelessness. And by the way, I'm using the word homelessness very on purpose. I'm not using unhoused. I'm not using houseless. Let me explain why very quickly. In our opinion, we've been studying this environment for decades. And that's why the mayoral race here in Los Angeles, the top two issues are the unhoused, people living on our streets, it's out of friggin' control, and affordable housing. Those are our number one issues, period. And so Trump, in the executive order, only talks about homelessness. In our opinion, based on our research, homelessness is directly related to mental health and substance abuse, which represents around 90% of the people on our streets. So now, Dee, I'm going to close with this based on what you said. In our opinion, based on our research, we should not call everyone on our streets nationwide homeless. We should call them unhoused. And then hold on, I'm almost done. And I'm going to be quiet.
Sorry.
No, thank you so much. And the reason I wanted to speak to you after you is because we've been studying this for decades. So I am very knowledgeable on what I just said. I'm talking at the highest level. So, in conclusion, homeless, 90% on our streets in LA. It's over 75,000 people, and it's getting worse, by the way, living on our streets. Houseless is economics, money. And so if you do not address the social issue directly related to money, people who can't afford to pay their rent, the list goes on and on, they're going to spiral into homelessness. And so we must be, in my humble opinion, social capitalists as it relates to the unhoused in America. I'm done speaking. Bam.
Except your numbers are wrong. It's not 90% or even close to it. It's about 30% of each of them. If you add them up, you barely top 50, maybe 60% numbers that are out there. Certainly not 90%.
Are you talking about the homeless?
But yeah, but it's not 90%.
But no, but if you look at it, there's two different groups of homeless. There's a long-term, there's a chronically, or they call it long list, and then you have...
No, but what it is, his 90% number is not accurate. That's way higher.
Okay, but look at the long-term chronically homeless. That's where it's different. That's where you get majority aren't mentally ill.
Yeah, yes, you can split
it
out.
But generally, it's co-occurring substance abuse and mental.
But that's twisting the numbers. You're trying to.
No. The long-term homeless. The reason, the people that you see sleeping on the street in tents, those are almost 100% of the time the chronically long-term homeless. They're a lot different from most homeless, which generally they will find shelter somewhere, stay at somebody's house temporarily. In other words, they generally do not end up having to sleep in a tent. The reason why you see the people sleeping in a tent is generally because they are that unmanageable that they cannot be placed in a facility. Most of the time, it's because they do drugs. Any shelter or any housing that's provided by any of the social services, they will not. They don't allow you to do drugs or alcohol. And these people drugs and alcohol, so they're not eligible.
I feel like you're onto something. What's your name?
Pepe. I worked on fucking field. That's the only reason I know this shit.
Give me a second. I think you're onto something.
Are you referring to who you're being too great? Who are you referring to? Because I know more than Pepe is good. What he's sharing, I can almost guarantee I know more than what Pepe knows about this issue. And Pepe, you're right. William, you're wrong. I'm done speaking.
No, you're twisting the numbers by trying to separate out long-term and short-term.
Here's the thing.
Christmas, numerous homeless organizations.
I might be able to.
I know as much as you do, Bam, if not more. We go head to head.
It's not like a who knows more type thing. Like, we're all just trying to make the world a better place, right? Like, I might be able to thread the needle here. Like, I live in a dense metropolitan area. And I can see what you described is absolutely true. There are like career drug addicts, and honestly, they need rehab. Like, if I am like living like the true teachings of Jesus, and I'm trying to take care of everybody, like if they are when I see them in trouble, like they're obviously, looks like they're about to steal a car or something, like it's my job to talk to them. It sucks because I have my kid in the car, I got my kid in the back seat, in the car seat, and I have to fucking pull the car over and I have to have this conversation, and it sucks. Like, but I have to do it. Like, I have to like take care of my neighborhood and like talk to them and like, hey, like there's a place where you can go to. There's a food bank. You gotta get the fuck out of here, man. Like, by the way, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Hold on, guys. Hold on for a second.
You're saying 90%.
Let him finish.
Hold on for a second, please.
I'll land in 60 seconds.
Let him finish.
Give me 60 seconds more. So what you were saying resonates with me is like this element of personal responsibility. I'm huge on that. But like the people that you see that are homeless with a sign out and obviously strung out, like they either need to go to rehab or they need to go to jail or they need a guaranteed job, or like there needs to be a social program for them to do that. And I don't think you realize, like, I think you're, like, from what I can tell, you're coming from the opposite end of the conservative, like, the Republican spectrum. And unfortunately, I will have to admit this, you're right. There has been a lot of grift. And people have been grifting off of the woke shit, and, like, millions of dollars have been disappearing. You're right about that. And I don't fucking like that. And we gotta solve that also. But, like, you can't just walk by someone or drive by someone and not do something. Like, it's our responsibility to take care of our people in our neighborhood, in our, like, if you see somebody, you gotta, like, get them.
Shut the fuck up. Let him finish.
And that's it. I'm done.
Bam, what are Los's number? We all know what Los's history is. Why would Los's say much, much lower? And yes, Pepe, you can separate out the long term for the short term and get a higher increase of that number. But your number of 90% of the total homeless, it's not 75,000. The numbers were just released. Went back to 2023 or 2024 numbers. It's not 75,000. This is
Engaging with what I said at all. Who cares what are you talking about the numbers? Like,
are you drunk at 8 a.m. in the morning, D? The numbers are not what you're saying, Bam, by any means whatsoever. Bass's numbers just came out. It's 45,000. Losses. Oh, I do fucking get it. I know more about this fucking conversation than anyone in the room. I can assure you, I've worked for 6 or 7 different homeless organizations over the years. Okay, I can give you the actual numbers. Losses numbers put it somewhere between 20 and 30% of each of those 2 categories. When you add them together, you're not at that 90%. Look at Losses own fucking numbers, Bam. So tell me how you know more than Losses does. Please.
Thank you, William. Thank you, William. All right, and Pepe, I want you to chime in too, because you're very knowledgeable on this subject also. So, William, as you know, LASA has been defunded, and justifiably so, because LASA's numbers and the illegal crap going on with
yes, they have inflated their numbers. They've had an incentive to inflate the number.
Come on, William. Please, bro, let's have an exchange. And you mentioned you know more than me. I don't think that's a true statement. However, we can actually flesh it out pretty quickly. As I shared when I talked about the topic, should Mandami be arrested? The consensus is 57%. So clearly, people feel that this topic is virtually a wash. And so basically, he said regarding being more socially conscious is why I spoke up as it relates to President Trump and the executive order of July of 2025. Gee, just hold on, brother. Let me, William, and Pepe, I think I know more than William. William thinks he knows more than me. I know Pepe knows what he's talking about based on what he said. This topic is huge, friggin' humongous, you guys. And so, William, again, LASA has been defunded justifiably. So, I live in Los Angeles. So, my question to you, William, and I'll land my plane, where do you live if you're okay with sharing it?
I'm in the city. I'm here. Well, I'm not in Los Angeles itself, but I live in LA. And maybe I don't know more than you. Maybe we have different perspectives, but I'm just telling you, I'm extremely knowledgeable. LASA has been defunded. We could put out the executive order that Trump signed, but nothing has been done on, no enforcement whatsoever. We can debate all day long about what that order said, what it did, why it was written, and how nobody's enforced it. What the order goes against the Orange County ruling, what Gavin Newsom has been doing secretly under the table up in Northern California. We could debate for hours about this stuff. My point is that the numbers you're giving are way, way over the most conservative or liberal numbers. It's nowhere close to 90%. That's the only thing that I'm arguing against. Just like the people who claim it's 75,000 homeless are living in the streets of Los Angeles. You can parse it out by county, you can parse it out by city. The numbers you're giving are inflated higher than what they actually are. That's the point I'm making.
I appreciate that response. So I'm going to close with this. Then I want to hear Pepe's response, and then I'm done for now. William, I'm on Skid Row every Wednesday. I'm going to put a link in the chat, and the link I'm putting in the chat is where I am on Wednesdays on Skid Row. I would love for you to come out on Wednesday coming, and let's meet at the Skid Row Care Campus. I just put the data there. Hopefully you can. And let's collaborate to address the issues because, as you know, the numbers are going up. Karen Bass just issued a statement about that. And she says the reason the numbers are going up is because the funding has been pulled. I'll land my plane there. William, if you would, and Pepe, then I'm done for that.
Okay, so So, were you on Skid Row when it cleared out about 6 months ago when they pushed everybody out, cleaned up the streets? It was literally a fucking ghost town. Do you remember that?
Absolutely. Not only do I absolutely remember it, and let's look at what was the catalyst for that. The catalyst was the FIFA games were coming. They wanted to clean up the street. They're doing the same thing for 2028. So I'm done speaking.
Okay, so are you?
I am not familiar enough with Los Angeles, so it sounds like you guys are about like the agency there or whoever is responsible for the homeless in California. I'm really not. I do
you
not
just
know
straight
enough
up
about
don't
it.
understand homelessness at all. Like is what it sounds like.
What?
No, he understands it quite well, D. I might disagree with what Pepe said or the reason he got to where he was getting to, but Pepe certainly understands it. And I'm not
maybe by metrics perspective, but by direct observation, I can tell you don't understand it.
Sorry. And William, very quickly, D, with all due respect, this is my first time ever being in a room with you. When you're speaking, you're being gray. You don't understand who are you referring to. State the person's name so it's clear.
It's weird when we're in a room like this. I should address them by the
Are you drunk?
I'm sorry. Yeah, obviously.
Okay, I'm gonna do you a favor because you keep on interrupting. I'm gonna put you in the drunk tank down below.
I'm so offended.
You need to go to bed already.
I'm gonna cry.
Conclusion, I appreciate you, William. I appreciate you. I followed you on IG, William. There's synergy in who you are and what you do. There's synergy in who I am and what I do. And let's work together to address this issue. It's out of control. I'm done speaking. Ben.
I missed the part where William mentioned. William. William. Can you guys hear me, by the way? I don't even know.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I missed the part, William. You said that you asked a question about the streets of LA being cleared. I got disconnected. What were you asking about that?
So, about 6 months ago, you went through Skid Row where I mean, we all know what LA Skid Row looks like, right? There was maybe a dozen homeless people on the streets of Skid Row. I freaked out. I was like, what the fuck happened, right? Like, it was almost like 1,000 people were abducted and just gone, right? And there was no tents. There was nothing. It was amazing to me. And I thought, oh my God, did somebody actually solve the problem? Did aliens abduct them? Did they get grinded up and, made into, what's that, Soylent Green? Like, I really didn't know what it was. And so I went back through a couple of days later, and it was kind of the same thing. And it took about 2 or 3 weeks for it to start to come back. About a month and a half later, it was back in full. But Karen Bass basically cleaned out Skid Row. They power washed the streets down, cleaned everything up. And it was this amazing experience that the vast majority of the people in LA just didn't even know happened. So Bam's down there every day. It was just like, it was a chance to talk to somebody who witnessed the same thing, because most people were like, what are you talking about?
William, I'm there on Wednesdays only for 2 hours. I own a company that's eradicating houselessness. I can't be there every day being a business owner. I put data in the chat. I'm going to put data in your IG. Let's talk. Let's work to eradicate. And I appreciate you, William. Thank you so much.
Yeah, bless you for the work you do. Have you heard of Adam Miller?
If you're talking, William.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm in the Matrix or I'm getting through. Bam, have you heard of Adam Miller, who's running for mayor?
Response, no, and he's out, so why are you asking me that question? I'll go ahead.
Because he's in the space, and he's a billionaire or close to a billionaire, and he's making moves, and he got into the race to do some good, and he's someone you might want to investigate and have on the radar.
Do you have direct access to him and connect me, you and him, breakfast, lunch, on me?
Yeah, I do. I actually thought about going to work for his campaign, and then so I have his direct connection to a PR guy, to his PR guy. But the same as I point everyone to the Dream Center, to the Rainbow Center, to SIFs. I mean, he's somebody that's in the space that you might want to talk to because he has resources that could probably help you out with your efforts down there. Like he's somebody you want to look into and align yourself with, right? But more than you and I could do anything together, or I could help you in any way, he's somebody that you really, really want to align yourself with. Because his whole thing is about affordable housing.
Matthew, I'm sorry to cut you off. I know Matthew very well, the Dream. I'm really in this, William. I know all these people, so this is the easy part. I can go on and on about all the people that I know. So this person, I didn't even see him on the radar for mayor, by the way. And so, yes, brother, how do you want to communicate? Do you want an IG? Do you want me to text you my mobile phone direct? How do you want to communicate?
Text me your mobile phone. I don't have a lot of time. Like I'm juggling multiple different stuff. But if there's some way I can point you in the right direction or help you, or you've got something going on, and I come down to shoot a news story and help you out one day or something, I'm down for the cause. But Adam Miller is all about affordable housing and solving the housing problem, as opposed to putting a Band-Aid on the homeless problem, right? So based on what I've heard you say, he's very much in line with you, and he's got the money. He's got an office over on the west side in Santa Monica, Brentwood area. Like he's a shaker and a mover. Like think Rick Caruso. He's kind of on that level, and he didn't get any traction in the election, but his mindset and his moral, his ethics are in line with what we need. I think that he would have been a great mayor, but I still think that he cares about the issue, and he's somebody you really ought to align yourself with.
Just so you know, Caruso was on the campaign trail for mayor. I met one-on-one with Caruso. Again, I know all these people, William. That's why I said earlier, with all due respect, I really know this stuff. I know all the people. Karen Bass was my neighbor for 20 years. I know her extremely well. I can go on and on and on. I look forward. I put my mobile direct. I put my bio in the chat. Please, all I have is time, by the way. Let's connect. Let's solve some of these issues. And watch this. I'm a social capitalist, by the way. I love people, but I'm also cool with making money. Let's do something that will be very mutually beneficial. I'm done speaking.
The politician you just spoke to, that's a Republican or a Democrat? I forget.
Hold on, D. 1 second. I was going to say to the brothers William and Bam, that was an amazing exchange. That's the first time I heard such a connection on Clubhouse. Good luck to you guys. I just want to say, King, definitely back channel each other. But that's absolutely amazing, man. In all the rooms I've been in, that was probably the most fruitful exchange I've ever heard. If you guys don't mind, I really wanted to direct the topic to something really important in regard to the title. This is a message to Democrats, and don't think of me as a Republican.
Obviously,
I'm just really observing at this point. I don't know what to call myself at this point, but I don't really care anymore. But the message is for the Democrats, those who are hardcore Democrats, left-leaning liberals. Pay attention to your leaders. Pay attention to Mamdani. Mamdani is playing the same game as Obama. He's positioning himself to become the next Obama. He is using, and in my opinion, he's not wrong when he talks about Netanyahu. This is why I say I'm not a hardcore conservative nor a hardcore liberal, but he's not wrong with the allegations of Netanyahu. That is my agreement. That's my personal feeling. However, he is wrong to take up the podium as a mayor and then position himself as somehow the international spokesperson for America, making threats to international world leaders. That just goes above and beyond his position as a mayor. And no other mayor, I don't care what side of you are on the political spectrum, should have the ability to just speak up and just say some crap like that to anyone. I don't care what argument it is. You're just going above and beyond. However, pay attention to Mamdani, because at this point, like I said before, Mamdani could have used any other rhetoric to disagree with Netanyahu. He could have said Netanyahu's horrible, New York doesn't like him, Netanyahu's a war criminal. He could have said everything he had to say aside from, I will arrest you. He used that rhetoric to get the political votes. He wants the momentum. You cannot disagree with it. The same thing that goes to say with Black Lives Matter. You cannot disagree with Black Lives Matter. The naming of itself, you cannot refute that. Even if there are crimes within Black Lives Matter, and I won't go there, of stealing money from the black community and not really helping our brothers and sisters who have been unfairly killed by the police, you cannot go against the name Black Lives Matter. Just like you cannot refute what Mamdani said when it comes to war crimes. Everyone's a war criminal. Netanyahu's a war criminal.
You could refute
He's using this, but I'll land very soon. What I want to say, just pay attention, all right? Because Obama that people so love and dear, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, they all are within the same sphere. The war crimes that they commit are just done in secret. Libya, for example, that's been bombed by Obama. That was done, but people still love Obama, right? But pay attention to Mamdani, all right? Be blinded by the nice things that you hear him say.
Yeah, but that's the new playbook of the Democrats. Look at Gavin Newsom going to, I think he went to Davos or he went somewhere. Karen Bass is trying to play on the national stage. California tries to act like we're the fifth largest economy, therefore we should be a player on the world stage and should be a speaker within national politics. He's just duplicating what Gavin and Karen have been trying to do for Gavin for, God, like 3 or 4 years now. And Karen is trying to duplicate what Gavin's doing. They think somehow that makes them more credible as local politicians.
You know, just yelling slogans, baby killer, genocide, war, this stuff doesn't work anymore. First of all, the International Criminal Court chief prosecutor was just expelled for sex crime accusations. Number two, the United States is not a party to the ICC. They never investigated Netanyahu. They never convicted him of anything. And they don't have jurisdiction. So this is a symbolic thing. This would be like the state of Luxembourg indicting Mamdani. Okay, the state of Luxembourg, you think Mamdani has a parking violation. It's pure nonsense. And Mamdani knows it. He knew it before he made the accusation because he has a legal team. He was already told that he wasn't able to do it. And he's just doing it for stupid publicity. And I don't think people are going to be fooled by it anymore. The guy is an idiot. And it's quite obvious there's not going to be free buses. There's not going to be cooperative groceries. You can't lower the price of anything because we have a free market. He doesn't get to lower prices. He doesn't have that kind of power. So you see the emptiness of both of his accusations and of his platform. And once again, he's promising people free ponies and delivering a bunch of empty nothing while supporting terrorism and lying about people. He's using racism against Jews to try to get popularity. It's silly. It's silly.
Yeah, but he brought World Cup to Rikers Island.
What about Rikers?
He brought World Cup to Rikers Island.
You mean you let
Can I
them watch
just
it on television?
point something out?
I'm for black women, but I want to have good sex with rich and beautiful women in this clubhouse.
Is it okay?
Go ahead, Emrose. Go ahead.
I personally know 2 people who worked on the Mamdani team and worked with him till this day, Avi Stein and Zach Foster. He has nothing against Jews, absolutely nothing. He might not have, and it's kind of a PR statement.
Attacking Israel is attacking.
Partisan instinct. That's it. Partisan instinct activated.
I'm not. Israel is not Jews. Jews
Israel
and Zionism are not the same.
Jews.
Okay, can I
Attacking
finish?
France is attacking French people.
Can I finish?
I want you to finish. You are finishing, and I'm letting you know how full of shit you
No,
are.
I'm not. I have not.
Sorry, this is... That sounds normal if you haven't met him.
Thank you. Bamdani and what he did in New York is especially impressive because there is a good percentage of Jewish voters there. A lot of them have advocated for him. Some of them you might know, like Mendy Patinkin. I'm sure you've heard of maybe Avi Stein, the LGBTQ rabbi, and Zach Foster is a personal friend, actually visiting Palestine right now. All of those people were part of his team. Zach helped write the Jerusalem and the Nexus definition of anti-Semitism, which is replacing the IRA one in New York. And that is the perfect model to help us anti-Zionists get the world to stop arming Israel by more Jews giving legitimacy to speak out against Israel and what it's trying to do in the name of Judaism, which has nothing to do with Judaism. This is why the Hamdani model is so important to people like me. And unfortunately, yes, that was a PR statement because the U.S. is not a signatory to the ICC. Actually, it doesn't have jurisdiction to do so. But nonetheless, I wouldn't, let alone arrest him for it. I do commend him for it because at least he's talking about it. And everybody seemed to have forgotten the genocide is still happening.
Yeah, by the way, that list that you said doesn't exist of all the scholars and legal experts who don't believe a genocide is happening. I've posted it in the chat several times now. So that's another thing that I tried to correct you on. And there's also a good article by Benny Morris of Quillette that takes down the book that Omer Bartov wrote. And also, it's also worth pointing out real quick for all the people who don't know that anti-Zionists like Emrose represent less than 10% of the worldwide Jewish population. And they are used by anti-Semites to tokenize Jews all of the time to speak over the majority of people who actually like self-preservation and actually like national
for those of you who speak Hebrew, I would highly recommend to go to my X account where you can listen to a discussion that I had with Omer Barkatov after his recent book came out. If you go a little bit forward, you will hear an English discussion as well when he first published his paper calling Gaza a genocide. The same can be done with Shmuel Letterman, with Amos Goldberg, and Daniel Batman. I'm planning to have on Daniel Spar, but he's a bit busy at the moment. That list does exist. I can provide it in your DM as we speak if you want.
Rose,
but the
can you
fact is,
justify October the 7th?
Jesus Christ, do not derail with those fucking questions.
Do you justify the genocide, the Nakba? Like seriously, what kind of a stupid question is that?
You mean the humiliation? You mean the humiliation? That Nakba? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that Nakba, when 800,000 people were expelled from their homes and never allowed to return. And that is
were expelled from their homes and weren't allowed to return either. Do you remember
yes,
that?
and they should be allowed to return to their homes. They should be allowed to return to their homes in Iraq.
Yeah, and that's why people think you're delusional.
No, it's not.
That's exactly for interference of Mamnoni in the politics of international politics. He has domestic rule. He cannot make international calls like President of United States.
Continue to justify.
He doesn't know his role.
Continue to justify.
Yes.
I never justified October the 7th. I have
Everything you
friends
said
that
is
died.
justified October the 7th.
No. There's a very big difference between understanding that as long as occupation and oppression exists, people will resist, and sometimes that will happen in a very ugly, illegal way, which is what we saw happen. But the fact is, as long as people are oppressed and resist, you can see it from Jews and the pharaohs in
Gaza wasn't occupied for almost 20 years. No, see, now you're going to redefine occupation in order to make that clear.
No. Okay, so
yes, you'll point to some random ass academic who redefines what occupation is to say, oh, they were still occupied.
No, I'm going to ICJ advisory opinion giving in 2024 that includes the former Supreme Justice of Israel, Aaron Barak, on the panel, which clearly states Gaza remained under full military occupation even after the disengagement, and it gives very detailed
blockade is not an occupation.
No. Occupation.
You make up definitions that only apply to Israel, and you don't apply them consistently to other.
Go look at the ICJ advisory opinion because I have it. I have the specific segment.
Yes, an advisory opinion. I reject their advice.
Oh, well, okay, then there we go. You do not get to choose when to apply or ignore international law.
Yes, you actually can ignore an advisory opinion. It's in the word advisory.
Unfortunately, you can ignore, and what the legal system is supposed to do at that point is sanction you. But because America and Israel are tied at the hip, It keeps vetoing it. Only one time were we close to get to bypassing the Security Council and get a trigger of Article 7. And the people who derailed it were Trump and Bibi. After the recognition of Palestine passed by 149 votes, they were able to take. They were able to take Article 7 to the General Assembly, and if 2/3 within 48 hours would have voted yes, Article 7 would have been triggered. But somehow Bibi and Trump were able to derail it by talking up some 20-point plan out of the thin air, and that is not what we have as a ceasefire. Even though since the beginning of the fucking ceasefire, a child a day was murdered, and the concentration camps are almost done being rebuilt. Don't fuck with me. I know more than you will ever know. Yes, especially according to the GISS, the Jerusalem Institute of Strategy and Security, that had detailed it in April 2025. We will build temporary transfer camps until we find countries that are willing to take them.
I heard my name. Man, when we gonna stop talking about this nation that's smaller than my neighborhood, man? I'm tired of them. Alright, this is supposed to be America first. Alright?
I agree. Don't fuck with me, Clement and Felach again. I'm done with you.
We sick of hearing about Bibi. You're full of shit. All you do is cite
One side of Christian.
That's my new girl. Like, you're fucking amazing to me. Like, that's amazing.
Understand me? On other side.
One mic on, Rob. I don't know if Peter was trying to talk first.
Yes, let me tell something, please. Let me tell something. About the comparison of the size of the countries, village and major country. I need to say that there is a big contradictory examples. Example, in the world stage decision-making process. For example, if you want to legitimize United Nations, you need to be blunt about how you collect votes and take the rights of each country state. For example, one side of Persian Gulf has 5 votes in the United Nations. One other side has 1 weak vote because the other sides spend, for example, money for donations. Qatar is more effective than Iran with 90 million. This is a bullshit that makes the credibility under a heavy question. And this partisan playing is toward keeping that kind of imbalance over. This makes me mad. I'm not sure how to do that. It is a psychologically big burden. When a person comes to a stage, he comes try to use manipulation-oriented philosophy. They learn the philosophy and reasoning to be an inhuman bastard. You know, I don't know how to be able to keep my respect and a stage and defend my rights. It is very hard for me to deal with this kind of bastardness. I'm not sure how to call it.
I don't know what you're saying, but I feel like it's some real shit, man.
Exactly, this is some kind of real shit. I cannot continue because my temper got high, so I need to
Peter, have you ever said the words real shit?
To the word, no. To the method of collection of the decision-making process opinions about that.
Peter, you ever heard of the word trill?
No, you ask me, okay?
No, I'm saying you sound like you a trill Iranian.
You sound
like a cool dude.
You're sorry.
A Persian player.
Go for yourself. I made my point.
I'm done with you, Peter. I ain't beefed up with you, baby. I don't want to know your country.
My submission is ended now. I don't want to engage anymore. I need to repeat an issue.
I just want to hear more of y'all talk about our beloved America, man. What a great place to be. It's not a better place on earth to be.
I just wanted to thank America for everything it's doing to help with world peace.
Hey, if you love America more than any other country, can everybody put a 1 in the chat?
No, I think it's important to recognize what America's doing and how it's helping world peace and stabilizing the Middle East. I think if it wasn't for America, where do you think the world would be right now? Where would it be?
We would be in the pits of hell. We are the beacon of
light.
We are. The world would be in the dark ages. The whites would still be eating motherfucking people. They would smell bad. Your teeth.
You guys, the two of you are doing evil work. You know that, right? Like,
how come the ghetto stinks so bad? By the way, don't you pick up your garbage in the ghetto?
Well, considering where the term actually comes from, you should tell me that.
Why does your why does your neighborhood?
You should tell me that.
Can't you pick up your garbage or
You
what?
should tell me that. Considering that
why you don't pick up your garbage?
Hey, I think you are the supreme expert on ghettos.
So how come you don't pick up your garbage? What is that?
You are the extreme expert on ghettos.
Are you tired or something? Maybe your hands are tired.
Hey, tell me how they first started.
Anyway, they started in Venice, but that has nothing to do with the fact that you're not picking up your garbage. That dog won't hunt.
I call it a ghetto black. Because if I talked about your ghetto, you know what would happen?
Yeah.
I would be called an anti-Semite. But I'm going to call you a fucking racist piece of crap. That's what I'm going to call you, an idiot.
Wait a second. You don't
love America. You love Israel more than America. You're a clown.
When did I say that? I'm from New York, bro.
Man,
anyway,
it doesn't matter. You're not chose everything.
Leftists see the world as a whole.
America.
You prove that you are not lefty, Rob. Because in international stage, when you partisan
is filthy, man.
it is not relatable. And it is against the philosophy of your party, Democratic Party. Because they see the world
party is by
as a whole. Exactly.
Yeah.
Now you deny everything. So you don't have a party then. You confess now.
My party is my neighborhood. And I vote.
No, it's not. Your neighborhood is being handled by parties. You are not part of a party.
In my neighborhood.
You are not in this state. You don't belong in this state.
There's a great Democrat named Thomas. She's a great Democrat in the city of Houston.
Okay, city of Houston. Go on political discussion of Houston, not international. This is international.
Anyway, yeah, Mamdani could get himself arrested. This is like
Mamdani also needs to find his place.
And you notice Mamdani walked it back already.
Winston Churchill. Trump called Israel our most capable ally. We're in a war right now. If Mamdani messes that up, his butt's going to be in U.S. prison. He's a 3 law. He's got no right to arrest anybody like that. He's an idiot.
All right, guys. There's a new title at the top. If everybody look at the top, we have a new title. Who will get arrested first? Mamdani or Bibi? If anybody wants to elaborate on that, the mic is yours.
I need to do something. This is very considerable. Because this is very considerable. I think that this is some kind of game.
Before you start,
both of them know. Both of them know. Okay. Both of them know that none of them would get arrested. There are international stakes that each one of them see differently, and they have brought it to their personal circle. It is not a good sign at this point because this is a lefty technique, and that is not going to solve the major problem. That is just some kind of allegation to eliminate some kind of members, and that is some kind of dangerous political move, mostly used by Mamdani's party leaders. And
I like this guy, but I can't understand a word he's saying. Not one word.
Hey, Norm, we agree on something. Because I don't know what the fuck this dude's saying, man.
You just gotta concentrate. And I think, Ben, you came off mic. What did you want to say? Ben? Ben, are you there or no? All right, continue on.
What was it? Sorry,
I thought you were coming off mic. I thought I heard you.
Trump escalated dramatically. Did you see the press conference last night? He's got the B-2 bombers there and stuff. But, dude, we're crushing those, man. We are stomping. If you like war, man, this is definitely the place to be.
I heard they were considering using the Moab. Is this true?
I believe so. We got the B-2s, man. It doesn't get any bigger than the B-2.
I bet you the thoughts of bombs dropping on just makes you so excited.
Why would you bet that? Maybe that's you're talking about.
Hey, I get no thrill out of a bomb being dropped on anyone.
Well, why'd you just bring it up?
I feel like you got too excited.
Then you need to assume more of it.
Feel about me.
How do I feel about Norm? How do I feel about Norm? I think Norm was probably. I feel like Norm was probably a decent guy
I am a
probably
decent
about 20
guy.
years ago. I
About
think the
20
midlife
seconds
crisis.
ago.
I think the midlife crisis came, and
I don't have a
somewhere along the
midlife
line.
crisis, bro. I'm an eternal child, bro.
I'm an
I have a
eternal
midlife
child,
crisis.
brother.
Yeah, yeah. I just like victory. I'm not a coward like some people. Hint, hint.
Hey, look, I like American victory. American victory is kind of good for everybody, ain't it?
Now it is triangular. If you win, I win, and Israel would also
Hey,
win.
Peter, you're an Iranian who hates his country. You probably
This is
shouldn't.
irreversible.
The government.
It made me in this position, and I love that. The United States win is dependent on my win. United States win means my win at this point. And I love this, you know? It makes me feel very strong.
Timothy, what's up, my nigga? You good, brother?
Yes, sir, man. I'm good, man. Just trying to obtain some knowledge, man.
Anyway,
That's all, man.
The reason why Mamdani would get arrested first.
I wish we can all get along on this stage, you know what I mean, and have an intellectual conversation, but it's hard when you just have different races, different cultures, man. We all from different places, so it's just...
I think what you would have to do, you would almost have to do a series of questions to find what do we have in common. And then you would have to kind of build from there. Because there are a lot more commonalities in Americans than we want to accept sometimes. But we very rarely talk about our commonalities because the differences amongst us seem to be more interesting to talk about.
Can you hear me?
What people don't understand.
I mean, I'm not gonna cap, man. This room been open since 11 last night, man. President Trump house going strong, you feel me? Nothing new though. You know what I mean? This is shit we do on the daily, you feel me? So I see all the damn pink tickets, man. Come cash y'all shit in, man. Lock the fuck in, you feel me? Turn that shit in. Follow your goddamn moderators. You know what I mean? Starting from the top, make your way all the way down to the bottom. You feel me? Fuck with us. And
hey, shout out my homegirl Joe B. Yeah, what's up, Joe? It's going down in the South. Yeah. Hey, shout out my partner Monica. Hey, what's up, Monica? Hey, what's up? All the whites in the building.
Yeah, wherever you are. So you have to understand, when your country has an ally like we have with Israel, you can serve both countries. So I served both America and Israel because our armies are aligned. They are enmeshed. The same way we fought with England in World War II. The exact same thing. By the way, we fought with England in the Cold War too. And if England had any...
we also had a war against England that was pretty... We also had a pretty important war against England.
That's over, man.
So was World War II?
But that was the War of Independence. Then we became allies. In World War II, we were allies with England.
I think I would really be tight allies with the blokes. The blokes are pretty cool.
Well, they got to get strong again. They used to be manly. Now they became pussies. They don't want to fight anymore. They got to change it around. That's why that soccer team, I thought maybe that would be a hint of them getting to be more masculine. They became pussies, man. They let all these stupid immigrants come in and it's making the country into pussies. They don't love war anymore.
Hey, man, you need to go get you something for that cold you got, man.
All right? Yeah, I'm just laying down, having coffee.
Rob, would you have different kind of allies? Like, would you do a whole different set of allies, or would you...
I mean, look, I understand the strategic need for the Israel partnership or allyship. I understand it. I also understand the strategic need for South Korea. I understand the strategic need for Japan. I understand the strategic need for Germany. Australia, you know. I understand.
India.
So it's like
that there's no strategic need for Palestine. Do you realize that?
I believe that this is just my belief. I don't have too much of a fight in the ground. I mean, a foot in the. I'm not Palestinian or Israeli.
A leg in the fight.
But I would like, I couldn't fucking say a leg in the fight, man, dumb as fuck right now. But I do, just the human in me, believe that people should have the right to govern themselves. And
Sure, they do. They have it right now. They've always had it. They've always had it. Nobody ever told them we want them to govern themselves. We don't want to be in charge of them.
It's like, this is the thing, Norm. Depending on the conversation I have with maybe like Israeli or even just a Jew that's very sympathetic to Israel. Like, here's a crazy thing, El Normo. You ever heard of Meyerland in Houston, Texas?
No. What is that?
Meyerland is actually the Jewish community in Houston, Texas.
I see. I've been to Houston, but I haven't been to Meyerland.
It's in Southwest Houston, Texas. I'm from Southwest Houston, Texas, but I actually live in Meyerland.
Okay.
Yeah, I do a lot of business with Jewish people over here.
What kind of business?
I mean, just in terms of my business, I have a small business called Soul Fried Rice. I'm a black man that makes fried rice, and like a lot of the Jewish community, they support me. And then they have a coffee shop that I'm real good with the owner. We kick it. We done been to some baseball games together. You know what I'm saying? So like,
dude, that sounds wonderful.
Like I'm in solidarity with anybody that's about peace. You feel me? I respect anybody that's willing to go to war over a righteous cause. The problem is, it seems like the Palestinian view is purposely suppressed. So, and I think that's a problem.
Everywhere. You can't. They're on my Instagram and they're everywhere.
Well, I'm talking about
the opposite.
I'm talking about the fact that is there such thing as Palestine to you?
I am Palestinian.
Well, that's the question.
I am Palestinian. And I'm
that's a good question, Rob. The question is, where is it and what is it and who's in charge?
Can you acknowledge that there's a place
attacking innocent civilians?
Well, what about those people? From my understanding, and the crazy thing, I was just dating a young lady, beautiful woman. You feel me?
Yeah,
cool as
I
fuck.
bet she's hot.
Man, hot as fuck. All that.
Yeah.
But from my understanding, there's Palestinians. There's Hamas.
They like the Jews. They like Israel also.
Hamas is Israel. Hamas is Israel. Hamas is Israel.
Who created
Hamas?
Is in Israel. They
Who
want
created
to become
Hamas?
Israeli. Palestinian
Allah created Hamas.
The Muslim Brotherhood created them. They was born like in Egyptian prison when they tried to revolt against Egypt. If you look at the map, Gaza is attached to Egypt. Traditionally, it's a part of Egypt.
Yeah, because
Israel
is more on the African continent than it is the Middle East.
No, it's Asia. It's entirely on the Asian continent.
It actually sits on the African continent. On the African plate as well.
No, it doesn't. It sits on its own. No, it sits on an Asian tectonic plate. It does not sit on an African plate.
Yeah. And then right next door is the Arabian tectonic.
But Egypt was bigger than just Africa.
What? Yeah, it's not really part
Egypt
of Africa.
historically was bigger than just Africa. Was like Turkey. They had border in 2 continents.
I don't know what he said.
Here it goes. Israel sits primarily on the Sinai microplate, which is part of the larger tectonic system between the African plate and the Arabian plate.
Yep, that's correct.
So, as I said, it actually does.
And Asia, and geographically it's considered Asia.
Well, I'm just saying that it definitely sits on the African plate. One can make an argument. One can make an argument that if not for the Suez Canal, there wouldn't be a separation.
It is in Asia, but belongs to Egypt.
It's also the Red Sea. It was separating it. Yeah, it's not an African country.
I'm not suggesting that it's an African. I said it sits on the plate.
It does not.
And it does.
It does. It says it's on the subplate of the tectonic.
On the African and the Arabian plate.
Right. The Arabia is not African either.
It's all good, babe. We don't have to.
It was Arabic. It was not for Africans. You can look in the history.
Bottom line is, I believe the Palestinians deserve a right to self-governance. I would hope that
They have it now. All they got to do is just be responsible for themselves. They can have a country. They don't want a country.
What do they need to do? What do you mean?
They want to kill all Jews.
I think they want all of that. They want
What do
Israel and
they need to
everything.
do?
Yeah,
You understand?
they have
Gaza is
to
a law. Gaza is a lawless place run by a terrorist organization called
Iran.
Hamas.
Called Iran and Hamas, both of them. They want to destroy.
Iran has been
Hamas is
destroyed.
finished.
Is it true?
They announced that
Is
there
it
is
true
no
that
Hamas anymore.
Is it true that the IDF
Iran exists.
origins is
Iran
from terrorist
exists.
groups?
Yeah, from Iran.
There is no
My boy over here
Palestine by now.
yelling like a crazy.
There is Iran.
I'm asking
Iran
you,
always
is it true?
Iran always has been there and will. You are not a recognized country yet.
Motherfucking ass.
You are not a recognized country yet.
Don't you need to go motherfucking
We are co-founder of United Nations. You are not a recognized country yet.
The world.
You are not a
Hey, the next person to interrupt Peter, y'all getting sniped.
Thank you very much. I was trying to say that he was comparing his country, probably his futuristic country, with my country. Because my country is co-founder of United Nations with some other old countries. And we were not to suggest that. We were asked to come, you know. Iran was one of the old countries that did not suggest to open the United Nations. But other countries who had the concern suggested Iran to join that. But Palestine is not recognized yet. But he puts these two names together, and my country has more than 19 million population. They are just an island. Just an island is smaller than the Strait of Hormuz. And it is unbearable. They do not fight with Iran. United States and other countries will never ever engage with the name of Iran. You know, to put these together with Palestine, which is not recognized. Thank you. Thank you for...
Man, Peter, that was an amazing submission. Seriously. Very passionate. Very passionate.
I try to be honest.
Ask him what the hell
This is an honest submission. Fact, reality check is possible.
Hezbollah come from? Where Hezbollah come from?
Hezbollah is Mullah.
Hezbollah.
Mullah.
Peter, we're talking. Peter, we're trying to talk.
Will you allow an American and quote-unquote American to speak?
When it comes to my country, I also can engage. But when you go and talk about Massachusetts, I don't come. You say what you want.
Hey, BB, how you doing? I hadn't seen you on here in a while.
A little wound up. Quick, ask the question quick, Rob, before he starts talking again.
Okay, so El Normo, is it true that the IDF's origins are from terrorist groups?
No. It's the indigenous army of the Jewish people. It's the army that we formed against the Arab revolt of 1936 and 1939. They had their little militias and stuff, the Arabs, and then the Jews had to have the same because we weren't getting along over there. The whole idea was for us to share the thing, but they started a war over there. They do a massacre, we do a massacre. So in the 20th century, they had to separate all these people. Go look at the Greek Empire. The Greek Empire became the Turkish and Ottoman Empire. And in the 20th century, hang on, I'm giving you what was going on at the time all around us. So they had to separate millions of Greeks from millions of Turks. Same thing with France and Germany. They were fighting in World War I and II. They had to transfer the populations because they were at each other's throats. Same thing happened with India and Pakistan in 1949. Millions of people dead, lots of separation because they're Hindus and Muslims. Same thing in the Levant. The Jews and the Arabs were fighting each other, and so the UN said, let's separate them. You go over here, and you go over there. The Jews said, thank you, yes. And the Arabs said, no way, we're going to keep killing those guys. So Israel declared independence. Let me finish the little story with two more sentences, and then ask the question. Don't forget your question. May 14th, Israel declares independence. May 15th, 5 Arab countries attack us. Syria, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon. And there was huge countries attacking a tiny little country, and they lost. That loss was so humiliating they called it the Nakba. And once again there was population transfers. All the Jews got kicked out of the Arab countries and all the Arabs had to move out of the Jewish. Although 20% of Israel is still Arab and they live comfortably there. Go ahead, what was your question?
I kind of forgot, but it's all good.
That's why I told you to remember.
Do you know what they call in Iran? Do you know what they call America? They call it the greater Satan. Sorry, the smaller Satan. And do you know what they call
America's the
Israel?
big Satan. Israel's the little Satan.
Big Satan.
Big Satan, yeah.
Yeah.
Israel's the little Satan. Yeah.
That's what they call it in Iran.
What was your question, Rob? About them
feel
having
like-
their own government?
I don't know. I think we should really be tight with like Mexico. And I think we are. I don't like how we've been treating the Canadians, even though I don't really like them a lot of times. They're kind of weird, but they are right next to us.
They are weird, man. I don't get who they are, what they do. What do they do up there with all that snow? There's a walk around in the snow? I don't understand that.
I'm not sure either. Then they have the Canadian Football League with the extended end zone. It's a weird setup.
Yeah, it's a different game, the Canadian football.
And they seem to think we're in competition with them.
There's only a few of them up there, though. The country's mostly empty. They lost even before they started. They got this sport, Rob. They got a sport called curling. They use a broom.
Yeah, I know what curling is.
Isn't that nuts? Is that the weirdest sport you ever heard of? It's like shuffleboard or something.
A lot of people do weird things, man. It's all good.
And they got I'm not complaining. It's just a bizarre thing.
I mean, and now they seem to think that they're going to beat us in international basketball because they got shape. And
I'd love to see that.
I just tell y'all, man, unless they change the Olympic format that it's the world versus the USA, you can be filled with Luka, Giannis, Jokic, Shea, all on one team. Yeah, we still gonna dominate. We're gonna dominate track. We're gonna dominate swimming.
I'm all
We're gonna
control
dominate
the time, man.
gymnastics.
That Knicks championship was one of the most exciting things of my lifetime.
Man, I don't like the Knicks like that. I never hated them, but I was happy for them.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can. It won't happen for decades again.
Hey, I hope that the ghost of Hakeem Olajuwon has finally left you guys.
Oh, I don't know about that. What happened to Olajuwon? He's the old guy.
The dream has been a nightmare for New York Knicks fans since '94.
Yeah.
And it is what it is.
It's been a long dry spell. Long dry.
Yeah, 20 more years, might do it again.
Well, maybe next year. I don't know. This was just a breathtaking season. And everybody, like, in the city, man, on the subways, people singing, you know, I forgot how they do it. My mayor is Muslim, you know, but Dior is Christian, my bagel is Jewish, Nixon 5. Or I forgot, they made it rhyme, though. People yelling, Nixon 5, Nixon 5, like, dancing on the subway. I took videos, dancing in the street, go to Chinatown, go to the village. It was just a crazy celebration. People took their TVs into the street and watching the TV with everybody else in the streets. People like hugging strangers.
A bunch of
people
New
on
Yorkers
trucks.
finally being nice to each other.
Yes. Yes. Well, the New Yorkers are mean but nice, you know? Like, they'd be nice to strangers. You ask directions, they'll, like, take you where you want to go. More than once, you know, I've swiped my phone to let somebody into the subway because they didn't know how to work the subway system. I just, like, wave my phone at the thing and it opens up and I said, come on in. It's only a couple of bucks.
Why does that entire city stink?
Especially if it's a pretty girl.
The city is
urine.
dirty.
It's urine.
Like, even when I went to Manhattan, I went to Chelsea, Manhattan to have some lunch with a friend one time, and that's supposed to be a real nice area. It still look dirty.
That's the gay area.
I know. It's supposed to be a nice area. It's still dirty. I ain't seen nowhere in New York that was just like not dirty looking. It's a good city. It's a cool city though.
You gotta know where to go. It's a beautiful area.
I had a good time in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn's great.
I went to Brownsville, Brooklyn. They treated me well. I was in Crown Heights.
I go to Crown Heights.
You be in the ghetto?
Sure.
Or you be like where the bagels at?
Both.
What you be doing in the ghetto? Trying to do COINTELPRO operations?
No, man. I'm from New York, man. Every place in New York is my home.
You be in Harlem?
Of course I go to Harlem.
You knew Alpo?
Do I know who?
You don't be in Harlem. You don't even know who Alpo is.
I don't know. Alpo was dog food. I've been to Harlem way many.
You know who Dapper Dan is?
Say again?
You know who Dan is?
No, but I ate at Sylvia's and I go to the Studio Museum of Harlem.
That ain't no fucking soul food.
Director.
You know where I'm motherfucking from? It ain't real soul food.
It's real soul food.
I'm from the motherfucking South. I'm from Texas. Real food.
Okay.
Houston,
yeah,
Texas.
Well, this is New
real
York,
food.
bro. This is
real
New York.
Man, shove your bagel up your ass.
Well, that's for you guys in Chelsea. That ain't for us.
Have you ever had a motherfucking kolache?
No, I don't know what that is.
You know what a pig in a blanket is?
We don't eat pig, man.
Have you heard of a pig in a blanket?
Yeah, a hot dog in a little bun that you cook. You know, you puff it up like a pastry.
That's essentially what a kolache is.
Well, is that a Texas name for it?
Well, actually, it's the Welsh. You know about the Welsh people?
Sure. They're from Wales.
They settled over in, actually, it's not the Welsh. It's people that are closer to Germans. And it may actually have been Germans, but it's people closer to Germany. They settled near Fredericksburg, Texas. All right? And that's when the kolache started becoming a thing.
I think it's Polish.
I like those. I could eat a whole tray of them.
It is Polish.
They put 12 on a tray. I could eat them. Yeah, we got a kosher version of that.
What y'all fried chicken looking up there? Trash.
No, you know what's the best fried chicken? It's fried chicken, man. It's crispy. They know how to do it.
Is who?
Lauren, when was the last time you were in Staten Island?
Well, he not fucking with Wu-Tang. He not
very
fucking
close
with
to
Wu-Tang.
never.
Yeah, that's my point. You don't go everywhere.
I believe me, I've been to Staten Island.
I bet you stay out of Jersey too.
Well, no, I go to Jersey if I need to. Go to Newark Airport. Go to the Steel District, the Ironbound District for Portuguese and Spanish food.
You hit it.
Go to Hoboken. Go to Jersey.
I once went to Teaneck, New Jersey. That was a very nice city.
Man, I've been everywhere. Everywhere.
I know, I'm just giving you a hard time. People say they go everywhere, and I go, yeah, you go to Staten Island? Everyone goes, no, I don't know.
I have been. There's not a lot to do there, but I have.
Yeah.
There's even a beach there called Arthur
I've been
Gills.
there a couple of times myself, and I'm from LA. I'm just saying.
I have students who are from Staten Island.
William.
Yeah.
What part of LA you from?
I'm in the Valley.
You in a gang?
I'm in the Valley.
Are you in a gang?
Am I in a gang? No, I'm
blood or a
the white guy. No. I guess technically you would call me a wood, but you know, not
you're a Peckerwood.
Well, I'm a white guy, so that automatically makes me
Actually, you said tripping.
What? How bad are the gangs where you are, Rob?
Depending on what you consider bad.
I mean, like, you know, gun down here, gun down there. Like, how did
police will tell you that we have a really bad gang problem in Houston. I would tell you that it's a little more complicated than that. But gangs are a thing. Yeah.
I mean,
what about in your city, man?
Are you hearing gunshots at night right now, or what do you got?
I mean, luckily I work nights and I work in a pretty decent area. But the particular apartments I live in, although it's in the Jewish community, it's some weird apartments, man. So yeah, you hear gunshots pretty frequently. I walked to the corner store about 3 weeks ago, walked into a murder scene. So yeah, I can't attribute that to gang violence. The actual neighborhood I'm really from, that's considered the gangland in Houston. So there's a lot of gangs in my neighborhood.
How long have you lived in Houston?
4 or 5 years old. I was born in East Texas in Texarkana. I've been here since like 4 or 5 years old.
How old are you?
I'm 42.
Do you remember a place called Peppermint Park?
In Houston?
Yep.
I've heard the name of it, but I never actually went to it. You from here?
Born there. Southwest Memorial Hospital.
Hey, that's great. On good old beach, man.
That's right.
You know that's a shithole hospital now?
The whole area I grew up in is a shithole now.
So where you from, A-Leaf?
Close to there, a subdivision called Walnut Bend off of West Island.
I know. I went to West Side High School for a little bit. I stayed on Bryan Forest for a little bit.
Yep.
Actually, just
that's it right there, Bryan Forest.
So you probably went to like Paul Revere.
No, I moved when I was 10.
Okay. I mean that area. I'll say this: that area has declined. Like if you go up on the Willcrest side where the apartments are at, but if you like in the neighborhood or where Walnut Bend is at, it's still a nice area. Yeah. Westheimer itself has kind of went down in the shithole, but that side is still pretty good.
You got a Taco Cabana near you?
And actually, the Taco Cabana is like right across the street from Walnut Bend.
Oh man!
Like there's a little shopping center right there in Walnut Bend, because Walnut Bend crossover Westheimer. Right there when you cross over Westheimer, it's a Taco Cabana.
Yeah, people just don't know. I say, California, we got In-N-Out. In Texas, you got Taco Cabana.
Man, In-N-Out is trash, and in Texas, we got fucking Whataburger.
Yeah, Whataburger's trash. Sorry, bro.
Man, fuck you.
And I don't like In-N-Out burger, Fatburger or Five Guys.
I don't like well, the burgers aren't bad. Let me say that. But the fries are stupid.
You know what it is a salt. Order an In-N-Out burger with no salt. It's not nearly the same.
I mean, fries remind me of them canned fries you used to eat as kids.
Oh, the fries are trash. I'm just saying, when you come to California, everybody goes, "Oh, you gotta go to In-N-Out." You do, but if you go to Texas, you have to go to Taco Cabana.
Man, that's bottom of the barrel taco.
No way! You should try Taco Bell or something, man.
That's bottom of the barrel. I would go to Taco Cabana.
What we have here.
I would go to Taco Cabana for like a bowl or something, but the taco, why would I do that? We got a fucking million.
Yeah, no,
fucking taco trucks.
They have like a fajitas thing, right?
Yeah, we got taco trucks every other fucking corner.
Yeah, so do we. They don't even have trucks anymore. They just set up on the sidewalk.
That's where the best tacos is at, in the taco trucks.
For sure.
The best barbecue is on the side of the fucking street. Should be asleep.
Yeah, you would be both.
I mean, shit's crazy. I've been up since, what time did I get off yesterday?
Did we exhaust this topic or what?
I think so, Matt.
Well discussed.
I think so.
Should I throw up a new topic? I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna end this one right here.
Thank you for the room.
No, I'm not closing the room yet. Maybe I should, I don't know, but
I mean, shit, keep it going. Why not? I mean, one of them 24-hour rooms if you can pull it off.
think of a topic.
Let's see. What's going on, man? What
Will the new Trump tariffs last, or will they get struck down in the court?
Actually, where is that? Well, I think it already was the Supreme Court, no?
No, the old tariffs, the ones that didn't get struck down, expired, and so the very next day or the same day, wrote up like 60 different countries. So there's a whole new set now.
Interesting.
seems like some people, maybe most of the people don't sleep. Beaver, are you there? Are you sleep? Beaver must be sleeping.
Yeah, everybody just kind of, it's going to be long pauses. People are sleeping, and then they re-pop up, all that good stuff.
Hell yeah, different time zones. I know over here, man, it's 9 in the morning.
Yeah, it's still like sun's is coming up. It's pretty nice. We have which state is the best to live in? I don't know. Something different.
Oh, that's going to cause some controversy.
Yeah, that might get a little. Or West Coast. Oh, we can do West Coast, East Coast. Let's keep it a little.
Tupac or Big?
Yeah, let's throw something new. I don't know how well it'll go, but East Coast versus West Coast. See how this one goes.
Those poor people in the middle of the country, we just ignore them.
Well, I'm in the Middle East, so I mean, shit.
The Middle East, that's really a flyover state.
I mean, not the Middle East, my bad. The Midwest. Shout out Chicago, man. You know what I mean?
That's right, you're the East Coast.
Nah, Chicago's the Midwest, brother.
Oh, it's Midwest, yeah. I'm just looking to throw it in there just for this example. So if someone comes in, they can go at it with I know that's probably...
Yeah, that's how we think in California. Anything east of the Rockies, that's east.
Yeah, that's so weird. I did think that. Really
just lumped you all together. Chicago!
I was like, you're East Coast. He's like, fuck you, man. I ain't East Coast. I'm Midwest.
Facts, man.
And what about for the November? I think that Los Angeles is very important. East Coast.
Wait, who?
Los Angeles effect on the midterm elections in November. Iranians in Los Angeles, can they have President Trump's position?
There's a lot of Iranians in LA.
There's more Iranians in LA than anywhere else in the diaspora.
Big showing.
At one point, there was more Armenians in Glendale and the Valley in LA than in Armenia. I don't know if that's still true or not.
Armenia is another village. Iran has 90 million population.
Oh, man.
Armenia is as big as Qazvin. One small province.
So have you been to the States, the United States, Peter?
I would love to, but however I couldn't have been successful because my nationality is included in the travel ban, and for United States. I am not able to come until I am, for example, from Germany or somewhere else, the second country before the United States. That's another consequence of having mullah as your leader. They think that the chair for Iran, for example, in any discussion, in any international treaties, is guaranteed. They just fight with internal competitors. They never fight for the interests of the country. They want to just eliminate others and take the position. Whenever they took the position, they could have not kept the position. Iran has always lost that chair, lost the chair. And they're always saying that excuses afterwards. You know? Denial is the easiest technique that they use. So I don't know how to continue on this because I remember plenty of other facts. I don't know which direction to go. Sorry, I do not want to divert your attention. Yeah, then it can be described as my lack of concentration.
There's a lot of people who show up we haven't seen in like months. Last night. I don't know if you saw that, Timothy.
Who are you speaking of?
A-Check.
Yeah.
There's somebody else. Who else? There was somebody else. Oh, KP. I don't know if you were here for KP.
I think, nah, I don't know.
I think KP. Yeah, he was here. He was so drunk, I had to remove him. Or we had to escort him out.
Damn, he was tweaking like that.
Oh, yeah. It's never a night where he's not, so. It's so bad that we do have to escort him out. That's not bad. We're like, you gotta go. And he's like, I understand.
I'm weak. That nigga do be getting drunk, man.
And there was some, I forget who. But yeah, some old heads showed up here.
I ain't gonna cap, man. I'm finna stay here, but I'm finna rest my eyes for a little bit, man.
Yeah,
I haven't gotten any sleep yet, for real, man.
You done your job, man. Go rest your eyes, man. It's all good. We'll take it from here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's get you guys modded up. D. What's going on, D? I don't know if you're there. And
man, D was going crazy before I go. D was going crazy in this bitch, man.
What's he going?
Everybody was fucking with D, man. They was giving his flowers and shit, man. I'm like, man. You know, BB was modded up too for a little bit.
BB, yeah, I saw BB. There's a bunch of people like, oh, okay, that's how we're going.
It was he was giving out classes, man, moderation classes.
She likes that position, exactly. She just wants to take the kind of position for herself more than anything, I think.
I mean,
however, she is aligned with
the behaved though, man. She wasn't saying no
she also
shit.
She also seemingly wants the revolution.
She must not have been drunk.
Nah,
she is. I can understand quite a bit.
Nah, she be going crazy, but like, you know, talking shit and shit. But she had that green bean. She was quiet as a motherfucker, boy.
She was too afraid she'd lose it. She was like, how do I get this?
But I mean, I would take that BB over shit. The little reckless talking shit. Nonsense BB. So.
Welcome to the stage, Shub.
Hi, Andy. What's up?
What's going on? What's new?
I think well. How about you?
Man, you be having all these Israelis and Jews in your room, bro. It's like even when you want to talk about something American, bro, I think half of your crowd is Jews or
So
Israelis.
Are they American or Jews?
What are you?
Doesn't matter. You're talking about people and you're referring to them as Americans and Jews quite often.
Well, I think you are either a Jew or you're
both Jew and American.
None.
I think you mean are they Israeli or are they American?
I'm not Israeli.
No, I'm saying you're using the wrong terminology.
Yeah, because most of the people, if I let's just say, bro, I'll ask you a simple question. As per you, Judaism is a religion.
Where are you from, man? What's your country?
India.
What part?
Does it matter?
Yeah, are you scared, brother? Should we not
my friend from Sri Lanka is very, very different than my friend from
Do you know Haryana?
I got a serious question for you, man, because you say you're Indian,
go
right?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you, brother. So why is it no? This is not no racist shit or anything, brother.
Sorry.
But I said this isn't on no racist shit or anything, so don't take it the wrong way.
Yeah.
But why is it that Indians, your guys always have a distinct smell?
Listen, my nigga. So just like nigga, don't take it offensive.
It's the spice. It's the spices they eat.
Yeah, maybe it's hitting you.
It comes out through their pores.
Yeah, hitting you now.
No, don't get me wrong though. I be eating some really good Indian food, but
that shit tastes good, right?
No, I was eating some really good Indian food, man. But it's like I can smell an Indian from a mile away, man. It's like
you can smell the shit. That's wonderful.
Like
you need to get yourself in the Marvel squad, isn't it?
Huh?
You need to get yourself in the Marvel squad.
What is that?
You have the superpower, right? The Marvel universe, just like DC universe, you have that superpower. You can smell shit.
No, y'all just have a distinct smell, brother. That's what I'm saying.
You can smell shit, right?
I was in San Francisco one day, man. I walked out of my hotel. That shit hit me the minute. No cap. Like I walked up my hotel, brother.
Let me let you explain. What sort of distinct smell it is that Indians have?
Bro, it was like.
Does it taste like your father or like?
No, hell no. It was just like. It wasn't like.
Maybe your grandfather.
Normal. You know how when you look. You know how if you step outside right now, brother. You know how the smell is like a normal smell? You step outside.
Smells wonderful. Smells like oak trees around me.
Right. So then just imagine you step outside and then you take a whiff
like
and it's like
around me.
It's not that normal smell, you know what I mean?
It is a normal smell. I don't really know what do you mean. Do you understand India is a very big country? Let's just say if you wanna describe USA in terms of California, then it will be different to DC, different to Washington, different to New York, Florida, etc., Texas, it's totally different. It's a different coast altogether, so yeah.
I mean, Indians are the only people that have a smell to me, though.
What you mean. Yeah.
I just want to know, why do you guys have a smell though? That's
It's
all, bro.
fine. You being nigga is totally fine.
You said me being what?
Nigga?
That's fine. I mean, I'm a nigga, brother. You feel me?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I feel like you know what I mean? You taking it, you saying it offensively though, bro. Like, I told you I wasn't trying to be offensive, bro. You being offensive.
I am also not trying to be offensive. It's
like,
quite
you
normal
took offense. You took offense to me
illegal,
saying that Indians smell.
It's illegal to use nigga in America.
I told you from the jump, like, hey,
India.
look, brother, I told you from the jump, like, hey, I'm not trying to be offensive. Then you come out and call me a nigga. Like,
are you not?
It's crazy, brother.
Bro, it's totally.
I was just trying to get a real answer from an Indian, bro.
Let me just put it this way. Let's just say you commit a crime. Crime is X. X has a different legal interpretation in USA. And X has a totally different legal interpretation in India. So for me to speak out a word called nigga is totally legal. For you, maybe it's not legal. Maybe for you it's derogatory. I'm not trying to be offensive. It's just my democracy allows me, and I'm just speaking it out.
So my question
It's just like that. It's just like that. If you go on and define blasphemy for a religion aspect, there is no definition at all.
But brother, all the Indians I've met in the United States, they don't say that. They don't say the N-word, bro.
It's quite different.
They don't say the N-word, bro. I've talked to a bunch of Indians, bro. I've sat in Indian cuisines.
Yeah.
They don't say that, do they?
They don't say the N-word, bro. Like, you're the first Indian I've heard say that shit, bro. So I came to the conclusion that you gotta shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. You came to the conclusion that you was. I didn't mean to offend you, brother. That's why I said I apologize if I offended you, man. I just wanted to know.
No offense at all. I'm just trying to be quite fair here.
But you don't use that word often, do you, Shivam?
I do actually. If, like, just say, Matt, you and me go on WhatsApp call and I'll go on sharing my screen, I have a couple of friends' names saved as nigga.
So if we're walking down the street, you just kind of throw that word out, like we would just be going down the street?
No, he would not. No, he would not. Hush. No, he would not. He just told you if he was on a WhatsApp and he said it on the Clubhouse, which, hold on, I'll let you speak after. So I'm not dumb. So you just told Matt if you was on a WhatsApp, you use it all the time. We're on a Clubhouse app, you use the word, which tells me you only use that word on a social audio app. If you was in real life,
I mean, in India, he
you
will
would
get
not
away with
use
it.
that
In
word.
India, he will get away with it.
There's a word called
the issue is he doesn't understand the meaning behind it. Like now, Shubham, how would you feel if I called you a
in South of India, it doesn't matter which part of India you travel.
Shubham.
Hold on, what's the word, brother?
How would you feel? Shubham, how would you feel if I called you
Teddy Magus, can you please be...
Hold on,
let him talk. Tell him mucus. You got your chance to talk.
How would you feel if I called you a chew?
Hold on, bro. Hold your horses.
I'm asking you something. How would you feel if I called you a chew?
Let me first
How would you feel if I called you a chew?
Yeah, chew.
How would you feel?
A chew.
So, Matt, I was trying to answer.
If I be derogatory to you and called you a truth, how would you feel?
Teddy Magus is a truth.
What is it? Can you explain to me what a truth is, brother?
Yeah, what's the equivalent?
Brother, can you tell me what a truth is?
Yeah, what's the equivalent?
Truth is vaginal, a truth is untouchable.
No. I'm talking about the untouchable. No. Listen. Delete. Bring him up, please.
We'll bring him.
I want to just ask him something.
He's not gonna let you talk, brother. I want to. Me and Matt want to know.
Apparently, it lies pussy.
No.
Somebody asked me a
untouchable.
question.
Hey, listen.
Somebody asked
If I called you
how do you
untouchable,
treat nigga as a word?
what do you
The
call the
N-word.
let's see, what
you
I'm
told us
trying
to bring him
answer
back
what
up.
to.
He
In
not even
India,
gonna let
we
you talk,
feel that
man.
bros, the brothers, the
I want to know what the truth is, man.
A truth,
truth is
untouchable.
vagina.
No. Untouchable. If I called you untouchable, how would you feel?
That community
Yeah, I'm untouchable.
is obsolete.
Because I know I'm untouchable. I'm borderline God for you.
Oh, so
Forget
you're
God,
a
but I am
Brahmin,
untouchable.
right? You're a Brahmin, right? That's what you are?
No.
So if I called you untouchable,
I'm God.
truth, how would
Be
you feel?
respectful to me. First, just bow to me.
So see, this is the point I just was trying to prove.
No.
That there is casteism in India. So how is he gonna be the one talking about democracy and whatnot?
Just bow to me.
Yeah,
Then
okay.
I'll do it.
Alright, just make my point, but yeah,
bow.
call him untouchable. Just call him untouchable and let's see how he likes that.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Because I know I'm untouchable. I'm God. Bow to me.
But you don't like that. You don't like that stuff, though.
Fucking coward.
All right, bet. Now I know what truth is. So now, since you want to call me the N-word, the next Indian I see, I'm going to call him a truth. And I'm going to blame you.
Yeah, no, you were not gonna.
I'm going to say I met a nigga on Clubhouse, and he called me the nigga, he called me the N-word, so I'm calling you a
such a
truth.
motherfucker, that's why you look like a plumber.
Barnacom, do you know where Tamil is?
Sorry?
Do you know where Tamil Nadu is?
Yeah, I'm an Indian.
Okay. I lived there. I go there for a month every year.
Okay, so what? I also go there.
So
quarterly.
What do you know about that community?
A lot. Yeah, go ahead. You can ask me questions, right? You can never ask how do you know about the community or what do you feel about the community or something like that. You have any questions, just ask me.
No,
whatever I believe
there.
or feel like, it's my personal opinions.
Are you in America?
That's good. What do you think about it?
I think it's beautiful. Their food is really good.
And Joby, if you have been to India and if you have got good Indians, as in the natives, the people who are still living in India and they are good friends with you, you would have heard this term called nigga. So we have something called bro code. If a boy is friend with a boy, it's quite common hugging a boy. It's not like English culture in India and something of that sort.
Yeah,
and then we use this word.
Are you that open-minded?
Have you heard it or not, Joby?
I don't believe India to be this open-minded.
What's
have you heard this thing or not, Joby?
Yes, it has 50 states within the country of India. Come on now.
I've known a lot of people
exactly
from
my
India.
point. That if somebody like Himati and Matt gonna judge me, is it fair?
It depends. I don't know. I'm just getting to know you. Right now, I'm not
I
sure.
align with you. It depends. They are not depending at all. They are just being blunt about their own judgments.
What do you think of the Gorhaba festival?
Actually, their own judgments are excluded from his opinion.
Q&A is after the session, so please wait for it, William.
What
Who's your favorite rap artist?
There's some questions and answer section is post the original OG session.
Gorhaba festival? What do you think about that?
They have a festival every other day, so it's hard to say.
How do you like the food, Joby, by the way? As in seafood
The seafood's great. Otherwise, you gotta pick bone out of the frickin' chicken. That part, I hate.
But bone makes it more tasty, right?
No, it's like
I love chicken. I love chicken.
Not chicken bone.
So you like chicken without bone, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is it the same thing that goes with male as well, like as in the men as well in your life?
What?
So, sorry, you like the chicken without bones?
Hey, you chew. Do y'all eat soul food?
Yes, Timothy. We
Yeah, Timothy. We eat truth.
You eat soul food?
Yeah, we eat soul food as well as we eat truth.
What type of soul food do you like?
You wanna cook up truth? Truth,
Huh?
yeah.
No, it's better
No, what
raw.
type of soul food do you eat, brother? You eat sweet potatoes, mac and cheese, greens,
Oh, that tastes like India.
cornbread.
Hush puppies.
Hush puppies is a soul food.
Sorry, in Texas it is.
We have got better things. We have got better things in India.
Nah, I would
It's not
disagree,
full
brother.
of carbs, and to be very honestly saying one sort of carbs.
I would, brother. Every time I walk past an Indian restaurant, it's like 5 people in there, bro.
Yeah, how many
You're
times do you have
Asian,
to
And
right?
they're all Indian. I never seen nobody else.
Your your ancestors were slave, bro. At least have some respect to free people. I'm judging you free. I'm not derogating you or like being offensive to you.
You said my ancestors were
I
slaves?
feel like
You
you're
have
free, but
Asperger's?
yeah, your ancestors were slave. Yeah.
Do you get social cues, my friend?
Social clue.
My brother, I seen a video in India of y'all pool water, like, literally brown.
Exactly, your ancestors were
And there was
slaves.
like 100 people
And they
swimming
were
in
all
that
chutes.
motherfucker.
They were all chutes.
So why is y'all swimming pool water brown?
Because your mommy pissed in it.
Well, I will say India can be beautiful. I go to
Can be.
Tamil Nadu area. Yeah, it's
You
nice.
have been to entirety of India. It's a big country.
I didn't say the entire country. I was specific to Tamil
But you mentioned
Nadu.
your point that India can be beautiful. You haven't been through all of it and still you're judging it.
I
Isn't
had to travel through most of it to get to Tamil. Do you know?
the entire country?
Hey, shut the fuck up. Do you know where Tamil Nadu is?
I told you, it's the south tip of India. I know your geography really well. Let it be India itself.
I didn't
So
think so.
can America be beautiful, or are there shitholes in America?
Yes, exactly, William.
Like it's all Europeans, no natives, and natives' rights are being forbidden in America. So it's not a beautiful place, although it seems like quite democratic at the top of it.
Joe B, he's one of them guys. If he was in the United
Africans got
States,
right to vote in 1980.
he would be like my friend.
Women's about 30
You said hush. You would be like my friend.
Women's in
You wouldn't
Africa
say
would
you
not
would be
even
so nice
considered
to
as
us if you was
democratic
in the United States,
or
brother.
being participative in a democratic society. Africans, blacks, or women were not given the voting rights initially in the Constitution of America. It has been a thing since the beginning of India. And beginning of India is not
talked about
since 1947. It's like about 5,000 years old. So I don't need to understand morality and ethics from people who have enslaved their entire lives and like being quite pragmatic about it. So I don't feel like
What is it?
Because you get your morality from a country that were enslaved by the British as well?
Sorry?
Because you have a superior morality based on the country they were enslaved by the British.
No, we have been a country before British came to India. We have been a country from like last 5,000 years. We cannot so like that.
Our country
Islam claims Egypt. That doesn't mean that Islam claimed Egypt. That doesn't mean that Egypt has never been a country.
Okay, Shubham, for a second, as a fellow Indian brother, let me remind you that a holier than thou attitude, no matter which culture you come from, doesn't help. Whether it is, if you want to celebrate...
It does not need to help, brother, at all. No.
No, let me finish.
As a fellow Indian to you,
let me finish.
It doesn't need to help at all.
Okay.
We are having a logical conversation. Somebody asked me a question.
I wish I could agree with you because all
I reply in a tone that the question has been asked.
What was the question you were trying to answer? Because for the last 5 minutes I just entered, you've just been shitting on.
From the last 30 minutes, it has been an argument altogether.
No, bro, you just been disrespectful, bro. You called me a nigga for no reason. This man called me a nigga for no reason. He called me a nigga for no reason.
Nigga is quite a normal term in India.
Well, you did ask a controversial question. It's not a normal term in India. Whether you say Kala, Kalia, whatever it is, it's derogatory even in India. And
derogatory in India mein kaise? How it is derogatory in India?
No, we're going to speak in English because we have to be respectful towards everyone here.
Let's talk about it. How it's derogatory in India? Explain. Evidence and explain.
When you say...
Brother Noob. Yes. I asked the brother, I said respectfully, shut up, let me talk, brother. I asked the brother, why do Indians smell? I said respectfully. And I guess he got mad. He called me a nigga.
He said that Hindustani ajeeb smell karte hain. Do you feel okay about it?
No, Himati, that's not on either. Now, I don't want to do moral policing and tone policing and stuff like that either.
So don't try to police at all. Just stay shut.
You're going to... No, I'm talking to Himati now for a second, Shubham. Himati, if you're going to say why do Indians smell or they leak curries or all those things, those don't... They say more about you than the Indians themselves.
He's black. His ancestors were slaves.
1 second, Shubham.
No, brother, I said respectfully, though.
I understand. Just,
but your ancestors were slaves.
One of the things I've noticed also is that just because you ask a very, what's the word, a leading question which is racist or casually racist or, unknowingly racist in a sense, just by adding the word respectfully at the end doesn't make it a respectful question. I could say, I'm going to fuck you up, Himati, respectfully. It doesn't change the fact that I just said something disrespectful.
But brother, this is a question. I'm not the only one that wants to know things like this. I'm pretty sure a lot of other people want to know why Indians have a distinct smell.
I understand.
So it's not me being racist. It's me speaking up for others as well.
I understand. So if your question was indeed, if it indeed came from an innocent place where your sample size of Indians are people who smelled or they've had,
Again, no, you are trying to explain a thing to a nigga who already understands
Shubham, no, that is not on. That is not on. You do not call people. What is going on with you, Shubham? I don't know where you are.
Always a nigga. Himati is my bro. He also
yeah, this is my true brother right here, man. It's alright. His true ass. This is my brother, bro.
I mean, if he's a close friend of yours, I understand. And
nah, I don't know this true ass nigga. I don't know this true ass nigga.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the hard R.
Shubham, if you want to claim a 5,000-year-old superior, holier than thou civilization,
no, I'm
whether
not
it's
claiming
true or not,
to be very honest, no. Let's not jump to me. I'm not trying to claim anything.
No, okay. Whether you're claiming it or not, you throw Indians under the bus. When you
we were discussing the finer points about nigga being a term and how it is being used in India as compared to USA.
Shubham, you and I and most people in this room know that nigger is not a term that you use with respect. I mean, especially.
I use it, bro.
Okay, so don't. You're not going to launder your Shubham. I'm going to get to the end of the sentence if it's the last.
I call a lot of my friends nigger.
You're not Shubham. It doesn't matter who you call nigger. You're just new into this room and you're talking to people calling them niggers. It is not on. You're not going to...
Yeah, I know it's offensive, but then those people started it all together. I'm just trying to put a last name.
Thank you.
This is also offensive.
Now,
I know it's offensive to Americans. I know it's illegal. I just said it myself.
Why was you trying to hurt my feelings? Why were you trying to be offensive, man? When I was coming at you with nothing but respect, why would you come with
No, you were not coming at me with respect.
I did. I said respectfully.
No, you didn't. You know it in your heart.
I said respectfully, and I asked you a question.
You asked me a question why Indians smell different.
I said respectfully. I said respectfully. Why do Indians have their own smell?
I know why I can answer. I know why.
But Bima, you look. Let me tell you before you answer. Let me tell you what happened. So this cute ass nigga hopped on stage.
Cute ass nigga.
And so this cute ass nigga hopped on stage, and I'm like, respectfully, why do Indians have their own smell? So then he went ahead and called me a nigga. That's what happened.
And when you said
first
that,
of all, I think that
Bima, let me also add it to his point. He said that I'm not trying to be. He said that I'm not trying to be offensive, but Indians smell different. That I said I'm not trying to be offensive, but
everybody smells different.
okay, but let me. I get it. So
you should be proud of it.
So he says, okay, but listen, I know the answer to why Indians smell. Are you ready?
No,
this is the answer.
My point is that if you feel like humans smells different,
can I tell you?
Then I'll ask you
why Indians smell.
humanity.
I'm gonna tell you a story, okay? This is gonna be about 3 minutes. Okay, this is the story, and this is how I connected, okay? So there are what are they called? Sadhu, the holy men, the Hindu sadhus.
If
right?
you don't know
They got
it, you
monks.
don't talk about it.
Hold on a second. They got
Partial knowledge is very harmful.
Hold on, do you guys hear me? They got people in India. I don't know. Maybe Indians have some sort of special connection with the higher power, and I'll explain to you why. Okay, so maybe they have been elevated. The reason that I understand that they don't bathe and they just don't even care. They wear dirty, nasty clothes the same day. They don't use cologne. It's because they detach. Wait, they detach themselves. But let me finish. Stop laughing. Can I finish? Can I finish?
No, you have to mute the whole stage to be able to talk with these.
Same thing happens with Americans as well.
Wait, I would like to finish.
Most of the American cities are not well versed within the limits. Livable habitat for humans.
I want you to just hear me. I told you there's going to be a couple minutes. Just relax, okay? And I'm going to tell you why Indians stink. Okay? This is why they smell. Now, as I was saying, there are among these holy men, the Jain monks, right? They detach themselves from the world, and that's why they get shitty hygiene. They have these ideas, these religious ideas about the body, about the what is it, the Atman, the soul. Okay, and then they believe in like rebirth and shit. Okay, but this is where it gets interesting. Okay,
right? Sorry,
just wait a second. Just no. Just
it has got nothing to do with religion and their belief. No.
I'm just saying this, and I just want to tell my story, and then you could come up and tell your story. Okay, so listen. The reason they stink, besides the cumin, the fenugreek, the curry leaves, the garlic, which, by the way, are all very healthy, okay? That's great. But there's also, it has to do with the Hindus and the religious stuff and the rebirth. The rebirth, this is what's so interesting, okay? Now, this is my other quick story. Because they talk with now. Have you guys ever heard the story of Titu Singh, maybe? It's saying Titu Singh. I'm going to tell you. Titu Singh was born in India, and he...
All this talk about India, I want to
if you interrupt... No, I'm going to move you.
You're talking so much.
I'm going to move everybody. I'm moving everybody who interrupts me. Titu Singh. He was born in India, and he started talking to his parents about his previous life.
And he said, bro, he said, Mom, Dad, I used to live in this other little town and I owned a cassette shop. I had a wife and 2 kids. I loved them and I was murdered. The parents didn't entertain it until he said, I can show you where I lived. The parents thought he was crazy. They brought the kid to that place and the cassette shop was real. And he said, my wife might still own it. So he says, she should. They go in. He identifies his wife. That's my wife. He goes, starts talking to her. He says, I know you had a husband. And she goes, yeah, he was killed. He was shot. He says, yes. And we have 2 kids. Started giving details about their names, how they named the kids, their life. The woman was completely shocked. And then he said, I have one more interesting element. And she said, what? And he says, I know who killed me. And she said, who? And he told her. They went to the cops. They told the cops. The cops brought the guy in with several other people, did a lineup, had the boy identify the man. He identified the man. They did a several-week investigation, and the man ended up admitting to killing this other man, killing him in the head. So why do Indians stink? I'll tell you. Because they're not concerned with this worldly flesh body. They're ascended. And they are closer to God. And they know that their rebirth shall come soon. You know what? To worry about the good things. Okay, thank you. Everybody go
White Americans are so
Can you do the French
beyond this world that they forget to serve them.
No, that is fine. But why the fuck do you have to bring the spiritual belief in between? Bhima, you're a piece of shit.
Wait a second. These blacks and whites got their sisters and mothers.
It's okay. You know, but you don't have to bring the spiritual belief into it. If someone smells, it has to do with the hygiene. What it has to do with the spiritual belief?
I just explained it.
What religion do you follow? You follow a religion who could not fucking save even a single innocent, and he died for the sinner on the cross.
You're upset.
Not spiritual belief in between. What it has to do with the Hindus' belief? Do you know they don't even worship before? They don't even worship or touch the temple before taking shower.
They don't even
if you're going on the hike, listen, it's okay. Hiking and all, it's absolutely fine. You know, it has to do with the personal hygiene.
Hey, Matt, man, these Indians are coming out of nowhere now.
Oh my God. So, okay, fine. Why do you take so much interest in India?
For entering their sisters' home.
All said and that was fine. That was absolutely fine. But you shouldn't. You can talk about their personal hygiene, their personal belief, and whatever street food and all they sell. I agree with that. But if you bring the spiritual belief into the hygiene, then sorry, you're a piece of shit and you're a dumb fucking woman. You're a dumb woman. Oh yeah, venture. This is how, yeah, because we are defeating you. We are leading in the world, and that is why you're so. That is why you're looking for so Benchot. What do you mean by Benchot? I can teach you more. Abuse it. Benchot. This is not how you are supposed to speak.
I don't think we are.
Oh yeah, cheat. Yeah, Bola, I will teach you some more. I'm gonna teach you some more abuses. Come on. Do you wanna learn? Do you wanna learn some more? Do you wanna learn? Should I teach you? Do you wanna learn some more abuses? Yeah, Chutia, you are one of them. You're one of the Chutias. You don't even know how to bring the hygiene. You're one of the Chutias.
I have evidence.
What do you mean by Timothy?
Daddy, I'm putting the evidence in the chat.
No, Bhima, what does it have to do with the spirituality? You know, they don't even enter the temple. She gets up at 5 o'clock. She won't enter the temple or touch the temple before taking shower, even if it's early in the morning at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Why do you have to bring the spirituality in between?
You need to rest your wife, hurry back, like
you know, 22% Muslims also live in India. Why do you have to bring?
Dr. Adams, let me tell you, Eddie, let me tell you what's going on, man. I asked this Indian man, I said respectfully, why do Indians have their own smell?
Oh, they stink.
Why do niggas have their own smell? Everyone has their own smell. It all depends on their areas. It all depends on their cut. It all depends on the coastal area.
He proceeded to call me
On the
a
food
nigga.
and all that. How can you just
Yeah, but you gotta move this person down.
Yeah, because I'm giving you back into your own coin.
He proceeded to call me a nigga, and this is how we got to this conversation right here. So we were just asking a real question. Why do Indians have their own smell? You know what I mean? And I said respectfully
Even you have your own smell. What kind of a smell do you
think? It's because of bad hygiene.
Even you have your own smell. What
It's
kind of a
bad
smell
hygiene.
Even you have your own smell. Tell me how do you smell? I want to listen to you. How do you smell, Timothy?
How do you listen to a smell? I smell like deodorant.
How do I listen to his smell? I don't have to listen to his smell. I literally have to smell his ass to
Don't do
it.
It smells like a sister.
How do you smell? How do you smell, Timothy? Can you please elaborate?
look, sister.
I literally want to smell.
Look, sister. I was telling the brother earlier.
I agree. Okay.
Hold on, sister. Let me talk.
There is the problem with the hygiene. I agree with that. But if you bring the spiritual beliefs into it, this is really bad.
But the
That's what I gotta do for you. Hold on, sister. I was telling my Indian troop brother earlier. I said I eat Indian food. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't mean no disrespect. I genuinely wanted to know why is it I can smell an Indian from a mile away. So I just personally wanted to know, why do Indians have their own smell? And the brother went to call me a nigga and all types of shit.
Timothy, I've never given an Indian back their security deposit. Ever. They had to take out the drywall. They got to replace carpets. Okay, you're onto something. Okay, the whole hallway smells. You know, you have other tenants that want to move out. You know, I mean, there's something to be said. Indians do not keep a proper home. They just don't. Now, you have fine people like Naveen, where Naveen is pro-American. Naveen is a Republican. Naveen has been, culturized into civility. But for the bunch of other hand-wiping, wiping their ass with their palms of their hand Indians.
Oh, hell no.
No, they do. That's what they do over there. I'm telling you, that's what they do. That's what they do. So that's why they're always wiping down the counter at the 7-Eleven. I'm telling you, that's what they do.
You said they wipe their ass with their
They wipe their ass with their hands.
You know what? There is a degenerate culture over there where these motherfuckers play with feces
Hold on,
and shit.
Timothy, we wipe with the left, we eat with the right. That is how it works, okay? You wipe with the left, eat with the right. We don't then eat with the right.
What if you're left-handed? Wait, do you guys brush your teeth at least?
We brush with the right hand.
Wait, do you guys brush your teeth?
We do.
Wait.
Which hand do you use to piss? Which hand pulls your dick out when you pee?
Depends how big.
Your sister's hand.
Oh, if you really do use
Sometimes
both
you need
hands?
to.
Which hand do you use to pick cotton?
Which hand do you use to masturbate?
That depends how big.
Your mouth.
Sometimes two hands.
Isn't that crazy? You wipe your ass with your hands, and then you use the same hands to wrap that turban around your forehead. It's crazy. It really is crazy.
It makes sense now.
Well, you know what? Listen,
It makes sense now, brother.
Which hand
You said it perfectly. You wipe your ass with your left hand, and then you wrap that shit around your head with the.
Look,
it makes
certain
sense.
Not all Indians wear it. On the seat.
So King, hold up.
Wait, hold on, Char. I got person because I'm on my way to work and my printer's acting up. We got so much Dell Tech support on the stage. Can anybody walk me through how to reset my printer? Can you bring the Indian up from the goo, please? This is an emergency. I need to print some shit out.
You balance it right.
Dell Tech support. I tried calling on my iPad. They took too long because everybody's on Clubhouse. Everybody's on Clubhouse. I can't get no Dell Tech support.
Can you invite Daddy up? Appreciate it. I can't invite her up.
Adams, the tech support is now from Pakistan.
Bring Daddy up.
Wait, so
Daddy.
Come up, Daddy. I turned the hand raising off so Daddy can come up.
Wait,
so I'm trying to understand. So I've seen certain documentaries and clips whenever I watch the animal programs. These motherfuckers walking around.
I'm here, but my nigga Charles talking right now, man. I'll speak to y'all after.
So these rats, so they walk around and they just let rats roam around and shit, and they worship these motherfuckers. They have fucking status over. Like why?
What it is, the dark ones, they can't go back to India. They can't go back to India. Dark people in India. Okay, the dark Punjabis, they can't go back. That's why they're LARPing as Black Americans and Jamaicans. This is what I've been telling you. These Indians are the real identity thieves. Those are the ones that we need to deport. No, I'm telling you, those are the ones that we need to deport. They're LARPing as Black Americans, Timothy. Look at what Kamala just did. Do you know any black person that has washed collard greens in the bathtub? I had to pin my aunt and my dad and my uncle down the other day, and I said, my uncle, he is 85 years old. I said, have you ever in living in rural, poor South of the United States, have you ever washed collard greens in a fucking bathtub? And they said, no. That's some Indian hand wiper shit. Okay? Black people do not.
I'm sorry, but I'm still stuck on the fact that they wipe their ass with their hands.
That's why they're washing collard greens in the bathtub.
How are they going to
Black person would wash a collard greens in the bathtub. That shit is retarded.
I'll tell you what type. An Indian LARPing as a Black American that wipes their ass with their hands. That's who's washing collard greens in the bathtub.
Look, I heard of motherfuckers using fucking bacon grease to cook fucking biscuits and shit, right? You know what I'm saying? Because motherfuckers is broke. But goddamn, when you trying to fucking sit up here and say that black people's on some degenerate shit by washing collard greens in a goddamn bathtub that you shower in, and your dirt is fucking seeping on the fucking floor of the damn shower. Like, what kind of shit? Don't put that on black people.
I have a question, John.
Don't do
Why
that
are you
shit,
insulting the previous vice president of the United States? Why are you insulting her?
Because she's a fucking bitch, man.
Why are you insulting her?
Listen, I've spoken to cats that know that faggot, that fucking dirty ass bitch, man. She is a vile, disgusting whore, man.
Okay, I'm gonna bring order because we are gonna transition into this title above, since it's fitting that we're talking about this. So I just want to go around, or if someone wants to come off mic and tell me what stereotype that you believe is true. So, for example, that Asians can't drive. Like, who believes that? Like, let's get this going right now. What's that?
They have no peripheral vision.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that?
100%.
I'm being serious.
They cannot see on the right or left side.
Niggas robbing a store.
But you gotta get right. It's all
Niggas
women.
gang banging.
Okay, hold on. One at a time. We gotta do this one at a
Indian
time.
women have bigger clitorises than men have.
Oh Jesus. Okay, I heard Asian women have no peripheral vision. I heard that from King. Somebody said something about gang members in hoods. I don't. Okay, we have to one at a time. Okay,
Niggas robbing a store.
Yeah. What
they throwing out that N-word like it's candy right now.
Yeah.
Put me in the queue, man. I wanna address that.
Okay, we're gonna do a little cute.
I wanna address
a little cute. Just do this off the mic shit right now. Well,
Wait. I have a question.
I'm going to you.
Timothy.
Hold on. Chill out. Hold on.
Timothy. Let me ask you one last question.
All right. Well, you're going down now. I don't know. So who? Okay, Char, go ahead. You started off. Go for it.
Yeah, so somebody said nigger, gang banging, and all this other shit, even though when you go into the word thug, right, and you look into the etymology of the word thug and thugging and whatnot, that's actually a culture that was started by East Indians, believe it or not. right? Where they would sit up here, these thuggies and these thugs. I think it's thuggy is what it is. I mean, you can go do your due diligent research on your own time. I'm just paraphrasing for the second time. Yeah, where they would sit up here and they would somebody in a cabbage or in a wagon or something, and they just fucking rob somebody and stab them the fuck up and take all this shit. So you want to talk about like thug and gang banging and shit? That's what you motherfuckers started that shit. You know what I'm saying? And even with that being said, there's all kinds of gangs. You know what I'm saying, between blacks, whites, Asians, people of the Levant region. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? And honestly, the black gangs that you're speaking of are actually in the minority when it comes to the rest of the world. You understand? So I don't know where this cocksucker, I don't know which one of you faggots came off mic saying that stupid shit. But understand your own fucking history. Understand you started
Let me ask you something. You know what I'm saying?
that shit, bitch.
Why do you have a white man picture? You're black as hell.
Character, you cocksucker.
Why do you want
Because
to...
there's certain people on this app that call me a terrorist, which I don't know why, you know what I'm saying? But for whatever reason, I don't know, they feel a threat. So I have to keep terrorists on my fucking PTR, so let it be that as it may. That's why.
Okay, thank you. Aditya, how do you say your name? Why do you think what you just said there? And by the way, repeat your claim because it got talked over. What is your stereotype that you're making officially? That you believe? Don't go quiet now.
Me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
My stereotype. I believe you black people praise white so much that you have forgot what Malcolm X and